From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGMU with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And here we are, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network for you every weekend. This is BetMGMU. Don't forget to download us in podcast form and take us with you. Maybe you're making a 12-hour drive from Dallas all the way to Knoxville. Maybe you're some kind of lunatic like that who needs something to listen to on the way. Maybe you just got things to do this weekend and you want to take us with you. By all means, that's why we have the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can watch the show, too, on YouTube, the BetMGM Network, for anything here on the BetMGM Network. You want the visuals? You want the good-looking folks here at the BetMGM Network right there with you, going over all the numbers. We are with you alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGMU. I'm going to sit here, see how long I can filibuster and avoid talking about what happened last week, because I do not want to talk about what happened last week.
Oh,
we'll get into this week's games in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk about, speaking of disasters and messes, we'll get into UNC a little bit later as well. But let's start with what went down week 6 in college football. Number 9, Texas dropped a game in the swamp, 29-21. to the Florida Gators. I don't think many of us saw that one coming. And, of course, my alma mater, Penn State, somehow lost at UCLA with like 13 people in the building, none of whom, unfortunately, could stop the run of Nico, quarterback for UCLA. I'm still shaken by this, John, and I don't know how to handle it.
I mean, I don't know. That was just far and away more shocking than what we saw at Florida. I mean, Florida got a kid back, the receiver Wilson, who had missed the first, 4 or 5 games, and he clearly changed that offense. And we also had seen, Florida defensively certainly play well enough to be in games. Penn State was like, I mean, that was a disaster. That was a nightmare. And then it was the first time where you're like, is this obviously he can leave on his own volition. I don't think they would fire him, but like, is this a year where James Franklin, might look to go somewhere else? Losing to Oregon is one thing, but following up with a loss to UCLA is just really disappointing, obviously.
Disappointing. Yeah, it was troubling. I mean, that's also, I think it was very troubling because, like, you lose to Ohio State, you could get away with that. And, I know this year and the last couple of years, it seems as the portal and the NIL is taking over, that road games are just more difficult. Teams just, road that nobody can win on the road anymore. That was not a road game. I mean, there was 30,000 people there and 12,000 of them were Penn State fans. That was a very tricky spot to go and lose because you can't afford anything else now. Like, that's one of the worst losses that anyone will face on the calendar here. It doesn't make any sense. But again, 99 more times, Penn State wins it all.
And they nearly did come back, but that's no excuse for just getting boat raced the way they did in the first half. The strength of that team is supposed to be defense. And like I said, Nico Iamaleava ran all over the entire UCLA offense, ran all over them. They were without Rojas in the middle of the defense. That's not an excuse. Drew Aller looked average at best again. I counted one decent throw on the touchdown pass to Kyron Hudson in the second half. So there are a lot of things wrong at Penn State, and the worst loss of the James Franklin tenure in Happy Valley happened out there at the Rose Bowl last weekend. And it wasn't just the loss, guys. It was the fact that he went into the post-game press conference and wanted to mention absolutely everything. Well, we had travel. Well, it was emotional loss last week. Well, it was this. We had injuries. And it hit a lot of people's ears the wrong way that he walked into that post-game press conference and wanted to stack up the excuses as to why they just lost to arguably the worst Power 4 conference team in the land. maybe not even arguably, the worst team in the land. A team without a head coach, a team with an offensive coordinator who had never called plays before and didn't know how to work the headset, for God's sake. And he went there and he lost to them. So now I mentioned it last week. You might want to look to making bets on Penn State to miss the playoff. I hope you got it in last week because now they are 7-10, plus 7-10, 7-1 to make the playoff. Choppy, as you alluded to, they still have to go to Columbus. The following week, they'll host Indiana, who still looks very, very good. And now we've got both the number 1 and number 2 preseason teams in the country. I know how you feel about preseason polls. Unranked. And for good reason, because neither one of them, Penn State nor Texas, looks like playoff teams.
And number 4, Clemson. Clemson's unranked too. Yeah, man. Like I saw a meme, was the best one. I wish I could take credit for it. They lost to Joffrey. Joffrey that's Jerry Neuhauser calling plays. That's Game of Thrones kid. That's the Game of Thrones kid, man. That's who they lost to. That's you. Now look, if you beat Ohio State and Indiana, they're going to go. They're going to go to the playoffs. The likelihood of that happening is, we know how this story is going to end. We know James Franklin. Now, I do believe in you must hit rock bottom before you can reach the mountaintop. This might be rock bottom. It might. I mean, I don't know how it gets worse, to be honest with you. But I mean, if you were looking for that silver lining, that every team that hits the top that has been looking to get over the hump, they all, from the Boston Red Sox going down 3-0 to Manning going down 21-3 at home to the Patriots, you got to hit rock bottom before you can actually crawl up.
This is definitely rock bottom. This is as bottom as rock gets. This is Dwayne Johnson picking you up by your shoulder blades and driving you into the mat level rock bottom. They are cooked, and we'll see what the future holds for James Franklin. A lot of people at Penn State and Penn State fans around the country now interested in seeing someone else take over that job. But back to Texas for just a second, John. Their updated playoff odds plus 240. Arch still not looking like that dude. And now they've got Oklahoma in the Red River Shootout this weekend. They're favored by 1.5 still, which I find interesting. I thought that might start to move a little bit more as we get more and more news that John Mateer is fighting to come back for this game. But I personally would be on Oklahoma money line even without Mateer, the way Texas has played the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, John Mateer is the entire thing, right? If he's in, I think this number gets to, Oklahoma minus 5.5, maybe minus 6. I mean, I think he's that kind of player. I think that's the kind of, value you would put on him. If he's not in, I think you could see this number go to 3.5 for Texas. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in college football. You don't have many sure things at that position in the country right now at this time. As you know, we thought Drew Aller would be that, and he's been anything but that, right? So when you're talking about one of the most consistent guys at that position in the sport, I think it's not crazy at all to say he's worth 7.5, 8 points. So I think what you're seeing right now is this line is kind of a hold, right? It's a holding pattern. Again, there were some rumblings today from Texas sources that Mateer is expected to give it a go, as they say. So we shall see. But if Mateer is in, I would have no problem laying the road points here. I don't know that there's a magical fix for Texas. They've looked limited all year long. Arch has not been the quarterback that we hoped he would be. That doesn't mean he's never going to be that, but he just hasn't been that yet. So. Again, if Mateer is in, I'm happy to play this at whatever number it ends up being, wherever it settles. Hopefully I can catch it before it settles, right? I mean, that's the goal here. I don't want to lay the absolute worst number, but if you're on your P's and Q's, you should be able to catch this, inside a field goal, even out to a field goal. I think I'd feel pretty good about. You just got to be on top of it, man. I mean, if you're going to win in sports betting, you got to pay attention. You don't get to just roll over out of bed with your bonbons falling off your T-shirt and hit submit and expect to win. Okay, you got to kind of monitor the news cycle. Actually, you got to monitor the news cycle. So we'll be on Mateer watch. That's exactly what we'll be doing this weekend.
There's no doubt that he changes the game. I just don't know that I trust Texas at all. And if you don't trust Texas, and if you don't think that they are going to dominate this football game, which I don't think they're going to dominate, their offensive line's got problems, then I'm almost tempted just to bite the bullet and say, hey, I'll take my chances with Oklahoma, winning this thing outright with or without Mateer. Because if you do get him, then you're going to talk about having a gift of a line. It's a gift of a line. The way Texas has played, Texas doesn't deserve to be favored of this game the way they played this year. Unless Arch Manning figures out how to play the position, or maybe Peyton or Eli come play. Eli throws on his was it Chad Powers? Is that what it was? That wig that he threw on? Yeah, maybe he throws on that wig and goes and play. I don't know. I think Cooper needs to take a Manning DNA test. That might be what needs to happen. I don't know. I don't know that I trust what's going on down there.
You think Arch Manning needs a 23andMe, bro?
I think Cooper needs the 23andMe. Prove that he's Peyton and Eli's brother.
Okay,
that's what I think needs to happen.
I thought Cooper was an established athlete. It's Arch who's let down the bloodline right now.
He is let down the bloodline.
Yeah,
man. I don't know.
Yeah. It hasn't even been. Here's the thing: it hasn't been so bad that they can bench him and just end and unplug this thing. And I don't. It would have to be terrifically bad for that to happen. But that's also in and of itself a problem in that and I understand we're in a different world now where results need to be just about instant. And if they're not, you're not going to get time to develop. You're not going to get time to figure it out. And if you're a team like Texas, if you're a coach like Steve Sarkisian, who came into the year ranked number 1 in the country with everything in front of you, you're going to feel the pressure at some point. But instead, this becomes, John was talking about the line kind of being in a holding pattern. The season, Choppy, kind of becomes a holding pattern for Texas as well, where it's like, well, let's just try and get Arch some experience so he can come back next year and we can pay him a few $1,000,000 again and we'll go get him next year. And I just don't know how many people have that level of patience in college sports anymore.
They don't. They might for him because of how well he was recruited – or how highly he was recruited because of his last name, because of his family lineage, that he's going to get opportunities. All right. That's just the reality of it. I mean, first overall number 1 picks get opportunities. Sam Bradford got 1 million jobs. Carson Wentz has gotten 1 million jobs, right? It's just the reality of it. It's going to continue to happen. So, yeah, I think that he is going to continue to get chances after this year at Texas. I don't think you're going to be one and done with him. I suppose he'd go to the league, but he's not going to. The reality is he'll be the quarterback there next year. And it's going to be on Sark. It's going to be on Sark to try to get a lot of that out of him.
Well, that said, since the through line with today's show might end up being focused on coaching a lot, we already talked about James Franklin. We'll talk about Belichick later. I don't think the loss to Florida and the stumble out of the blocks this year is enough for people to want to run Sark out of Austin. Venables has bounced back well in Norman this year, right? And I thought there were a lot of people, myself included, that were out on him last year. What do you make of Texas the rest of this season, John? They're plus 230 to make the playoff. Is that legitimate given that, like Choppy talked about earlier, they've still got to go to Athens. They've still got A&M on the schedule in their season finale. Can Texas still be a playoff team this year?
I mean, the opportunities are there, and I think that's why that price is what it is. But it's not a bet I'd want to make. I mean, I think this defense obviously has tons of playmakers, but the offense is just too schizophrenic for me to believe in. I can't. I wanted to believe that Arch would take this big step, and that because I remember last year watching him against Louisiana Monroe. He threw one ball, and I was just like, "Mother of God!"
This is the guy.
You can't. Yeah, it turns out you can't base an entire opinion about a player on one throw against Louisiana Monroe. What who knew?
Well,
who knew?
Who knew?
So I wanted to believe in him, and I can't get there. It's not a bet I would want to make. I'm not saying the price is crazy because let's not act like Georgia has looked unbeatable here. Granted, maybe that was more about Alabama. Who knows? It's just not a bet I would want to make.
Yeah, we've got ranked matchups all over the place this week, a couple in the Big Ten, including a massive one in Eugene that we will dive into next, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. This is BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, the new number one in the country is on the road in the Big Ten this weekend. We'll get into that one in just a couple of minutes. Also, a massive matchup in the SEC between a team that looks like they've found their sea legs, but on the road as well in conference against a team that has surprised a ton of folks as they are in the top 15 going into this week. We'll get into all of them, our best bets, maybe some pizza money parlays on the way as well, alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you get your audio to the podcast so you get it as soon as it's ready every single week. Also live coast to coast on the BetMGM network every single weekend for you inside the Odyssey app and on YouTube. Search the BetMGM network. The team that is sort of stepping into the vacuum that has been left at the top of the Big Ten following Penn State's ugly loss to UCLA, Indiana. Curt Cignetti, Google him. Number 7 Hoosiers are on the road out west in Eugene against the number 3 Oregon Ducks, who have had a chance to kind of catch their breath after that win at Happy Valley in double overtime. First meeting between the two schools in a little over 20 years and only the 4th all time. You've got 2 of the top 5 Heisman Trophy candidates on the field against each other as well. Dante Moore, the favorite after that win over Penn State at 5-1. John Fernando Mendoza, 5th on the board, 13-1. This goes a long way toward Indiana cementing their status as one of the Big Ten elite. Look, they're already a top 10 team in the country. We've seen what Cignetti has done to this point, obviously last year and now the beginning of this year. But this is a big step up in weight class, and they're getting more than a touchdown. Touchdown and a hook, 7.5 on the road at Eugene. We've talked before on this show about the effect, especially in the Big Ten. I'm sure James Franklin would be happy to tell us about it, of travel coast to coast in these Big Ten games. Is 7.5 enough? Too much? Does Indiana go in there and shock the Ducks? What do you expect?
Yeah, it opened 9.5, and it's just been nothing but one-way Indiana money since then. And obviously, 7's a key number in football, and so it's going to take a lot to move it within that. But yeah, I mean, if I was making a Mount Rushmore of college football coaches that I like to bet on, Curt Cignetti is going to be one of the first faces that I'm carving in that rock. He's just fantastic. He's fantastic in these spots. I know he fell a bit short. Was it Notre Dame in the playoff? I can't remember, but he ended up backdoor covering that. I can't remember. It was close.
He may have. You may be right about that.
I can't quite remember. Either way, even when it looked like they were down and out, I think he might have had a chance to backdoor cover it. This guy is just a fantastic football coach. And so it would be that. And it's also do we know how good Oregon is? They won at Penn State, and they arguably should have lost at Penn State. And Penn State just lost to UCLA. So what is Oregon really showing us that would make me want to lay 7.5, other than the travel and other than the fact that it's in Oregon? So until proven otherwise, dog, I'm going to roll with the Hoosiers here at 7.5.
I am at a loss for words. I don't know what I just listened to. They have not beaten a real football team.
How dare you disparage the defensive stalwarts in Iowa?
This year or last year.
Oregon hasn't beaten a real football team either.
All right, hold up.
That's fair. But they have a history of beating.
Just a second.
They do have a history of beating real football teams, especially
under Paterno, under Joe Paterno.
No. Oregon has a history of beating real football.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Penn State. Okay, sorry.
Oh man, I am all over Oregon on this one. I don't know how. No wonder why Vegas makes gobs of money, because people are betting on Indiana plus 9.5 and bet this thing down to 7. I am all over Oregon. I'll take I mean, I might even take the over 55.5 too. I don't think Indiana is going to score 7 points in this game. So I don't.
Wow.
I mean, 55 to 7. That's going to be the final.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. They'll score. But this has got Oregon in a blowout written all over it. Dan Lanning, yes, coach. Google me is a great coach. Dan Lanning is a killer. He is a killer. And the fact that this line has gone in the favor of Indiana, I mean, that's enough bulletin board material for him. That's enough. This guy's a killer. Ducks by 1 million.
Ducks by 1 million. Wow. See, I'm going to come down somewhere in the middle on this one because I'm not going to play a side. I think we're coming in here talking about the quarterbacks, right? We're going to talk about the quarterbacks all week, both of them being on top of the board in the Heisman race. This game's going to be about defense. I expected the same thing when Oregon went into Penn State, and that thing ended up covering the total, going over because it went to double overtime. It was going to be under until it went to overtime. And I think we get something similar here. You're talking about, at least in yardage, 2 of the top 10 defenses in the country, Oregon and Indiana. So I think they are going to give these quarterback fits. I think one of them, if not both, will make key mistakes at certain moments in this game, which will send it to one side or the other. I don't think we have a blowout on our hands, though, Choppy, and I think we've got an under, especially 55.5. I'll take that. I will take the under in this, and I think we get a good, tight Big Ten affair. If I had to lean one side or the other, it would be Oregon. I don't think I'd lay 7.5, but I would be not be surprised at all to see this be a 27-23 kind of game. So that's where my lean is on this one. But clearly, people are all over the place in what they expect from Oregon, Indiana.
It's not often that Choppy and I disagree like this. I mean, it's very rare that we are just on such opposite sides. Usually we like to collab, but this is like a civil war going on this weekend.
It actually hurts my heart. That's why I'm driving by your house like literally this weekend, and we're gonna have problems.
He's gonna leave a note.
No, we have no problems.
He's just gonna leave a note under the welcome mat, and it's not gonna be anything written on the inside. It's just you're gonna open the card. And it's gonna be one of those pop-up cards, and it's just gonna be a middle finger right there that pops up out of the middle of the card.
I have a National Guard detail outside of my house at all times for the next year at least. All right, so get froggy if you want in Memphis, man. All right,
there we go.
I mentioned an SEC game between a team that may be finding itself finally against an upstart group, and the team that's starting to find itself, the Crimson Tide, number 8 in the country, Alabama now, laying 2.5 to 3 on the road at number 14, Missouri, because everything this week has to be about how Penn State sucks. Let's not forget that Bo Prabula was once Drew Aller's backup and is now the quarterback down in Columbia. If you want to look at track record and history, Bama's beaten Missouri 6 straight times dating back to 1978. But I don't know how much any of that matters this year. Missouri averaging 45 points a game. I mentioned Bo Prabula. He has been key. 76% of his passes have been completed. Plus, oh, by the way, you add on to the 9 touchdown passes, the man can run too. I hate to keep saying this, especially because Alabama put away Vandy late and covered the number. I want to see it again from Bama. I'm sorry. I'm probably going to keep saying this all year long. I want to see it again from Bama, John. Laying 2.5 on the road at Missouri. If I had to lean either way, I'd lean Missouri, especially if you're giving me the 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, Alabama fans, they formed a fan club for me, and I did pick them last week because I was contractually obligated to do that. Right. And they got it done for me late. You know, what a magical cover there by the Crimson Tide last week. But yeah, listen, Missouri I think is top 4 in offense and top 4 in defense, and you're getting them at home as a 3-point dog. I mean, I'm with you. Like, I'll pay to see it. Missouri's quarterback. I mean, when I think about how Alabama struggles, it's that, that Florida State rushing attack, that mobile quarterback. And that's kind of what they're going to see again this weekend. So maybe not to that level exactly as Castellanos, but the ability does exist. The threat does exist. So, yeah, I think it's just sometimes there are just bets where you're just like, if Alabama goes into Missouri and this team is top 4 in offensive defense and they beat Missouri and they cover this number, I'll pay to see it. And obviously then we'll come in here next week and we'll talk about Alabama being probably effectively the best team in America.
Yeah, this is a no play at all. I don't have a great handle on this game at all. Missouri does not have. I mean, they don't have a kind of win that Alabama has. They haven't played the kind of schedule that Alabama has. I don't know what South Carolina is. They won that game. That's good. You got to win these games, right? You got to be able to win these games. They did. They did it. Now they haven't had a road game yet. This isn't a road game, so that's out the window. But still, I just don't know what to make of them. So I'm a little scared. I'm a little bit scared at this point because they could be everything they're cracked up to be. And that's just the nature of college football today is you have teams that just go from bad to great in 1 year. There is no more miss a recruiting class and then you're screwed for 3 years. That doesn't exist anymore. Now it's miss a recruiting class, just buy another one and you'll be fine. So I don't. It's a no play. Staying away.
If you like Missouri to upset Alabama at home, you could still get them at plus 175 to make the playoff if you think things stack up for them nicely. Although, to Choppy's point, they haven't left Columbia yet. They go to Auburn next week, and then down the stretch, A&M at Oklahoma. It is one of the softer, if not the softest, SEC schedules. So they have that benefit, but this would be one of the few speed bumps they've got to get through. And Alabama, as much as I'm still waiting to see more from them, is more than just the speed bump. So we'll see. But if I had to lean, like I said, I would take Missouri and the field goal. Back to the Big Ten for just a second. Another early game on Saturday. Number 1, Ohio State at number 17, Illinois. This one sitting at about 2 touchdowns or so. 2 touchdowns and a hook, 14 and a half. Ohio State's beaten Illinois 9 consecutive times. But they also haven't won in Champaign since 1992 for what the historical context counts. Illinois 3-13 all time against number 1 ranked teams for what that is worth as well. Illinois, my most recent memory of them, John, is just getting absolutely manhandled by Indiana. Maybe that's not fair, but I think this is one of those games where Ohio State reminds all of us of just how good they are.
Well, in fairness to Brett Bielema, they did come back the next week and beat USC, in an upset. So got to give them a little bit of credit there. But this is my problem with the Big Ten, man. This is always my problem. It's like I have to wait until December or whenever that first Oregon matchup is to find out exactly what Ohio State's about. Like I'm just not going to know. I mean, they beat Texas, right? And again, that doesn't look as good as it did at the time. But like when it comes to Big Ten play, I gotta wait, man. I gotta wait basically till the Big Ten title game. I don't really know the answer to that right now. Like they have it and they won't be that tested. I mean, they're 14.5-point freaking favorites here. So it's just hard for me to form a huge opinion about Ohio State. Like quarterback hasn't been asked to do that much. Didn't look that great against Texas. So I don't know, man. I don't really have a strong opinion on this one. I guess if I had to do anything, it would just be under because it's a Big Ten game, and I don't think they're going to ask the quarterback to do that much here.
Under's not a bad play. I guess I would say the same thing. If I said Oregon by 1 milli over Indiana, I would say Ohio State by 2 milli over Illinois. I'm not buying Illinois. I never thought they were any good. I thought it was a fraudulent ranking early on. It's a boring team. They got a big bag of nothing for me. I think Ohio State. I mean, Ohio State's the best. How many teams are in the running for best team in the country? It's Ohio State and what? 2 other people. It's 14 is nothing here for me. Boy, I'm going to have a bad week or a great week. I don't know. One of the two.
I was going to say. I mean, depending on how the stop in Memphis goes, too. I mean,
right?
That could pivot the entire weekend for you.
Yeah, it could.
If John's just waiting there.
That's a good tone. That'll set a good tone, Chris.
Yeah.
Hopefully, for his sake.
You that. Yes.
But yeah, Ohio. You're right, John. Ohio State. Other than, I mean, at least at the beginning of the year, the schedule for them stacked up like, oh, okay, well they're going to host Penn State. Well, now we know that's shouldn't be much of a problem. And other than that, it's trip to Ann Arbor to wrap up the regular season. And other than that, you're just sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. They're still incredibly talented, especially on defense. So I do think they're going to lock down the Illini. I wouldn't lay 14.5, but on the road especially. But I do think Ohio State at a certain point, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they run away and cover this in the fourth quarter comfortably, but I'm not betting on it right now. Coming up, some of our best bets, a pizza money parlay or two to throw at you, and it's not getting any better in Chapel Hill. How much longer does Belichick last with the Heels? That all next here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
We've got our best bets on the way in just a moment. Some pizza money parlays as well. We'll throw some things together for you for this weekend across the college football landscape. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U with you every weekend on the BetMGM Network. And don't forget, you can always watch on YouTube as well. Search the BetMGM Network and make sure you're subscribed to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts, including inside that Odyssey app, by searching for BetMGM-U. Before we get to those final plays and we check out of here, things have gone from bad to worse somehow in Chapel Hill, John. Tar Heels lost 38-10 to Clemson this past weekend, but that actually makes it sound a whole lot closer than it actually was. It was 28-3 at the end of the first quarter, 35-3 at the half. If you would have told me there was a running clock in the second half, I would have believed you. It was one of those kind of games, out of control early. And the cherry on top of the poop Sunday for the Tar Heels, you had the reports that Belichick had banned the official team Twitter account from posting Drake May highlights because he is the Patriots quarterback. As soon as that report dropped, magically Drake May highlights were posted to the North Carolina social media accounts about an hour later. But, you know, the team's Hulu documentary has been canceled. It is just all bad things for Bill and his girl Jordan down there in Chapel Hill. Their win total for the remainder of the season set at 4.5 now. That's the first angle. Can UNC get to 4.5 wins this year? And the second question is, how much patience does Bill Belichick have for this?
No is the answer to the first question, which is, can they get to over 4.5 wins? They cannot. And then secondly, I don't really give a damn about Bill Belichick's patience. I think the question is, how much patience can UNC have for Bill Belichick? And you're already hearing rumblings about, you know, everybody trying to abort mission here. This is without a scandal, right? And there have been a lot in college football over the years. But without a scandal, this is one of the most embarrassing coaching tenures and hires in the history of the sport. This was always all about Bill Belichick. It was always about him trying to, reconcile his coaching career and his image and perception, and coming into college where he thought it would be easy because of his name and everything. It was never about actually going to North Carolina and putting together a good football program. It's never been about that. It's been about me and my revenge and me proving things, and all it's done is just be a complete embarrassment and a complete joke for North Carolina and that entire program, that entire state, quite frankly. Anybody that was in charge of that entire decision should go with him. It's been an embarrassment for the program. I think my opinion of a coach has never changed more over the course of one career, again, without a scandal, than it has with Bill Belichick. This guy owes everything he has ever done to Tom Brady, because he has been absolutely nothing but pitiful without him. Not even like just good, right? He has been honestly pathetic without Tom Brady under center, and that extends into college football. So the whole thing with the girlfriend and the not posting about the Patriots, and it's just been all about Bill Belichick. And quite frankly, it's sorry. It's sad to watch.
Dude, I don't blame Carolina for hiring him. They're a nothing program. Make some noise, take a chance. But I will blame them for sticking with him after this year. Like, if they don't make a change, right?
No way. Yeah, no chance they can do that. There was reports he might not make it to the Cal game next week.
Yeah, he might want out himself.
I think the more interesting question, Choppy, might be if they decide mutually, probably Belichick and North Carolina, to say, okay, let's pull the plug on this thing. This experiment has not worked out. Does he insist on Steve, his son, taking over? And does that make things any better or any worse? Because if you read the reports, he's actually been just as bad as Bill as far as handling the kids, communicating with them. I mean, I don't think the Belichick family was at all prepared to walk into a college football program and understand what's necessary at that level as compared to professionals who you
Right.
can quite frankly crap all over, and they got to take it if they want to make it in the league. And that's what drove guys like Tom Brady, right? And you can't crap all over college kids, especially in this day and age, or else they will mentally check out and the program will just spiral the drain. And I don't think he nor his sons or Michael Lombardi, anybody was prepared for that level of, these still, I get it, they're 21, 22, 23-year-old kids in some cases, making seven figures in some cases, but they thought they were going to walk in and treat it like an NFL training camp or an NFL team, and instead they got reminded real quick that if you don't stay in tune and stay engaged with a lot of these kids, they will mentally check out and it'll fall apart.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's this has been as bad as a situation as I can ever remember. And a lot of it's his own doing. Now, I don't care so much about the favoritism with certain players that you bring in. I think that happens everywhere when you get a new coach, especially today. I mean, Dion brought in 70 players. I mean, you're gonna have a little bit more loyalty to the guys that you brought in. That doesn't mean that it needs to be toxic. You get your girlfriend out of she doesn't need to be anywhere around there. She doesn't need to be running your trademarks. You're looking for trademarks. You're not coaching football. Because this was a guy like, Tom Brady didn't just go from a very average college quarterback to the greatest of all time by himself. Like, someone had to help him along the way. And it's that guy. And that guy seemingly forgot how to do all that. He forgot how to structure a franchise. He forgot how to give a base to young players. He forgot how to talent evaluate. He forgot how to talent evaluate 10 years ago. Look at the Patriots drafts the last 10 years. The last 10 years, Tom had that thing on cruise control by himself. But the first 10, I mean, that was like, man, he had a loaded roster left and right. So this doesn't make it. I don't get it. I don't blame Carolina, but if they keep him after this year, I'll look a lot differently at him.
Yeah, I don't see how it lasts beyond the end of the year at the latest. And then, like I said, the interesting question will be: is it just another member of the Belichick family that takes over to try and maybe save?
I'm putting the Belichick family in a Jordan shoebox, and I'm shipping them in the first mailbox I see. Get out of here, bro. Yeah, you're all gone. You disrespected the program. You really did. I know you're right, Choppy. There's no tradition here, but I didn't need you guys to come in here and insult the thing, because you got all the money. I mean, you galvanized the base there in North Carolina and the boosters and the money people. You had freaking Michael Jordan on the sidelines for your first game, and you insulted the efforts of those people. Now, again, some of those people are going to need to be held accountable for having the wool pulled over their eyes, and maybe from their perspective, it's like, hey, we just thought we had a chance to juice this program up, and who better to do it with Bill Belichick? But this guy did not come in with any intentions, it appears to me, to try to actually restore this program to any kind of credibility. I don't know what his plan was, but it's been an abject disaster, Malaysian Airlines type disaster, and I, for one, can't wait to see it end.
No matter what you're betting on this weekend, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game, leveling up your next parlay, especially if it's this weekend. Use that Parlay Boost token inside your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Let's go directly to the king of the pizza money parlays, RJ Choppy. What have you cooked up this weekend, chef?
Man, all right. Let's just go real simple. Real simple.
Okay.
Oklahoma, money line. Oregon, -7.5. Ohio State, -14.5. Cook it up.
Okay. I don't like those second two spreads, but you know what? I'm not going to question you.
I'm gonna let you. It's a pizza money. It's pizza. It's pizza money.
It's pizza money.
$10.
I'm gonna let you have it. John, do you have a parlay cooked up? If not, just give me your best bet of this weekend.
Yeah, I got a parlay. We'll go Georgia Tech -14.5.
Okay.
We will go Ole Miss 32.5 -32.5. Give me Michigan State money line, because I don't believe the UCLA thing is real. The hangover will be real, and then give me Missouri +3. There you go.
Ooh,
wow.
I like that Missouri one. I like that Missouri look, John.
Wow.
I like it. I'm going to throw one
It's a
out
dog.
there, too.
It's the dog parlay. Whoa.
I got all kinds. I wrote down all kinds of games for this weekend. I'm not going to bet all of them, I don't think. But there are some that are tempting. That Missouri +3 at home against Bama is tempting. We mentioned the Indiana-Oregon under. I like that one a lot as well. I like Georgia on the road at Auburn, laying 3.5. Don't give me this about the South's oldest rivalry and Cam Newton's jersey retirement, please. Georgia's going to go in there and dog walk them. South Carolina, I actually like. They're getting 9.5 on the road at LSU. I could see them creating problems for Garrett Nussmeier, knowing how the Gamecocks like to turn over the football. But here's the 3 that I'm going to throw out there for my parlay this weekend. I'm going with Choppy. Oklahoma money line. I don't even need to see Mateer active. Oklahoma money line in the Red River Shootout against the Longhorns. USC Michigan. I like this one under as well. 2 defenses that I think will shut down the opposition. USC has actually been fairly strong against the run this year. Keep talking about USC's defense has been so much better this year than the past, 3, 4, 5 years. So USC Michigan under. And then why not? I mean, you want to play unders. Where else would you go but an Iowa-Wisconsin game? The number on this is 35.5 and falling. So, yes, 2 terrible offenses, some ugly Big Ten football in Madison on Saturday night. So that'll be my 3-leg parlay, just over 6-1 at BetMGM. Oklahoma money line, USC Michigan under, and Iowa Wisconsin under as well. A really ugly number there. We'll review all of it again next week here on BetMGMU. Like I said, make sure you're following along on all the social media. Search for the BetMGM Network on YouTube as well, and subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts, especially inside that Odyssey app, AUDACY, and take us with you every single weekend. Penn State can't break my heart this week. I'm not even going to finish the sentence because they probably could anyway. I'm going to shut my mouth. For RJ Choppy, for John Martin, for our producer, Zach Kroll. Make sure to be back here next weekend as well for another edition of BetMGMU right here on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Your college football game day has come early.
Goes down the field for Sicky, goes up high. He's got get away from the top speed, and the ball is free. Woo! What a hit! You got barbecue back there.
From underdog triumphs to powerhouse showdowns, we've got your winning playbook covered. It's BetMGM with Chris Mack, RJ Choppy, and John Martin on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
And here we are, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network for you every weekend. This is BetMGMU. Don't forget to download us in podcast form and take us with you. Maybe you're making a 12-hour drive from Dallas all the way to Knoxville. Maybe you're some kind of lunatic like that who needs something to listen to on the way. Maybe you just got things to do this weekend and you want to take us with you. By all means, that's why we have the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can watch the show, too, on YouTube, the BetMGM Network, for anything here on the BetMGM Network. You want the visuals? You want the good-looking folks here at the BetMGM Network right there with you, going over all the numbers. We are with you alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGMU. I'm going to sit here, see how long I can filibuster and avoid talking about what happened last week, because I do not want to talk about what happened last week.
Oh,
We'll get into this week's games in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk about, speaking of disasters and messes, we'll get into UNC a little bit later as well. But let's start with what went down week 6 in college football. Number 9, Texas, dropped a game in the swamp, 29-21 to the Florida Gators. I don't think many of us saw that one coming. And, of course, my alma mater, Penn State, somehow lost at UCLA with like 13 people in the building, none of whom, unfortunately, could stop the run of Nico, quarterback for UCLA. I'm still shaken by this, John, and I don't know how to handle it.
I mean, I don't know. That was just far and away more shocking than what we saw at Florida. I mean, Florida got a kid back, the receiver Wilson, who had missed the first 4 or 5 games, and he clearly changed that offense. And we also had seen Florida defensively certainly play well enough to be in games. Penn State was like, I mean, that was a disaster. That was a nightmare. And then it was the first time where you're like, is this obviously he can leave on his own volition. I don't think they would fire him, but like, is this a year where James Franklin, might look to go somewhere else? Losing to Oregon is one thing, but following up with a loss to UCLA is just really disappointing, obviously.
disappointing. Yeah, it was troubling. I mean, that's also, I think it was very troubling because like you lose to Ohio State, you can get away with that. And I know this year and the last couple of years, it seems as the portal and the NIL is taking over, that road games are just more difficult. Teams just road that nobody can win on the road anymore. That's not a road. That was not a road game. I mean, there was 30,000 people there, and 12,000 of them were Penn State fans. That was a very tricky spot to go and lose because you can't afford anything else now. Like that's one of the worst losses that anyone will face on the calendar here. It doesn't make any sense. But again, 99 more times, Penn State wins it all.
And they nearly did come back, but that's no excuse for just getting boat raced the way they did in the first half. The strength of that team is supposed to be defense. And like I said, Nico Iamaleava ran all over the entire UCLA offense, ran all over them. They were without Rojas in the middle of the defense. That's not an excuse. Drew Aller looked average at best again. I counted one decent throw on the touchdown pass to Kyron Hudson in the second half. So there are a lot of things wrong at Penn State, and the worst loss of the James Franklin tenure in Happy Valley happened out there at the Rose Bowl last weekend. And it wasn't just the loss, guys. It was the fact that he went into the post-game press conference and wanted to mention absolutely everything. Well, we had travel. Well, it was emotional loss last week. Well, it was this. We had injuries. And it hit a lot of people's ears the wrong way that he walked into that post-game press conference and wanted to stack up the excuses as to why they just lost to arguably the worst Power 4 conference team in the land. Maybe not even arguably, the worst team in the land. A team without a head coach, a team with an offensive coordinator who had never called plays before and didn't know how to work the headset, for God's sake. And he went there and he lost to them. So now I mentioned it last week. You might want to look to making bets on Penn State to miss the playoff. I hope you got it in last week because now they are 7-10, plus 7-10, 7-1 to make the playoff. Choppy, as you alluded to, they still have to go to Columbus. The following week, they'll host Indiana, who still looks very, very good. And now we've got both the number 1 and number 2 preseason teams in the country. I know how you feel about preseason polls. Unranked. And for good reason, because neither one of them, Penn State nor Texas, looks like playoff teams.
And number 4, Clemson. Clemson's unranked too. Yeah, man. Like I saw a meme, was the best one. I wish I could take credit for it. They lost to Joffrey. Joffrey that's Jerry Neuhauser calling plays. That's Game of Thrones kid. That's the Game of Thrones kid, man. That's who they lost to. That's you. Now look, if you beat Ohio State and Indiana, they're going to go. They're going to go to the playoffs. The likelihood of that happening is, we know how this story is going to end. We know James Franklin. Now, I do believe in you must hit rock bottom before you can reach the mountaintop. This might be rock bottom. It might. I mean, I don't know how it gets worse, to be honest with you. But I mean, if you were looking for that silver lining, that every team that hits the top that has been looking to get over the hump, they all, from the Boston Red Sox going down 3-0 to Manning going down 21-3 at home to the Patriots, you got to hit rock bottom before you can actually crawl up.
This is definitely rock bottom. This is as bottom as rock gets. This is Dwayne Johnson picking you up by your shoulder blades and driving you into the mat level rock bottom. They are cooked, and we'll see what the future holds for James Franklin. A lot of people at Penn State and Penn State fans around the country now interested in seeing someone else take over that job. But back to Texas for just a second, John. Their updated playoff odds plus 240. Arch still not looking like that dude. And now they've got Oklahoma in the Red River Shootout this weekend. They're favored by 1.5 still, which I find interesting. I thought that might start to move a little bit more as we get more and more news that John Mateer is fighting to come back for this game. But I personally would be on Oklahoma money line even without Mateer, the way Texas has played the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think John Mateer is the entire thing, right? If he's in, I think this number gets to, Oklahoma minus 5.5, maybe minus 6. I mean, I think he's that kind of player. I think that's the kind of, value you would put on him. If he's not in, I think you could see this number go to 3.5 for Texas. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in college football. You don't have many sure things at that position in the country right now at this time, as you know. We thought Drew Aller would be that, and he's been anything but that, right? So when you're talking about one of the most consistent guys at that position in the sport, I think it's not crazy at all to say he's worth 7.5, 8 points. So I think what you're seeing right now is this line is kind of a hold, right? It's a holding pattern. Again, there were some rumblings today from Texas sources that Mateer is expected to give it a go, as they say. So we shall see. But if Mateer is in, I would have no problem laying the road points here. I don't know that there's a magical fix for Texas. They've looked limited all year long. Arch has not been the quarterback that we hoped he would be. That doesn't mean he's never going to be that, but he just hasn't been that yet. So. Again, if Mateer is in, I'm happy to play this at whatever number it ends up being, wherever it settles. Hopefully I can catch it before it settles, right? I mean, that's the goal here. I don't want to lay the absolute worst number, but if you're on your P's and Q's, you should be able to catch this, inside a field goal, even out to a field goal. I think I'd feel pretty good about. You just got to be on top of it, man. I mean, if you're going to win in sports betting, you got to pay attention. You don't get to just roll over out of bed with your bonbons falling off your T-shirt and hit submit. and expect to win. Okay, you got to kind of
Right.
monitor the news cycle. Actually, you got to monitor the news cycle. So we'll be on Mateer watch. That's exactly what we'll be doing this weekend.
There's no doubt that he changes the game. I just don't know that I trust Texas at all. And if you don't trust Texas, and if you don't think that they are going to dominate this football game, which I don't think they're going to dominate, their offensive line's got problems. Then I'm almost tempted just to bite the bullet and say, hey, I'll take my chances with Oklahoma, winning this thing outright with or without Mateer. Because if you do get him, then you're going to talk about having a gift of a line. It's a gift of a line. The way Texas has played, Texas doesn't deserve to be favored of this game the way they played this year. Unless Arch Manning figures out how to play the position, or maybe Peyton or Eli come play. Eli throws on his was it Chad Powers? Is that what it was? That wig that he threw on? Yeah, maybe he throws on that wig and goes and play. I don't know. I think Cooper needs to take a Manning DNA test. That might be what needs to happen. I don't know. I don't know that I trust what's going on down there.
You think Arch Manning needs a 23andMe, bro?
I think Cooper needs a 23andMe. Prove that he's Peyton and Eli's brother.
Okay,
that's what I think needs to happen.
I thought Cooper was an established athlete. It's Arch who's led down the bloodline right now.
He is let down the bloodline.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. It hasn't even been. Here's the thing: it hasn't been so bad that they can bench him and just end and unplug this thing. And I don't. It would have to be terrifically bad for that to happen. But that's also in and of itself a problem in that and I understand we're in a different world now where results need to be just about instant. And if they're not, you're not going to get time to develop. You're not going to get time to figure it out. And if you're a team like Texas, if you're a coach like Steve Sarkisian, who came into the year ranked number 1 in the country with everything in front of you, you're going to feel the pressure at some point. But instead, this becomes, John was talking about the line kind of being in a holding pattern. The season, Choppy, kind of becomes a holding pattern for Texas as well, where it's like, well, let's just try and get Arch some experience so he can come back next year and we can pay him a few $1,000,000 again and we'll go get him next year. And I just don't know how many people have that level of patience in college sports anymore.
They don't. They might for him because of how well he was recruited, or how highly he was recruited, because of his last name, because of his family lineage, that he's going to get opportunities. All right, that's just the reality of it. I mean, first overall number 1 picks get opportunities. Sam Bradford got 1 million jobs. Carson Wentz has gotten 1 million jobs. Right, it's just the reality of it. It's going to continue to happen. So yeah, I think that he is going to continue to get chances after this year at Texas. I don't think you're going to be one and done with him. I suppose he'd go to the league, but he's not gonna. The reality is he'll be the quarterback there next year. And it's going to be on Sark. It's going to be on Sark to try to get a lot of that out of him.
Well, that said, since the through line with today's show might end up being focused on coaching a lot, we already talked about James Franklin. We'll talk about Belichick later. I don't think the loss to Florida and the stumble out of the blocks this year is enough for people to want to run Sark out of Austin. Venables has bounced back well in Norman this year, right? And I thought there were a lot of people, myself included, that were out on him last year. What do you make of Texas the rest of this season, John? They're plus 230 to make the playoff. Is that legitimate given that, like Choppy talked about earlier, they've still got to go to Athens. They've still got A&M on the schedule in their season finale. Can Texas still be a playoff team this year?
I mean, the opportunities are there, and I think that's why that price is what it is. But it's not a bet I'd want to make. I mean, I think this defense obviously has tons of playmakers, but the offense is just too schizophrenic for me to believe in. I can't. I wanted to believe that Arch would take this big step, and that because I remember last year watching him against Louisiana Monroe. He threw one ball, and I was just like, "Mother of God!"
This is the guy.
You can't. Yeah, it turns out you can't base an entire opinion about a player on one throw against Louisiana Monroe. Who knew?
Whoa.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Who knew?
So I wanted to believe in him, and I can't get there. It's not a bet I would want to make. I'm not saying the price is crazy because again, let's not act like Georgia has looked unbeatable here. Granted, maybe that was more about Alabama. Who knows? But it's just not a bet I would want to make.
Yeah, we've got ranked matchups all over the place this week, a couple in the Big Ten, including a massive one in Eugene that we will dive into next, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. This is BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, the new number one in the country is on the road in the Big Ten this weekend. We'll get into that one in just a couple of minutes. Also, a massive matchup in the SEC between a team that looks like they've found their sea legs, but on the road as well in conference against a team that has surprised a ton of folks as they are in the top 15 going into this week. We'll get into all of them, our best bets, maybe some pizza money parlays on the way as well, alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin. I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you get your audio to the podcast so you get it as soon as it's ready every single week. Also live coast to coast on the BetMGM network every single weekend for you inside the Odyssey app and on YouTube. Search the BetMGM network. The team that is sort of stepping into the vacuum that has been left at the top of the Big Ten following Penn State's ugly loss to UCLA, Indiana. Curt Cignetti, Google him. Number 7 Hoosiers are on the road out west in Eugene against the number 3 Oregon Ducks, who have had a chance to kind of catch their breath after that win at Happy Valley in double overtime. First meeting between the two schools in a little over 20 years and only the 4th all time. You've got 2 of the top 5 Heisman Trophy candidates on the field against each other as well. Dante Moore, the favorite after that win over Penn State at 5-1. John Fernando Mendoza, 5th on the board, 13-1. This goes a long way toward Indiana cementing their status as one of the Big Ten elite. Look, they're already a top 10 team in the country. We've seen what Cignetti has done to this point, obviously last year and now the beginning of this year. But this is a big step up in weight class, and they're getting more than a touchdown. Touchdown and a hook, 7.5 on the road at Eugene. We've talked before on this show about the effect, especially in the Big Ten. I'm sure James Franklin would be happy to tell us about it, of travel coast to coast in these Big Ten games. Is 7.5 enough? Too much? Does Indiana go in there and shock the Ducks? What do you expect?
Yeah, it opened 9.5, and it's just been nothing but one-way Indiana money since then. And obviously, 7's a key number in football, and so it's going to take a lot to move it within that. But yeah, I mean, if I was making a Mount Rushmore of college football coaches that I like to bet on, Curt Cignetti is going to be one of the first faces that I'm carving in that rock. He's just fantastic. He's fantastic in these spots. I know he fell a bit short. Was it Notre Dame in the playoff? I can't remember, but he ended up backdoor covering that. I can't remember. It was close.
He may have. You may be right about that.
I can't quite remember. Either way, even when it looked like they were down and out, I think he might have had a chance to backdoor cover it. This guy is just a fantastic football coach. And so it would be that. And it's also do we know how good Oregon is? They won at Penn State, and they arguably should have lost at Penn State. And Penn State just lost to UCLA. So what has Oregon really shown us that would make me want to lay 7.5, other than the travel and other than the fact that it's in Oregon? So, until proven otherwise, dog, I'm going to roll with the Hoosiers here at 7.5.
I am at a loss for words. I don't know what I just listened to. They have not beaten a real football team.
How dare you disparage the defensive stalwarts in Iowa?
This year or last year.
Oregon hasn't beaten a real football team either.
All right, hold up.
That's fair. But they have a history of beating.
Just a second.
They do have a history of beating real football teams, especially
under Paterno, under Joe Paterno.
No. Oregon has a history of beating real football.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Penn State. Okay, sorry.
Oh man, I am all over Oregon on this one. I don't know how. No wonder why Vegas makes gobs of money, because people are betting on Indiana plus 9.5 and bet this thing down to 7. I am all over Oregon. I'll take. I might even take the over 55.5 too. I don't think Indiana is going to score 7 points in this game. So I don't.
Wow.
Maybe 55-7. That's that be the final.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. They'll score. But this has got Oregon in a blowout written all over it. Dan Lanning, yes, coach. Google me is a great coach. Dan Lanning is a killer. He is a killer. And the fact that this line has gone in the favor of Indiana, I mean, that's enough bulletin board material for him. That's enough. This guy's a killer. Ducks by 1 million.
Ducks by 1 million. Wow. See, I'm going to come down somewhere in the middle on this one because I'm not going to play a side. I think we're coming in here talking about the quarterbacks, right? We're going to talk about the quarterbacks all week, both of them being on top of the board in the Heisman race. This game's going to be about defense. I expected the same thing when Oregon went into Penn State, and that thing ended up covering the total going over because it went to double overtime. It was going to be under until it went to overtime. And I think we get something similar here. You're talking about, at least in yardage, two of the top 10 defenses in the country, Oregon and Indiana. So I think they are going to give these quarterback fits. I think one of them, if not both, will make key mistakes at certain moments in this game, which will send it to one side or the other. I don't think we have a blowout on our hands, though, Choppy, and I think we've got an under, especially 55.5. I'll take that. I will take the under in this, and I think we get a good, tight Big Ten affair. If I had to lean one side or the other, it would be Oregon. I don't think I'd lay 7.5, but I would be not be surprised at all to see this be a 27-23 kind of game. So that's where my lean is on this one. But clearly, people are all over the place in what they expect from Oregon, Indiana.
It's not often that Choppy and I disagree like this. I mean, it's very rare that we are just on such opposite sides. Usually we like to collab, but this is like a civil war going on this weekend.
It actually hurts my heart. That's why I'm driving by your house like literally this weekend, and we're gonna have problems.
He's gonna leave a note.
No, we have no problems.
He's just gonna leave a note under the welcome mat, and it's not gonna be anything written on the inside. It's just you're gonna open the card. And it's gonna be one of those pop-up cards, and it's just gonna be a middle finger right there that pops up out of the middle of the card.
I have a National Guard detail outside of my house at all times for the next year at least. All right, so get Froggy if you want in Memphis, man. All right,
there we go.
I mentioned an SEC game between a team that may be finding itself finally against an upstart group, and the team that's starting to find itself, the Crimson Tide, number 8 in the country, Alabama now, laying 2.5 to 3 on the road at number 14, Missouri, because everything this week has to be about how Penn State sucks. Let's not forget that Bo Pribula was once Drew Aller's backup and is now the quarterback down in Columbia. If you want to look at track record and history, Bama's beaten Missouri 6 straight times dating back to 1978. But I don't know how much any of that matters this year. Missouri averaging 45 points a game. I mentioned Bo Pribula. He has been key. 76% of his passes have been completed. Plus, oh, by the way, you add on to the 9 touchdown passes, the man can run too. I hate to keep saying this, especially because Alabama put away Vandy late and covered the number. I want to see it again from Bama. I'm sorry. I'm probably going to keep saying this all year long. I want to see it again from Bama, John. Laying 2.5 on the road at Missouri. If I had to lean either way, I'd lean Missouri, especially if you're giving me the 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, Alabama fans, they formed a fan club for me, and I did pick them last week because I was contractually obligated to do that. Right. And they got it done for me late. You know, what a magical cover there by the Crimson Tide last week. But yeah, listen, Missouri I think is top 4 in offense and top 4 in defense, and you're getting them at home as a 3-point dog. I mean, I'm with you. Like, I'll pay to see it. Missouri's quarterback. I mean, when I think about how Alabama struggles, it's that, that Florida State rushing attack, that mobile quarterback. And that's kind of what they're going to see again this weekend. So maybe not to that level exactly as Castellanos, but the ability does exist. The threat does exist. So, yeah, I think it's just sometimes there are just bets where you're just like, if Alabama goes into Missouri and this team is top 4 in offensive defense and they beat Missouri and they cover this number, I'll pay to see it. And obviously then we'll come in here next week and we'll talk about Alabama being probably effectively the best team in America.
Yeah, this is a no play at all. I don't have a great handle on this game at all. Missouri does not have. I mean, they don't have a kind of win that Alabama has. They haven't played the kind of schedule Alabama has. I don't know what South Carolina is. They won that game. That's good. You got to win these games, right? You got to be able to win these games. They did. They did it. Now they haven't had a road game yet. This isn't a road game, so that's out the window. But still, I just don't know what to make of them. So I'm a little scared. I'm a little bit scared at this point because they could be everything they're cracked up to be. And that's just the nature of college football today is you have teams that just go from bad to great in 1 year. There is no more miss a recruiting class and then you're screwed for 3 years. That doesn't exist anymore. Now it's miss a recruiting class, just buy another one and you'll be fine. So I don't. It's a no play. Staying away.
If you like Missouri to upset Alabama at home, you could still get them at plus 175 to make the playoff if you think things stack up for them nicely. Although, to Choppy's point, they haven't left Columbia yet. They go to Auburn next week, and then down the stretch, A&M at Oklahoma. It is one of the softer, if not the softest, SEC schedules. So they have that benefit, but this would be one of the few speed bumps they've got to get through. In Alabama, as much as I'm still waiting to see more from them, is more than just the speed bump. So we'll see. But if I had to lean, like I said, I would take Missouri and the field goal. Back to the Big Ten for just a second. Another early game on Saturday. Number 1, Ohio State at number 17, Illinois. This one sitting at about 2 touchdowns or so. 2 touchdowns and a hook, 14 and a half. Ohio State's beaten Illinois 9 consecutive times. But they also haven't won in Champaign since 1992, for what the historical context counts. Illinois 3-13 all time against number 1 ranked teams, for what that is worth as well. Illinois, my most recent memory of them, John, is just getting absolutely manhandled by Indiana. Maybe that's not fair, but I think this is one of those games where Ohio State reminds all of us of just how good they are.
Well, in fairness to Brett Bielema, when they did come back the next week and beat USC, in an upset. So got to give them a little bit of credit there. But see, this is my problem with the Big Ten, man. This is always my problem. It's like I have to wait until December or whenever that first Oregon matchup is to find out exactly what Ohio State's about. I'm just not going to know. I mean, they beat Texas, right? And again, that doesn't look as good as it did at the time. But when it comes to Big Ten play, I gotta wait, man. I gotta wait basically till the Big Ten title game. I don't really know the answer to that right now. They have it, and they won't be that test. I mean, they're 14.5-point freaking favorites here. So it's just hard for me to form a huge opinion about Ohio State. Quarterback hasn't been asked to do that much. Didn't look that great against Texas. So I don't know, man. I don't really have a strong opinion on this one. I guess if I had to do anything, it would just be under because it's a Big Ten game, and I don't think they're going to ask the quarterback to do that much here.
Under's not a bad play. I guess I would say the same thing. If I said Oregon by 1 milli over Indiana, I would say Ohio State by 2 milli over Illinois. I'm not buying Illinois. I never thought they were any good. I thought it was a fraudulent ranking early on. It's a boring team. They got a big bag of nothing for me. I think Ohio State's the best. How many teams are in the running for best team in the country? It's Ohio State and two other people? It's 14 is nothing here for me. Boy, I'm going to have a bad week or a great week. I don't know. One of the two.
I was going to say. Depending on how the stop in Memphis goes, too.
Right?
That could pivot the entire weekend for you.
Yeah, it could.
If John's just waiting there.
That's a good tone. That'll set a good tone, Chris.
Yeah.
Hopefully, for his sake.
You that. Yes.
But yeah, Ohio. You're right, John. Ohio State. Other than, I mean, at least at the beginning of the year, the schedule for them stacked up like, oh, okay, well they're going to host Penn State. Well, now we know that's shouldn't be much of a problem. And other than that, it's a trip to Ann Arbor to wrap up the regular season. And other than that, you're just sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. They're still incredibly talented, especially on defense. So I do think they're going to lock down the Illini. I wouldn't lay 14.5, but on the road especially. But I do think Ohio State at a certain point, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they run away and cover this in the fourth quarter comfortably, but I'm not betting on it right now. Coming up, some of our best bets, a pizza money parlay or two to throw at you, and it's not getting any better in Chapel Hill. How much longer does Belichick last with the heels? That all next here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGM-U on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
We've got our best bets on the way in just a moment. Some pizza money parlays as well. We'll throw some things together for you for this weekend across the college football landscape. Alongside RJ Choppy and John Martin, I'm Chris Mack. This is BetMGM-U with you every weekend on the BetMGM Network. And don't forget, you can always watch on YouTube as well. Search the BetMGM Network and make sure you're subscribed to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts, including inside that Odyssey app, by searching for BetMGM-U. Before we get to those final plays and we check out of here, things have gone from bad to worse somehow in Chapel Hill, John. Tar Heels lost 38-10 to Clemson this past weekend, but that actually makes it sound a whole lot closer than it actually was. It was 28-3 at the end of the first quarter, 35-3 at the half. If you would have told me there was a running clock in the second half, I would have believed you. It was one of those kind of games, out of control early. And the cherry on top of the poop Sunday for the Tar Heels, you had the reports that Belichick had banned the official team Twitter account from posting Drake May highlights because he is the Patriots quarterback. As soon as that report dropped, magically Drake May highlights were posted to the North Carolina social media accounts about an hour later. But, you know, the team's Hulu documentary has been canceled. It is just all bad things for Bill and his girl Jordan down there in Chapel Hill. Their win total for the remainder of the season set at 4.5 now. That's the first angle. Can UNC get to 4.5 wins this year? And the second question is, how much patience does Bill Belichick have for this?
No is the answer to the first question, which is, can they get to over 4.5 wins? They cannot. And then secondly, I don't really give a damn about Bill Belichick's patience. I think the question is, how much patience can UNC have for Bill Belichick? And you're already hearing rumblings about, you know, everybody trying to abort mission here. This is without a scandal, right? And there have been a lot in college football over the years. But without a scandal, this is one of the most embarrassing coaching tenures and hires in the history of the sport. This was always all about Bill Belichick. It was always about him trying to, reconcile his coaching career and his image and perception, and coming into college where he thought it would be easy because of his name and everything. It was never about actually going to North Carolina and putting together a good football program. It's never been about that. It's been about me and my revenge and me proving things, and all it's done is just be a complete embarrassment and a complete joke for North Carolina and that entire program, that entire state, quite frankly. Anybody that was in charge of that entire decision should go with him. It's been an embarrassment for the program. I think my opinion of a coach has never changed more over the course of one career, again, without a scandal, than it has with Bill Belichick. This guy owes everything he has ever done to Tom Brady, because he has been absolutely nothing but pitiful without him. Not even like just good, right? He has been honestly pathetic without Tom Brady under center, and that extends into college football. So the whole thing with the girlfriend and the not posting about the Patriots, and it's just been all about Bill Belichick. And quite frankly, it's sorry. It's sad to watch.
Dude, I don't blame Carolina for hiring him. They're a nothing program. Make some noise, take a chance. But I will blame them for sticking with him after this year. Like, if they don't make a change, right?
No way. Yeah, no chance they can do that. There was reports he might not make it to the Cal game next week.
Yeah, he might want out himself.
I think the more interesting question, Choppy, might be if they decide mutually, probably Belichick and North Carolina, to say, okay, let's pull the plug on this thing. This experiment has not worked out. Does he insist on Steve, his son, taking over? And does that make things any better or any worse? Because if you read the reports, he's actually been just as bad as Bill as far as handling the kids, communicating with them. I mean, I don't think the Belichick family was at all prepared to walk into a college football program and understand what's necessary at that level as compared to professionals who you can, quite frankly, crap all over, and they got to take it if they want to make it in the league. And that's what drove guys like Tom Brady, right? And you can't crap all over college kids, especially in this day and age, or else they will mentally check out and the program will just spiral the drain. And I don't think he nor his sons or Michael Lombardi, anybody was prepared for that level of, these still, I get it, they're 21, 22, 23-year-old kids in some cases, making seven figures in some cases, but they thought they were going to walk in and treat it like an NFL training camp or an NFL team, and instead they got reminded real quick that if you don't stay in tune and stay engaged with a lot of these kids, they will mentally check out and it'll fall apart.
Yeah. I mean, look, this has been as bad as a situation as I can ever remember. And a lot of it's his own doing. Now, I don't care so much about the favoritism with certain players that you bring in. I think that happens everywhere when you get a new coach, especially today. I mean, Deion brought in 70 players. I mean, you're going to have a little bit more loyalty to the guys that you brought in. That doesn't mean that it needs to be toxic. You get your girlfriend out of she doesn't need to be anywhere around there. She doesn't need to be running your trademarks. You're looking for trademarks. You're not coaching football. Because this was a guy like, Tom Brady didn't just go from a very average college quarterback to the greatest of all time by himself. Like, someone had to help him along the way. And it's that guy. And that guy seemingly forgot how to do all that. He forgot how to structure a franchise. He forgot how to give a base to young players. He forgot how to talent evaluate. He forgot how to talent evaluate 10 years ago. Look at the Patriots drafts the last 10 years. The last 10 years, Tom had that thing on cruise control by himself. But the first 10, I mean, that was like, man, he had a loaded roster left and right. So this doesn't make it. I don't get it. I don't blame Carolina. But if they keep him after this year, I'll look a lot differently at him.
Yeah, I don't see how it lasts beyond the end of the year at the latest. And then, like I said, the interesting question will be, is it just another member of the Belichick family that takes over to try and maybe save?
I'm putting the Belichick family in a Jordan shoebox, and I'm shipping them in the first mailbox I see. Get out of here, bro. Yeah, you're all gone. You disrespected the program. You really did. I know you're right, Choppy. There's no tradition here, but I didn't need you guys to come in here and insult the thing, because you got all the money. I mean, you galvanized the base there in North Carolina and the boosters and the money people. You had freaking Michael Jordan on the sidelines for your first game. And you insulted the efforts of those people. Now, again, some of those people are going to need to be held accountable for having the wool pulled over their eyes. And maybe from their perspective, it's like, hey, we just thought we had a chance to juice this program up, and who better to do it with Bill Belichick? But this guy did not come in with any intentions, it appears to me, to try to actually restore this program to any kind of credibility. I don't know what his plan was, but it's been an abject disaster. Malaysian Airlines type disaster, and I for one can't wait to see it end.
No matter what you're betting on this weekend, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game, leveling up your next parlay, especially if it's this weekend. Use that Parlay Boost token inside your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Let's go directly to the king of the Pizza Money parlays, RJ Choppy. What have you cooked up this weekend, Chef?
Man, all right. Let's just go real simple. Real simple.
Okay.
Oklahoma, money line. Oregon, minus 7.5. Ohio State, minus 14.5. Cook it up.
Okay. I don't like those second two spreads, but you know what? I'm not going to question you. I'm going to let you.
It's a pizza money. It's pizza. It's pizza money.
It's pizza money.
$10.
I'm going to let you have it. John, do you have a parlay cooked up? If not, just give me your best bet of this weekend.
Yeah, I got a parlay. We'll go Georgia Tech minus 14.5.
Okay.
We will go Ole Miss 32.5 minus 32.5. Give me Michigan State money line, because I don't believe the UCLA thing is real. The hangover will be real. And then give me Missouri plus 3. There you go.
Ooh.
Wow.
I like that Missouri one. I like that Missouri look, John.
Wow.
I like it. I'm going to throw one out there, too.
It's the dog parlay. Whoa, whoa.
I got all kinds. I wrote down all kinds of games for this weekend. I'm not going to bet all of them, I don't think. But there are some that are tempting. That Missouri +3 at home against Bama is tempting. We mentioned the Indiana-Oregon under. I like that one a lot as well. I like Georgia on the road at Auburn, laying 3.5. Don't give me this about the South's oldest rivalry and Cam Newton's jersey retirement, please. Georgia's going to go in there and dog walk them. South Carolina, I actually like. They're getting 9.5 on the road at LSU. I could see them creating problems for Garrett Nussmeier, knowing how the Gamecocks like to turn over the football. But here's the 3 that I'm going to throw out there for my parlay this weekend. I'm going with Choppy. Oklahoma money line. I don't even need to see Mateer active. Oklahoma money line in the Red River Shootout against the Longhorns. USC Michigan. I like this one under as well. 2 defenses that I think will shut down the opposition. USC has actually been fairly strong against the run this year. Keep talking about USC's defense has been so much better this year than the past, 3, 4, 5 years. So USC Michigan under. And then why not? I mean, you want to play unders. Where else would you go but an Iowa-Wisconsin game? The number on this is 35.5 and falling. So, yes, 2 terrible offenses, some ugly Big Ten football in Madison on Saturday night. So that'll be my 3-leg parlay, just over 6-1 at BetMGM. Oklahoma money line, USC Michigan under, and Iowa Wisconsin under as well. A really ugly number there. We'll review all of it again next week here on BetMGMU. Like I said, make sure you're following along on all the social media. Search for the BetMGM Network on YouTube as well, and subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts, especially inside that Odyssey app, AUDACY, and take us with you every single weekend. Penn State can't break my heart this week. I'm not even going to finish the sentence because they probably could anyway. I'm going to shut my mouth. For RJ Choppy, for John Martin, for our producer, Zach Kroll. Make sure to be back here next weekend as well for another edition of BetMGMU right here on the BetMGM Network.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. The playbook is set and the coffee is hot.
So I like that 10-1 national championship price, and I don't hate betting them to win the Big Ten.
Grab your foam fingers, put on your team colors, and fire up the grills.
Want to pass that or smash it?
This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Tailgate Kickoff, Week 7 edition. I can't believe we're 7 weeks in. I was sick last week, so I am back. And it wasn't a fake sick. It was the real sick. In fact, still feeling it a little bit. But we got the coffee. We got the cold brew ready to go. We got some water ready to go. And we got a busy, loaded slate of college football. Also, as a Cubs fan, selfishly, I'm really excited for tonight. I am really excited, and I'm ready to be let down as I've been let down the first 4 decades of my life as I get older. I am excited, though, for the Cubs taking on the Brewers tonight. Winner goes to the NLCS. Also, a little tired this morning. So if you're up with me this morning, I appreciate you because I'm guessing we were all doing the same thing last night here on the East Coast up until about 1 a.m., and that was watching one of the better baseball games of all time as the Seattle Mariners advanced to the ALCS. They were 3-2 winners over Detroit. I was on the Mariners. I have some futures. Bet them last night at even money. Total goes under 6, but we played 15 innings. So if you had the over, you're sweating that thing out. If you had the under, you're obviously sweating the thing out. And if you're just a baseball fan trying to figure out who is going to face Toronto in the ALCS, you were up late last night. 3-2 winners. So congratulations to the Seattle Mariners, who I've always considered my mistress team because I'm a Cubs fan, but growing up, like most people my age, I love Ken Griffey Jr. So I'm always cheering for Seattle. My buddy Cody Decker, we used to do the baseball show here. A couple of years ago, we were big Mariners guys. Every year we would play Mariners futures. Every year we would be let down. They just didn't have the hitting. This year, not only do they have the hitting, that rotation and that bullpen is deadly. So that's going to be an awesome series going against the Toronto Blue Jays. Later on today, the Brewers now up to -143 favorites. The Cubs +118. Homer pick, I'm going to go with the Cubs +118. That's enough baseball talk. That's not why we're here. College football is why we're here. Let's start off with the slate today, Week 7. Central Florida, rotation number 125. We'll go there to start off. They're taking on Cincinnati. I really like this Cincinnati team. I'm a big fan of their quarterback, Brendan Sorsby, 4-1 on the season. That said, if I had to play the game, which I have not, I would take the 10.5 here with Central Florida. We've seen no line movement. They opened as 10.5-point dogs. That's where it sits right now. Also, no movement on the total. The total's still sitting there right now, 55.5. No play for me. Charlotte Army a big favorite today, 18.5. I couldn't lay that number with a Service Academy team. I'm definitely not going to take Charlotte. They're a 1-4 football team for a reason. Total, the under's taking some money. That usually correlates with taking the big dog, right? Charlotte is an 18.5-point dog. This total opened at 47.5. Now we're at 46.5. The Ragin' Cajuns, 18.5-point dogs, taking on JMU today. Total in that game is 45.5. JMU took a little bit of money. They opened as a 17.5-point favorite. That's up to 18.5. And the total, the under, took a little bit of money. We opened at 46.5. We're sitting there now at 45.5. Two teams that I played the win totals over in the ACC do battle today, and both have let me down here of late. Although Pittsburgh, since they made the change at quarterback, has looked a little bit better. They're 10-point dogs on the road taking on Florida State and Tallahassee. Florida State, last time we talked about them, I was betting them against Miami as a 4.5-point dog. Big mistake, and I know how good that Miami team is. Right now, I think they're the best team in college football. On the defensive side of the ball, they're ridiculous. Carson Beck has looked like a Heisman candidate. But big game for Florida State today, now sitting at 3-2. They have to win out if they even want to have an outside shot at making the playoff. I don't think that's going to happen. Staying away from that one. UCLA coming off just a ridiculous outright win. And I'm going to bring in our executive producer, David Dykstra, on this one because we're going to go head-to-head on a couple games. He's a big Nittany Lion Penn State fan. I'm not a Penn State guy. I'm not a James Franklin guy. But here in the year 2025, by default, unfortunately, I was a Penn State guy because, David, I bet them to win the Big Ten at +210. They bring pretty much everybody back outside of their two best players. Tyler Warren, that guy pretty much, I should have known, he made a difference last year on the offensive side of the ball. He was the offense, but I really like Singleton. I like Katron Allen. I was a Drew Aller guy. I'm all the way out on Drew Aller. Drew Aller cost himself so much money. I thought he was a Heisman candidate. I bet that at 30-1. He might be an XFL, USFL quarterback. He might be playing in Canada. He went from being this guy could be a top 5, top 10 pick to, is he going to be drafted next year? So you said you're on the Oppo side. What I'm doing here is, so UCLA has that win, right? Everybody's excited. Nico Imaliava after the game told his teammates, like, if you guys aren't buying in, leave, which I thought was funny coming from him. But UCLA is catching 7.5. I like this Michigan State team, David. They're getting a little bit healthier on the defensive side of the ball today. I like their quarterback, Aiden Childs, when he's not under pressure. UCLA is generating no pressure whatsoever. So I think he's going to have some clean pockets. Now, the number's moving against me. Michigan State opened 8.5. They're down to 7.5. You said you're going with UCLA. Why?
It truly does come down to the new coaching staff of UCLA letting a true 5-star quarterback be a 5-star quarterback and just kind of go out there, hey, Nico, play your game, and we will work around you and form our offense to you. The defense, still a thing. I just think they can cover the number today. I don't know if they win, but I do think that they can cover the number. Nico proved it last week in my eyes. Like, when you have a talent like that, and I'm not talking about his headspace because his headspace will forever be questioned, but physically talented kid who can go out there and completely take over a game and put a team on his back and win games against quality opponents. I'm a believer in Neuheisel. He has the pedigree. He has the pedigree, people. So I've got a belief in that offense to at least keep it close with Michigan State and cover the number.
The Neuheisel moment was awesome, by the way, man. That's why we love college football. And tough loss. So now here's why I want to have you. Because Penn State, you said, what the hell? The first thing you said to me this morning was, one, how are you feeling? Which, thank you. Although I'm feeling a lot older today after my birthday yesterday. I'm not going to lie. It really did hit me. I had some fast food last night in the 10th inning. I'm not going to name the place because we don't get free endorsements here. But, man, I feel, dude, like I went out and drank 25 beers last night. I feel hungover just from eating a burger and some fries. That's when you know you are old. But anyway, the second question you asked me, what the hell are you doing betting Penn State? I'm going to make the case today for Penn State. So they're a 21.5-point favorite against Northwestern. If you remember week 1, I was on Northwestern. Before I even sat down and opened a beverage and turned the TV on, Preston Stone had already thrown 3 interceptions in that game. Now, I like Northwestern. I'm a little higher on them than most on the defensive side of the ball. But if Penn State doesn't win this game by at least 22, 24 points, what is James Franklin going to do to these kids? I felt for him. I'm not a Franklin guy. I am now back in the boat where he'll never win the big game. I also got to be honest, man. It's easy to throw him under the bus. Kotelnicki has not been very good. I loved him so much at Kansas. I did not like the offensive game plan in the Oregon game. I sure as hell didn't like it against UCLA. Aller hasn't been good. I think they show up today. Right? Like, this is what Penn State usually does. They cover and they beat the teams that they should, but they don't win the games that they shouldn't, or the big games, I should say. I'm going to go with Penn State. If they don't win out, they're not making the playoff. They're most likely not making the playoff anyway. Season on the line. I think they actually show. You think I'm a lunatic today? You're out on this team?
I think there's 2 scenarios today. There's 2 scenarios, and I've seen both scenarios play out in past for Penn State. When they've had bad losses, not historically bad losses, but bad losses. And it's one of 2 things. Either they're going to go out there today and just step on the throats of the Wildcats and go, this is our house, and blow them out, or you're going to see the same thing you saw at the UCLA game, just defeated, not doing anything. Here's what I will say. I still like Drew. I really do. Without Drew Aller last week, you don't have that moment where they could potentially win the game. Him being the leading rusher of Penn State, though, that's not ever a good thing, ever. I think he's in the wrong system. I don't think Kotelnicki's system fits Drew Aller. Drew Aller is a play-action pass quarterback, not an RPO quarterback. We need to get someone in there, and I can't believe I'm about to say this. We need to get someone in there like Trace McSorley.
Bo would have been good, man.
I think Prabula would have been fantastic in this scheme, and it's sad that he's gone. But yeah. There's one of two things. Either they come out and they're just flat again, or they're coming out with some urgency and they're just going to put their foots on Northwestern's necks and go, this is who we really are.
Yeah. So I am on Penn State today. We'll get back to the early games here because that is a 3:30 p.m. kick. But I had to bring you in. We had to talk about that real quick. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with all these injuries, by the way. So the latest was John Mateer is probable. I think John Mateer is going to go today. We'll get to that game later. The biggest injury news that I was waiting for came last night about 10 hours ago. Missouri left tackle Caden Green, who's an absolute stud. He will be back, and they're playing, obviously, Alabama today. He's their top offensive lineman. Missouri has the SEC's top rushing offense. They average 292 yards on the ground. So big game there. And then we already talked about that Florida State game. I don't have a play on that game, but Pitt, their running back, Desmond Reed, is considered a game-time decision. He's missed the last 2 games with a lower body injury. So they're going to test him out here in warm-ups. And then for Florida State, Squirrel White and Micah Pettis, who's their right tackle, are both considered doubtful today. So maybe no Squirrel White for Florida State. And then we'll talk about this Arizona State game a little bit later on. Jeff Sims. I forgot Jeff Sims was still in college. Jeff Sims has been in college longer than most doctors, lawyers, even Van Wilder. He's going to start for Arizona State today. It's official. Sam Levitt is out. It's going to be his 27th career start over 3 schools. His first start came at Georgia Tech in 2020, an upset win over Florida State. Kenny Dillingham was the OC at the time. So Jeff Sims in the year 2025 getting the start today. Crazy. All right, let's get on with the games. We jumped ahead, but I really do like Penn State today. Getting back to the noon kickoffs, Alabama, let's go there. Rotation number 162, Missouri. I like them. So you could get Missouri right now at 3.5, but it's juice minus 115. You could play them at 3. I saw that even money. Alabama, a 3.5-point favorite now in most spots at minus 105 is the best price that you're going to see. Total in this game is 51.5. I like Missouri, especially with the injury news that we got last night. So Alabama right now, I said Miami's the best team in the country. Alabama's up there. They're number 8, but they had that loss to Florida State to kick off the season. Since then, though, they've won their last 4 games. Really impressive schedule. Their last 2 wins over top 20 opponents. They beat 5th-ranked Georgia, and then they beat number 16 Vandy. And now they're looking for their 3rd-ranked win in as many weeks against this Missouri team who's off to a 5-0 start. Now, I didn't want to buy into Missouri to start the season, but their rushing attack, like I said, is insane. Ahmad Hardy should be in every Heisman conversation right now. He's the favorite to win the Doak Walker Award. He leads the country. He has a 92.1 rushing grade. He has 551 yards after contact and 46 forced missed tackles. That's ridiculous. So after contact, 551 yards on the ground, and he's forced 46 missed tackles, and it's only week 7. It's only week 7. He has 731 rushing yards. These are like Ashton Genty type numbers from last year. And I brought up Missouri's offensive line with Caden Green back. He's back. Their star left tackle. Right now, looking at Pro Football Focus, they're 16th in run blocking grade as a team with a 72.0. And Alabama, that's their issue this year. Run defense. They're 116th right now, outside the top 115 in yards per attempt. They're giving up 5.3 rushing yards per attempt, and they're giving up a ton of explosive plays. 109 in explosive run rate, 14.9%. And now you're going to try to stop, like I said, one of the better running backs in the country in Ahmad Hardy. Good luck. So I like Missouri to be able to keep that Alabama offense on the sidelines, keep Ty Simpson on the sidelines, and use clock, score some points, move the ball up and down the field. I really like their rushing attack against Alabama's run defense, which, again, is outside the top 100. They're going to have to show up today if Alabama's going to win this game. Ty Simpson, though, is going to be able to pick this Missouri defense apart if he has time in the pocket, and that's what I can't wait to see. So we all know about Caden Proctor, Alabama's left tackle. Right now, Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb are just in their bag. They're throwing screen passes to him. He's one of the more athletic offensive linemen in the country. On the other side, though, Alabama, they're doing a little bit of a platoon at right tackle between two guys. And now you're going against the two best edge rushers in the SEC. It's almost unfair that they're on the same team. Now, I know this is a big step up in class for Missouri going against this Alabama offense. Ty Simpson, maybe the best wide receiver core in the country outside of Ohio State. But Damon Wilson II and Zion Young have been awesome this year for Missouri. They're first and second right now in the SEC in total pressures through week 6. So that's why I like Missouri in this game. I think they might be able to get some pressure on Ty Simpson, who's been the best quarterback in the country, from a clean pocket, force some mistakes, and at least cover the 3.5. So that's my favorite bet of the noon slate. We'll give out the rest of the noon slate and the daytime games and hit the primetime games as well. Every game in under 60 minutes. Tailgate kickoff with myself, Ryan Horvath, right here on the BetMGM Network.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Let's get back to Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Kickoff continues here, week 7 of the college football season. Also getting excited for the Chicago Cubs tonight. NLDS going against the Brewers. Plus 120 if you want to bet the Cubs. Minus 143 if you like the Brewers. So far we've given out 2 picks here on the show. I like Missouri. I bet Missouri plus 3, minus 109. If you like the 3.5, if you like the hook, you can get it right now. You do have to lay $1.15 though. It's a minus 115. So I just like Missouri to cover the 3. Big fan of this Bama team. Love Ty Simpson. Might be the best quarterback in college football. We're going to talk about a couple other guys that are really good too, though. But give me Missouri. I think they're going to be able to run the ball here with Hardy. So we got Mizzou plus 3. I like Michigan State. I laid 7.5 against UCLA. This did open at 8.5, so money coming in on UCLA. And I can see myself being wrong on this one because I bet Penn State last week. And I'm betting Penn State again. That was the other one that we gave out. 21.5-point favorites against Northwestern. I think that they actually show up today. All right, let's get to some of these other games, though. Right now, Illinois, they opened as a 13.5-point dog on the look ahead. They're out to 14.5 right now. If you like them at home today in Champaign, minus 112 is the price. Ohio State laying 14.5, minus 108 is the best number I'm seeing out there right now. Total opened at 50.5 on the look ahead. We're out to 51.5 right now. Minus 112 to the under, minus 108 to the over. I cannot make the case for Illinois to cover in this game. I can make the case for Illinois to cover in this game, but I'm not going to bet Illinois in this game because Ohio State right now on both sides of the ball looks like one of the best teams in the country. They have not skipped a beat. They're the defending national champs. I thought that there would be some regression because they lose their offensive coordinator, and it's Chip Kelly. But Brian Hartline, former wide receiver coach, has done a great job. And then on the defensive side of the ball, I did not know what to make of Matt Patricia, but he has been awesome, man. It's almost unfair, Matt Patricia against these college quarterbacks. And Julian Sayin, that was another question mark because Ohio State lost a lot. They lose their starting quarterback from last year, Will Howard, who's now a backup in Pittsburgh for the Steelers. But Julian Sayin is living up to the hype. He looks like the 5-star quarterback that we were, led to believe that he was. In Illinois right now, not getting a whole lot of pressure. And they're blitzing at the 21st highest rate in the country. You cannot blitz Julian Sayin. He has torched the blitz. He has a 92.2 passing grade against the blitz. And let's say Illinois is sending all that pressure, right? They're going to send the blitz a lot. Like I said, 21st highest rate in the country. Tearing apart the blitz. If they don't get home, their coverage unit right now, 124th in the country without Xavier Scott. So that's the case you make for Ohio State. Maybe you bet a team total. I also kind of like Illinois' team total. Over 17.5. I was hoping that it would be a little bit lower, 16.5, because I could see this being a 35, 42, 17 game. Now, Illinois, though, a lot to play for. They do have only the 1 loss so far this season. They're still a top 20 team. I can't get that loss out of my mind, though, because it was against Indiana. And in that game, Fernando Mendoza, who we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes, he picked them apart. And right now, he's the best intermediate passer in the country. But Julian Sayin, kind of the same skill set. So I could see Ohio State, like I said, running away with this game, but I could also see Illinois scoring some points here against this Ohio State defense. This is going to be Julian Sayin, Ohio State's toughest road test of the season so far. Illinois still is a good team. I mean, we saw that. They beat Duke 45-19, but Duke also coughed up the ball 5 times in that game. The concern I would have would be Ohio State, Matt Patricia. He likes to rotate his safeties. They get really creative on the defensive side of the ball. They're going to dial up pressure. And is Luke Altmaier going to be able to make enough plays? Because right now, Illinois' offensive line is really struggling. They have a 51.5% pressure rate. That's what they've allowed. And if Altmaier is under pressure all day, I think he's probably going to force some mistakes in this game, or Ohio State's going to be able to force him into some mistakes in this game. Ohio State's coverage unit, their safeties and corners are also really good. Right now they have an 83.8 coverage grade. They're 24th in EPA per play. It's a really good defense. I could see Illinois scoring the most points that anybody's scored on Ohio State so far this season, but I'm going to stay away from this game. If I had to play it, I would take some team totals. Maybe Illinois over 17.5. and hope that they could put up a fight. So that would be my look right there, but that's where we're at on that one. Stanford, SMU, I'm staying away from. SMU's a 19.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 55.5. Houston, out to a 15.5-point favorite today against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State has been a mess. They fired Mike Gundy. 15.5-point dogs at home today. I want nothing to do with that. Ole Miss, 32.5-point favorites today. A perfect 5-0 on the season. They're up to number 4 in the country, taking on Washington State. I'll stay away from that one. The total, the under took a little bit of money. It opened 59.5, sitting there right now at 58.5, minus 115 to the under. That would probably be my look as well. Northwestern Penn State, we already hit on. I like Penn State today, laying 21.5 at home. Virginia Tech catching 14, taking on Georgia Tech. I don't really like laying big numbers with Georgia Tech. They kind of remind me a little bit of a service academy team. They like to run the football. I'm going to stay away from that one. Total in the game is 55.5. We've seen no movement there. Iowa State right now a 3-point favorite over Colorado. I grabbed Colorado on the open at 4.5. They've taken a lot of money here. The offense has looked a little bit better with Caden Salter now being the full-time guy. I don't trust Iowa State, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I think this is an overrated football team. I know right now they're 5-1. They had the win to kick off the season against Kansas State, who's also been brutal this season. But I'm going to fade Iowa State. Give me the Fighting Deons today. Even at 3, I still like Colorado in this game. Nebraska laying a big number on the road, 6.5 against Maryland. They took a little bit of money on the open. This was 5.5 out to 6.5 right now. Also taking some money was the under. It opened 48.5. It's down to 47.5. My lean in the game would be Nebraska. TCU, Kansas State. I actually like Kansas State in this game to cover the 2.5. Total in the game, 55.5. Kansas State is a 2-4 football team. I get it. I bought in before the season. Avery Johnson, I had some Heisman tickets. I've since thrown those in the fire. I do like Kansas State to show up in this game. I think they win this one outright today, though, against TCU, so I did play them. Notre Dame, big game for them. They're all big the rest of the way. They got to finish 10-2 for any shot at making the college football playoff. Right now, they're 3-2. They're number 16 in the country. They're at home against North Carolina State. I actually like North Carolina State to cover the number today at 23.5. I think Notre Dame wins, and the run defense has been much better the last couple weeks, but I think North Carolina State's going to be able to run the football and score enough points to score the cover, even if it comes on a backdoor. I like the running back Smothers. Give me North Carolina State plus 23.5 today. I'm going to add that one. 3:30 p.m., probably the best game, I would say, of the day. We get Dante Moore against Fernando Mendoza. 2 Heisman favorites going at it today. The 2 best teams maybe in the Big Ten, outside of Ohio State, of course. Oregon at home, number 3 in the country, 5-0. Indiana, number 7 in the country, they're 5-0. Indiana today, a 7-point dog. Total in the game is 53.5. I bet the under. I bet it at 55.5. I still like the under at 53.5. It's scary to play an under with these 2 quarterbacks, though. When Indiana has the ball today, watch their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. When he's throwing from a clean pocket, he has been awesome this season. Kept clean. He has the 9th best grade in the country, a 91.6. When he's not blitzed, he has a 90.6 grade, top 7 in the country. He's the 6th best quarterback. But if you could dial up pressure, he struggles. Under pressure, his grade goes from a 91.6 down to a 60.4, which is 43rd in the nation. And when he's blitzed, he's quarterback number 41. Oregon, their pass rush grade, they're only 63rd in the country with a 72.6. They're only 53rd in pressure rate. They have a really good secondary. They're sending blitz, the 79th highest rate in college football, only 34% of the time. So if you like Indiana, the case that you would make for Indiana would be Mendoza's probably going to have some clean pockets. I really like their skill position players. We saw what they did a couple weeks ago to Illinois. We saw that win against Iowa. That was a gutsy win, man, because Mendoza got the crap kicked out of him in that game. They just kept coming, blitzing, hitting him, and then he makes that throw at the end of the game. I hate fading this Indiana team. I really do like Cignetti. If I were to play the side, though, for me, it would be Oregon. I don't like the number. Again, I like the under in the game. I do think that this is going to be a lower scoring game. I think both defenses are going to show up. I really like what Indiana does on the defensive side of the ball. Really underrated, really good defense. We're going to talk about their offense, but I really like their coverage unit. They could get after the quarterback. I think they might be able to get after Dante Moore a little bit. Dante Moore, kind of the same thing. Indiana plays a ton of zone. They use a lot of simulated pressures. They rotate their safeties a ton. They try to confuse the opposing quarterback, and that's what they're going to have to do against Dante Moore. Young quarterback, but every big game, he's lived up to the hype, man, and he's been really good against zone. Against zone right now, he's completing 80% of his passes. So that's why I lean Oregon in this game, even at a big number, but I'm going to go under. I think this is a 27-21, 28-21 type game. So I'll bet the under. I can't wait to watch these two quarterbacks today. Nothing on the side for me. I would lean Oregon. Right now, if you do like the Ducks, you could get a 7, but it's expensive, -115. If you like the dog, Indiana, best price you could get, either an expensive 7.5 or a 7 at -105. I'm going to go under 53.5. Moving on, Red River today. Texas, now a 1.5-point favorite. We're all waiting. We're all figuring that John Mateer is going to play in this game. Here's one where if I got to lose a bet this weekend, I'm fine with Oklahoma winning this game, even though I bet Texas money line. I have John Mateer Heisman 25-1 from before the season. He got hurt. He had hand surgery. Looks like he's going to play in this game today. I expect him to play in this game today. The case I'm going to make for Texas, preseason number 1, overhyped. They kick off the season with a tough loss on the road to Ohio State. Things have not looked good for Arch. And I almost feel bad for Arch, even though he's made more money at 19, 20 years old than I'll ever see. And he comes from, money because he's Arch Manning. But it's easy just to say, okay, he sucks. He's overhyped. We all saw the Athletic article. Is he the first ever college football bust? Yeah, first ever. But he's had no time in the pocket. Against Florida, he was pressured on over 60% of his dropbacks. So as sloppy as he's been with the football at times, and he's had some questionable decision-making, he's missed some throws, they're not protecting him, man. And Texas, at times has struggled to get the ground game going. I do think that they're going to get the ground game going today. Right now, Arch Manning is their leading rusher. That should not be the case. In the other case I'm going to make for Texas, Oklahoma, especially if Mateer plays in this game, how healthy is he? He's coming off hand surgery. And they're going to want to run the rock. They're going to want to run the ball. You can't do that against Texas. Texas, even though they've been a disappointment this season, it's not because of their defense, their run defense. They're top 5 against the run. So I think they're going to force whoever plays quarterback, I'm guessing it's going to be Mateer, to beat them with his arm. And I don't know that he's going to be able to do that today. So Texas, I'll grab them right now. Again, the best price if you like the Longhorns. They're 1.5-point favorites. The money line, -122. And I like the over in the game. I like the over. I think the total goes over, 44.5. So Texas and the over in the Red River shootout for me today. Arkansas on the road, catching 10 against Tennessee. Total in that game is 68.5. I like the under. This opened 69.5. The under's taking some money. Betting Tennessee unders, I get it's scary. They've looked really good on the offensive side of the ball again this year. But that would be my lean. And I also think Arkansas keeps this game close. On the open, Tennessee was a 13.5-point favorite, down to 10.5. If I had to play the side, it would be Arkansas. Wisconsin, big game for the Badgers. Big game for Luke Fickell today. They're 3-point dogs at Camp Randall at home against Iowa. I actually lean Wisconsin to show up today. If not, it's going to get ugly there. Waiting to see. Mark Gronowski should be a full go at quarterback for Iowa. Total in the game, opened at 37.5. It's down to 36.5, and you still couldn't get me to bet the over, but no play for me there. And rounding out the daytime games, we got Navy, 10-point favorites over Temple, total 52.5. Not a whole lot of movement, not a whole lot there for me. So rounding out what I bet so far, we got Missouri as 3-point dogs today against Bama. We'll lay the 7.5 with Michigan State against UCLA. I will take NC State now at 23.5 on the road against Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame wins, obviously, but I do not think they cover that big number. I'll take Texas against Oklahoma. I also like the over in the game at 44.5. I'll bet Kansas State is a 2.5-point dog at home against TCU. I grabbed Colorado at 3.5. I still like them as 3-point dogs against Iowa State. Penn State, I'm crazy, but I'll lay the 21.5 against Northwestern. We'll go under 53.5 in Indiana, Oregon. Can't wait to watch that game. And then the rest of the bets all are coming up in prime time. I still got 1, 2, 3, carry the 1, 5 more bets for the rest of the games today. So really excited for this. I would say probably underrated slate of football games that we got today. I would say my favorite bet that we've given out so far is going to be Missouri, though, meaning Alabama probably by 7 points. Missouri on the money line, if you want to grab a little bit of that, plus 145. Total in the game right now, 41.5. Looking before we hit the break at some last-minute injury news or what's going on in college football. Still waiting on the official news for John Mateer, but Jeff Sims is going to start for Arizona State today. It's his 27th career start, and we'll talk about that game when we come back. Tailgate kickoff, Ryan Horvat, BetMGM Network.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. This is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Open up the BetMGM app and get ready for Ryan's college football best bets. Make it legendary.
Tailgate Kickoff, Ryan Horvat, final segment. We're going to run through every single game before we get out of here. But no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. That's with BetMGM. You see it right there on the screen if you're watching the show on Twitch or on YouTube or Twitter or X. Again, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game, leveling up your next parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Maybe you want to go with all dogs barking today. Maybe you want to go with big favorites. My dad's coming up for the Cubs game from Chicago today. We're going to watch that tonight for my birthday. And he likes to just parlay big favorites. I'm not a big parlay guy, except for on Sundays. I'm a big touchdown parlay guy, right? Like pizza money. It's just a fun way to spend my Sunday. I do like a lot in the NFL, by the way, and I know this isn't an NFL show, but hey, you know what? It's the giving season. How about the Jets plus 7.5 against the Broncos? How about the Saints covering 3.5 against the Patriots? How about my favorite bet of the weekend, right? The Jags beat the Chiefs. Everybody's hyping up the Jags, even though they were outgained by 150 yards. Give me the Seattle Seahawks, the Fighting Darnolds, 1.5-point dogs on the road against the Jags. I love that bet. And then give me KC. I don't think KC's dead yet. I like the Chiefs against the Lions. I like the Bears to cover the 4.5 on Monday night against the Commanders. And I love if you could find this prop right now, Brashard Smith, from Kansas City. I'm just making up names now. As I scroll, you can get him over 1.5 reception, minus 122. I like that. And I also like Kareem Hunt, under 30.5 rushing yards. Maybe you want to parlay all those together. There you go. You can do that over at BetMGM. So far, college football, we've bet Missouri plus 3 against Bama. We think they're going to be able to run the ball with Ahmad Hardy. If you don't know his name, watch him today. He's awesome. We're going to bet Michigan State 7.5 against UCLA. Probably going to be wrong on that one, but, big win for UCLA. Now we fade them. NC State, I'm going to grab the 23.5. I think they're going to be able to run the ball against Notre Dame and keep that game just close enough. I like Texas today, even though Arch has been a little bit of a disappointment. That's me being nice. Arch has sucked. I'm going to leave it at that. I still like them. I don't know that Oklahoma's going to be able to run the ball. I hope that they can, though, because I have Mateer winning the Heisman, and I think that he plays today, by the way. Kansas State, I will bet them at 2.5 against TCU. I think Kansas State wins that game outright, even though they've been a complete disappointment for me this year in the Big 12. I like Colorado catching 3 against Iowa State. I like Penn State today. Famous last words. I'm going back to the well. Penn State laying 21.5 against Northwestern. I bet the under 53.5 against Indiana. And then let's get to the primetime slate here. Auburn, right now, 3.5-point dogs. You could get Auburn, actually. Check that. Georgia takes a little bit of money. You could get a 4.5 on Auburn, minus 115. Total in the game, 46.5. This isn't a huge bet, but give me Auburn in this spot against Georgia. The issue I have with Georgia this season, and I've never said this because their starting defensive line from the national title team starts for the Eagles, and they all won a Super Bowl together last year. Georgia's not getting a whole lot of pressure. Going into last week, they had 3 sacks this season. All 3 of those sacks came from the linebacker position, all on blitzes. They're just not getting a whole lot of natural pressure. And I do think that Auburn, we'll see if Jackson Arnold has a long leash in this game. I like Jackson Arnold, the athlete. I just don't like him as a passer. If he stays in the pocket, yikes, man. But I actually think Auburn keeps this game competitive against Georgia today. I'll grab them now at 4.5, even though it is minus 115. I like Texas Tech. Right now, Tech is laying the best price you could get now is 14.5. This opened at 13.5. I'm a big fan of this Tech team. I've bet them every single week except for one, and that was a huge mistake. I did lay it with Utah a couple weeks ago at Rice-Eccles. I mean, that was just – I was on the wrong side right away. I could see that after the opening kickoff. They spent so much money through the portal, NIL, on this team at Tech, and I think they're legit. I would lay the 14.5 against Kansas. Solid season for Kansas. They're a 4-2 football team. I like watching Daniels. Awesome to see him actually stay healthy. Last year was the first time in his career in college that he's played over 9 games, but I'll lay it with Tech even at 14.5. USC, Michigan, I'll make the case for USC at home here against Michigan. Michigan They've won 3 straight games after that loss to Oklahoma. They're 4-1. They're a top 15 team. All they got to do is take care of business the rest of the way. They could probably even afford a loss to Ohio State, and they'll get in the playoff. I like this USC team. Even coming off a loss at home. Actually, they just took a little bit of money. They're 3-point favorites, minus 104. Total in the game, 56.5. I'm a big Bryce Underwood fan, but I'll lay it here. And you could get a cheap money line price if you want to go that way with USC. Minus 140 at BetMGM. They got the best number. I like USC to win the game outright against Michigan today. Arizona, BYU. I've been impressed with Arizona this season. Last year was a mess. Everybody liked them last year with Fafita and with Tet McMillan. McMillan's gone, but they've been much better on the defensive side of the ball. BYU, a perfect 5-0 on the season, but they got a freshman quarterback, a true freshman in Bachmeier, making the road start today, though, in Arizona. I actually like Arizona to win this game outright, plus 120. I'll grab the 2.5, though, to be safe. And then I talked about Utah. I always love Utah at home at Rice-Eccles. I grabbed this on the open at 5.5, figuring there's a good chance that Sam Leavitt is not going to play in this game. It's announced that Sam Leavitt is out. Jeff Sims is making his 27th, as I've talked about a couple times on this show today, collegiate start today. I cannot believe we're watching Jeff Sims play football today. I think his rushing yard prop is like 11.5. I would play the over on that. Other than that, I'm not touching his props. I can make the case for Arizona State. I would maybe look to middle this. If you got on the open on Utah State at 5.5 and you just need them to win by a touchdown, I might grab Arizona State. I might wait until closer to kickoff and see where this closes, because right now you could get Arizona State 9.5-point dogs, minus 105. Sam Leavitt is a top 20, top 25 college quarterback, but I think, and don't get me wrong, Sims is a downgrade, but he's also 32 years old. Right? He's played at like every school in America. So he has enough experience where I think they might be able to keep this game competitive. So on the open, I liked Utah at 5.5. Threw that out for the social team. But at 9.5, I would actually play Arizona State. But wait and see if you could get a 10.5 if you do want to grab the Sun Devils. I'm a Kenny Dillingham fan. I think you'll have a decent enough game plan to keep that game close. So that's what I got tonight. We're going Missouri plus 3, Michigan State 7.5, NC State covering the 22.5, late night games, late ads. Arizona catching 2.5, USC on the money line against Michigan. I'm going to lay the big number with Texas Tech against Kansas. I'll grab it with Auburn covering the 3.5. And there's we got 13 bets today in college football. Executive producer, David Dykstra, also a little bit of a degenerate. You said you have some degen plays. What do you like today, man? Week 7 college football.
There's a couple games you haven't hit on. I kind of like Maryland plus 6.5 versus Nebraska. Malik Washington is probably, if not the best freshman quarterback in the Big Ten. He's right there with the freshman quarterback from Washington. I love Florida plus 7.5 at Texas A&M. I think the freshman running back and the freshman wide receiver for Florida make all the difference for that team. You and I are on the same wavelength with USC. I've got USC on the money line as well. I'm also taking South Carolina plus 9.5 at LSU just because LSU can't score. That's all that's all I do. And this might be that game where Lenore Sellers goes, okay, everybody jump on my back. I'm going to take us to a win as well. So those are just some of the ones that I kind of really like today as well. You know what? I say the same thing every single week. We got to hit every single game in under 60 minutes. And somehow I did leave out the Florida game. And the reason being, I bet Florida as well on the open at 9.5. You still like him at 7.5 though, because it was 9.5. We're at 7.5 minus 115, total 47.5. I'm with you, man. I like the Gators. Coming off that win against Texas, I was thinking about considering fading them this week, but I think they keep this game close against A&M, even on the road. So 7.5, you still like it there? Yeah, once again, LSU having trouble scoring in any kind of sense right now on the offensive side. I just believe that that they can keep it close enough. That 3-point game would be where I'm at when it comes to LSU, South Carolina.
Like that a lot. All right, so I get a tweet here from Mike, and he says, you guys are crazy. Michigan's going to win this game by multiple scores. Okay, so the case that you make for Michigan is, I don't know that they win by multiple scores. I could see them winning this game by a field goal or by a touchdown. And I also lean under in this game because I think Michigan is going to be able to run the football, right? I mean, that's what they do on the offensive side of the ball. They run the ball on 52% of their plays, which I believe is still, the 11th highest rate in all of college football. They have a really good run blocking grade, 25th in all of college football. Justice Haynes is 4th among all running backs in the country right now, 654 rushing yards. Michigan's 5th in the nation in yards per attempt, 6.6. And they're also 6th in yards before contact, 3.0. USC's run defense is just average right now, 68th in run defense grade, 56 in yards per attempt, 4.5. So that's what does scare me a little bit, man, is if Haynes is just able to eat up like 4 or 5 yards per carry and we don't see USC's offense at all in this game, then Michigan probably covers the number. But I like USC at home, and I like this USC team coming into the season. Them and Nebraska, those were my dark horse Big Ten college football playoff contender teams. And this is a big week for a lot of these Big Ten teams, man, that we're not even really talking about. Illinois, although I don't think they have a chance of actually pulling out the win against Ohio State. But Nebraska, Iowa, some of these one-loss teams in the Big Ten, because with Penn State being a complete letdown, that opens the door for another team in the Big Ten. And I don't think Penn State could win out. If they win out and they finish with 2 losses, most likely they're still in the playoff. But how do you make the case now for them to beat Ohio State? I figured at worst this season they would split their big games with Oregon and Ohio State, but they lost to Oregon and then losing to UCLA. Now they're in big, big trouble. Now they got to win out, and I don't think that they're capable of doing so. So that opens up the door, man. So even if Indiana is to lose this game against Oregon, but they show well, and they finish with 1 loss, 2 losses, Indiana could sneak in. And that's big also if you're betting the Heisman, right? Like, if you bet Fernando Mendoza and he has a solid game, but they lose, he's still got a shot to get the invitation to New York and win that award, as long as they run the table the rest of the way or they finish with no more than 2 losses. So I still think there's a lot of value betting the Heisman today, and I think that there's value betting some of these Big Ten teams as well. So rounding out the night slate, I do like Arizona catching 2.5. We're going to roll with USC against Michigan, but I do understand the love for Michigan in that one. I like Texas Tech against Kansas. Auburn at 4.5 against Georgia, line movement there. And then the under 53.5 in Indiana, Oregon. Still waiting to see if it's official, but I'm guessing John Mateer will play in this game. We're back next Saturday, tailgate kickoff here on the BetMGM Network.
Network's Tailgate Kickoff. Listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
For us, I mean, these two teams were sensational throughout the series. It was sensational baseball last night. You know, admittedly, I didn't watch the first 5 innings or so of the game. I was out doing some other stuff, so I kind of picked it up, you know, later, and so I guess I didn't get the full 15 innings, but I still watched the full baseball game. That's for sure. And you're right. I mean, these teams had to go to starters because you don't know at that point how long this thing's going to go. You know, we don't have the ghost runners in the postseason, thank goodness, because if we did, that game's over in the 10th or 11th inning, right? So I love the fact that baseball made that tweak, that we have some quote unquote real baseball going on in the postseason without the ghost runner and everything like that. And you and I later on in the show can get into series pricing and the implications of playing a baseball game like that and then having to flip the switch and play in an ALCS against Toronto in a couple of nights. But we got a clinching game today as well, Grant, with the Cubs and the Brewers. That one's going down to the Game 5. This one with the Brewers, who were the best team in baseball for most of the season in baseball. And they are slight favorites today. I want to start with baseball today, and then we will get into some NFL, Thursday Night Football, major ramifications, in my opinion, with what we saw, and certainly some hope if you're a Giants fan with Scattaboo and Jackson Dart. But what do you make of this Cubs-Brewers series here? Because on the surface, I look at it and I say, hey, the Brewers were a better team all year. Yes, if you're the Cubs, all you can ask for at this point is to get it to a Game 5, give yourself an opportunity. I think Milwaukee's in a nice spot here to advance, and the Dodgers are awaiting the winner.
Well, first of all, yeah, this series has been marvelous. I mean, this is exactly kind of what the doctor ordered between two teams in the NL Central that are very comparable clubs in terms of how they're built, but it's a really, really good rivalry, right? You've got a manager who leaves one team in Craig Counsell from Milwaukee to go over to Chicago. Because of that, there is this negative energy and this annoyance that the fan base feels every time they see him. And so, that led to, I think, the conversation this week in Chicago of, have the Brewers supplanted the Cardinals for the moment, just for now, in terms of, the quality of rival. And then this thing gets pushed to 5. The Brewers jump out to the 2-0 lead. The Cubs get off the mat with back-to-back wins. And now you go back to Milwaukee for a 5th game. I think things are aligned better for the Brewers because they haven't had to kind of throw all their resources at all hands on deck, trying to win these games to stay alive like the Cubs have. The problem for the Brewers, though, is that the Cubs have absolutely gotten their lineup going. And they've, I think, really figured something out offensively here where they're rolling at this point. You saw it, in this last game where they got the 6-0 shutout win, but it's 10 runs over their last 2 games, having outscored Milwaukee by 7 in that time. The Brewers, you got to go really all the way back to the first 2 games at home when they ripped off 16 runs. So it was Wrigley Field that was unkind to them. Now they get back into the confines of their own ballpark where they scored 9 and 7 in games 1 and 2 and won 2 games pretty convincingly. And so the home field advantage for them has been very good. I like them in this game. I like them to finish off the series. I think they are the better team, but the Cubs do have all the momentum, and I would say are playing free and easy. I mean, it feels to me like after consecutive losses that the Brewers are the team, with the pressure. They
got the pressure. I think one thing we've seen in this series, too, is the difference in the ability to get the the big hit with runners on base. I'm talking more as far as getting over the wall, right, and get over the fence there and the home run power. That's something the Cubs, of course, 3 home runs I think it was in the last game, and that's where you wonder, the Brewers, more reliant on getting a strong pitching outing, I would argue, than the Cubs are in this matchup. Yes, both teams want to have some success pitching, but I think the Cubs are more capable if they were to get down and they need that 3-run home run. I trust them to get it a little bit more than the Brewers. But I was looking just to make sure we didn't miss it this morning, Grant. They still haven't determined who's actually going to start, what method what path both teams are going to take today. There's some options there for the Brewers with a couple pitchers. I mean, I think we'll see Mizorowski at some point today. I don't know if he'll get the start necessarily, but Jose Quintana is an option here as well for Milwaukee. So there's a chance maybe we get some insight on that during the show a little bit later on. Look, as you said, all hands are on deck, so does it necessarily matter who starts? And if somebody gets in trouble early, this is one of those spots where the hook is very, very short. So I'll be curious to see how both teams line up here.
Well, so to that point, everybody's always very curious, and I understand why, who's going to start the games, right? But in the playoffs in 2025, the bullpens work more innings than the starters anyway. And depending on who your starter is, when it's Tarek Skubal, it matters because not only is he an ace and a Cy Young caliber pitcher every year, and he's going to win the Cy Young Award in the American League a second straight year, but he's going to go 7 innings, 6, 7 innings. But there are just not that many of those guys in the big leagues anymore. And in the playoffs, we've seen a handful of outings like that. But there's a few guys this postseason that are going to go out and post 6 or more innings, right? For the most part, even if you have a really good arm like a George Kirby going for Seattle last night, you're hoping for 15 outs, get us into the 5th, get us through the 5th. And he did in a gem of a pitched game, 5 innings of 1-run ball, went into the 6th and faced 1 batter. And that's kind of the ceiling of the non-traditional ace number 1 type starter. But I bring this up to say, I remember yesterday afternoon, everybody looking at the pitching matchup and they're going, oh no, the Mariners are screwed. It's Tarek Skubal. Well, Skubal couldn't have been any better. 2 hits in a run, 13 strikeouts, 6 innings. And so, yeah, if the Tigers jumped on Kirby or he gave up a 3 or 4 run inning in the 2nd or something, then they would have won the game. But to me, these elimination games late in these division series, and especially next round in the LCS, when you're trying to get to the World Series, it's really about who's got more available starters, who's got more available high-end length guys, right? So you knew with the Mariners that they could throw Luis Castillo, Logan Gilbert, and others if they needed to. And we saw Logan Gilbert go 2 scoreless. We saw Castillo pitch an inning and a third to finish the game. They had a little more availability in the tank than the Tigers did, who had to rip through their bullpen. And to their credit, Holton and Vest and Melton and Montero and Flaherty, all those guys did really, really well. Flaherty being the one guy they tapped into really from the rotation. But in the end, I think the fact that the Mariners just had more options and more length, especially, and more stuffy starters was the difference. And so that's where in a game like this, I do favor the Brewers as well, because if you're trying to figure out, all right, who's got more of those guys that on a throw day or a non-start day can give you an inning or two at this point, it's probably Milwaukee. And I don't anticipate this going 15 innings, but it doesn't need to. This could go 9 and they could use 2 non-starters in the game that are starters for them in the rotation if they wanted to advance here. So they're trying to finish this thing off. The other thing is, though, if you're coaching this thing from the dugout, you want to avoid doing that as best you can because they don't have a lot of downtime now. Because this thing went 5, I'm actually going to be covering this series on site. I haven't been able to book a flight yet or a hotel because I don't know where I'm going. So for the Brewers, if the Brewers win this series, Gold, Game 1 is Monday night in Milwaukee. If the Cubs win this series, then they're not home again until Game 3 because they're flying all the way out to Los Angeles for Game 1 in LA. And so that because now you only have 2 days until the game, the fewer of those starters you burn for more than 20, 30 pitches, the better. But you got to win this one. You can't manage the next round until you get past this one.
So the real question is, does Grant want to fly to Milwaukee early next week or LA? And he basically has told us Milwaukee based on his pick today. That's why he's deciding to take the Milwaukee Brewers in Game 5 a little bit later on today.
Yeah, it's more complicated and boring than that. But I'll tell you, for me, I'm covering Milwaukee or Chicago. I'm not going out to LA.
Okay.
So,
I gotcha.
So I'm either doing games 1, 2, 6, 7 in Milwaukee or 3, 4, 5 at Wrigley. Like those
All
are
right,
my
so you don't have to go all the way out
assignments,
there.
those two
Okay,
ballparks.
all right.
So the
That is
question
actually
is,
easier.
am I going to be at Monday Night Football for the Bears and the Commanders in D.C., or am I going to be at Milwaukee's Family First Ballpark or whatever it's called on Monday night for Game 1 of the Division Series? That's what's on the line for your boy tonight.
There you go. All right, I like it. That's fun. I'll be keeping an eye on that, keeping that in mind as well. By the way, for those wondering, run line over at MGM, BetMGM, 7.5. It's minus 105 to the over, minus 115 to the under. Real quick, just looking ahead a little bit beyond that, as you obviously are trying to plan as well. World Series updated odds right now over at BetMGM. The Dodgers, no surprise, are the favorites at this point. One, they're already in to the NLCS, but also the Dodgers and Phillies were two of the biggest favorites heading into the postseason. The Dodgers win a series against the Phillies, so here you are. Dodgers plus 115, the Mariners plus 320, Blue Jays plus 320. It gives you an idea of how tight people expect that series to be. Brewers, who haven't advanced, plus 850. The Cubs, 10-1. Look, I'm not going to touch the Brewers or Cubs for the same reason you just mentioned about travel. Like, I understand the value you get by betting on a team that hasn't got there yet, but also I don't like that. You're asking at that point two things to get correct before I can even get there. No, I'm good. I'm going to pass on that. I actually think, wouldn't the value at this point in time be one of the AL teams? I'm not saying the Dodgers aren't going to win the World Series. In fact, I probably think they are. But the Mariners or Blue Jays the bet here. To me, betting on one of the AL teams, because, of course, you get one into the dance.
So before the playoffs started, I had the Mariners beating the Phillies in the World Series. And so I've still got a Seattle ticket, which I feel good about. But, let's take that out of the equation, right? Because that doesn't mean anything to anybody else. I actually think the play today is the Blue Jays. I think this series helps Toronto a bunch. The way that this thing went, in fact, it's just kind of a funny moment, but Toronto's social team, I don't know if you saw this, posted this hilarious GIF of like a boxing official watching two guys like duking it out, and his eyes are real wide, and he's just like staring back, like, oh my god! And they're like, keep it up, like let's go, guys, keep going.
Oh well, yeah, they hope that game goes 20 innings. Yeah,
totally. But you almost played an extra game, right? And again, like the ALCS, I talked about the NLCS starting on Monday. The ALCS starts before that, so. I mean, I think Toronto's been waiting, resting. It's not like it's a lengthy layoff where you talk about rust. It's kind of the perfect amount to align everything. They have a significant advantage. So the value to me is on that plus 320, I guess it is. And also, they're locked and loaded offensively. I mean, they're rolling. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is seeing it well. They've got the pitching for sure in the rotation to navigate either one of the lineups that they were going to face. Or that they were watching play last night. So yeah, I like the Blue Jays to come out of the American League now, and if you could get them at plus 320 to win the World Series, that's certainly the value. I think betting on a favorite like the Dodgers right now, while it may play out and you may win the bet, that's certainly not where the value is.
As far as game one in the ALCS tomorrow in Toronto, the Blue Jays are minus 120, Mariners plus 102, and I've seen it juiced even more towards Toronto at a couple other books, and I'm sure a lot of the thinking is exactly where you're at. This is a Mariners team that, I mean, all the energy that not only in the game, but the celebration so quickly, as they should celebrate, but to then go hop on a jet and head out to Canada all the way from Seattle, that's also quite the travel to begin with. So I think a lot of people are expecting them to be sluggish, but it also sets up if Seattle somehow could steal game one of that series, then we're talking about the Mariners being in a really, really nice spot. We'll get back to baseball maybe with some best bets later in the show. But I want to talk NFL. What does Cam Scadaboo and Jackson Dart mean for the NFC East the rest of the way? And are people panicking about the Eagles way too soon? We'll discuss that next here on Countdown 2.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
In 20 minutes, we'll talk college football. It is a very nice slate of college football starting at noon Eastern. You've got number 8 Alabama taking on number 14 Missouri there in Columbia. The Tigers undefeated. You got Alabama, the Crimson Tide there that are coming off multiple wins against previously unbeaten teams in the country. Most recently was Vandy. It was Georgia the week before. So big-time implications for not only the SEC, but the college football playoff today. You also have Indiana and Oregon, a Big Ten showdown between two top 10 teams. Oregon, a 7-point favorite right now over at BetMGM. So we'll certainly get into some college football and some of our bets and thought process around that. We'll take a look at updated college football playoff odds, national title odds. And then here in about 40 minutes, Pamela Maldonado over at ESPN will go through the Week 6 NFL slate, some of the storylines around these Week 6 games, including Joe Flacco, now the starting quarterback with the Cincinnati Bengals as they go ahead and pull the trigger on a trade. I know a lot of people were thinking maybe they try to get Jameis Winston. Did they call around about Drew Lock? No, they end up getting Joe Flacco, who goes from having the second worst offensive line in football to the worst offensive line in football as they get set to take on Micah Parsons and the Packers. What could go wrong? So we'll get to that in a little bit, but I want to go back to Thursday Night Football. There's a ton of storylines out of that game. There's betting implications for the NFC East the rest of the way. There's Rookie of the Year market implications. There's maybe rule change implications with the tush-push, starting with the Giants. So let's get there, and then we can get to Philadelphia, where I think people are panicking far too much and worrying far too much about the Eagles, who are a 4-2 football team, yet they're experiencing, frankly, what I have witnessed here covering the Chiefs for many years is you come off Super Bowl wins and you get to a 4-2 start and everybody acts like you're not any good because you're not playing at the exact same level you were when you were in the Super Bowl. So I think people need to settle down a little bit. But the New York Giants, what's fun about this, if you're a Giants fan, is you got an organization heading in the right direction. You can see Brian Daboll, who made the decision, put his you-know-what on the line to make the move from Russell Wilson to Jackson Dart. He said, this is my decision. I'm going to own it. And so far, you have to be impressed with the results. You can tell he can't stand Russell Wilson. I mean, we kind of knew that before. And then you saw the incident on the sideline when Jackson Dart was being evaluated for a concussion. And since then, we've already seen a statement from ownership. The NFL's investigating where essentially Cam Scatterbo and Brian Daboll were, I don't know if, fully interfering with the team doctor or the independent neurologist, but certainly yelling and upset that they weren't being quick enough, which is just a terrible look. But it was only 2 plays, right, of Russell Wilson. And you saw and heard the boos. You saw Brian Daboll's reaction. So he actually likes Jackson Dart. It's also the only chance he has at saving his job. So there's some reason for that as well. But this is a Giants team that you look at the last 3 weeks or so. They lose to the Saints unexplicably. They have the red zone turnovers, Scatterbo fumbles, Jackson Dart makes mistakes. The week before they beat the Chargers, and then now they take care of the Philadelphia Eagles 34-17 on Thursday Night Football. And so this is a Giants team that with Jackson Dart, they're going to have a chance to win a lot of football games. It doesn't mean they're going to win them, meaning they're going to be in a lot of football games. Malik Neighbors being out certainly limits what that offense can do, but this is a fun team to watch right now. Cam Scatterbo is doing exactly what he did in Arizona State. If you watch college football at all last year, you're not surprised at what Cam Scatterbo is doing. And it took Tyrone Tracy getting hurt for them to increase the carries. Scatterbo had, of course, the 3-touchdown night on Thursday, 98 yards, was just short of a 100-yard game on the ground. And then Jackson Dart, getting more comfortable with throwing the football, but that rushing element kind of changes everything. And they were really, really impressive. And it makes this NFC East far more interesting the rest of the way. We can take a look at some of the odds here. Of course, Philly is still the favorite, as they should be, to win that division. But you peel back and you look at where things stack up in the NFC East right now, the latest standings for that division, 4-2 Eagles team. But then you got a logjam. You have a 3-2 Commanders team, a 2-1 Cowboys team, and then the Giants who are sitting at 2-4. And I'm not saying that the Giants are going to make a push for the division, but if you thought they were going to be a pushover, if you're the Cowboys playing them later on in the year, if you're the Eagles playing them again, if you're the Commanders playing the Giants, this is a team now that is going to be able to put up a fight, and you're not going to be able to just kind of overlook this Giants team. That's, to me, where they're at. There's promise for the future, and they should be excited there in New York with this football team moving forward. The betting implications, though, I want to take a peek at the Rookie of the Year odds. you kind of missed the boat a little bit if a week or two ago we were discussing the Rookie of the Year odds on this show, and we said, hey, all right, Ashton Genty is not the favorite anymore. You've got Emeka Egbuka, who has been sensational down there in Tampa with the Bucs, and he's the favorite, and for good reason heading into this week. But quarterbacks always have the edge in this Rookie of the Year convo. We know a few years ago, Puka Nacua had a sensational rookie year. Well, C.J. Stroud also had a sensational rookie year, and Stroud ends up winning the award. Jackson Dart's not putting up anywhere near the numbers of C.J. Stroud. I'm not trying to make that case. However, he's a quarterback. He's in the New York media market, and they're winning some football games right now. And so Jackson Dart suddenly has the second best odds at BetMGM at plus 185. You could have got him at 14-1 after Russell Wilson lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. And at that point in time, we were talking on the show like, hey, if you want to take a dart throw on Dart, yes, pun intended, that would be the time to do it. And now your position, if you're someone that had an Emeka Egbuka ticket, you should still feel decent, but hopefully you gave yourself a hedge opportunity to put some money on Jackson Dart as well. This is a race that will change multiple times. I'm not convinced that it's just a two-horse race yet. Like Ashton Genty's sitting there at 10-1. I think it's really just those three names that can win this thing. I don't think Tyler Warren, even though he's proving to be one of the better tight ends in football, I don't think a tight end is winning Rookie of the Year when you have a quarterback in New York playing the way he is now, and you have a wide receiver putting up some insane numbers like Egbuka is in a Tampa offense that is going to pass the ball over the place, that now doesn't have Godwin, doesn't have Evans this week with some injuries, and Bucky Irving, of course, is still banged up there for Tampa. So I think it's probably a three-horse race. I would narrow it down to the three guys with the best odds. I actually think we have had the proper consolidation in the market. But I would just say, if you only have a ticket on Egbuka, I would absolutely be looking at putting some money on Jackson Dart as well, just because of everything that he has going for him from a narrative perspective. And quarterbacks are always going to be given the benefit of the doubt in this particular market. So that's just kind of how I see the Rookie of the Year market. You guys can let us know on Twitch and YouTube as well, or send me a tweet at Alex Gold on X if you disagree, or send me your slips. I'm curious what bets you guys have out there for the Rookie of the Year market as well. As for the Philadelphia Eagles, who, let's not forget, are still in first place in that division, I think what we're witnessing is a couple things with the Eagles. One, a football team that has played as many football games as anybody other than maybe Kansas City in the last year or two, and that is also part of what we're seeing. I also think from the criticism standpoint, this happens all the time. I've witnessed this just with the team I cover in Kansas City over the last couple of years. When you go to Super Bowls, people expect you to look the exact same way you looked in that Super Bowl or in the postseason. When you rounded into form, the Eagles do not look nearly as dominant, as we all agree, as they did throughout the postseason last year or in the Super Bowl against Kansas City. And so we all try to act like, oh my gosh, this Eagles team is in big, big trouble. They're a 4-2 team. This is not a 2-4 team. They're a 4-2 team. To me, they will round into form eventually. But the difference for them now is the number one seed conversation. They look more vulnerable for that than anything else. I still would pick them to win this division over anybody else. But the number one seed combo that it looked like maybe they would have a chance to run away with, the Bucs are very live in this. This is a Packers team is a little behind the eight ball now, but I would still be keeping an eye on them, for example. Grant Paulson with me here on Countdown 2 as well. Grant, I was talking about the Rookie of the Year market, but now a little bit on just where we view the Eagles. Where are you at on them? This is a team in a division that you cover. I think people are kind of blowing things out of proportion about the way they've looked the last 2 weeks in 2 losses.
Yeah, I think it's too early to bury. Too early to think that they're in big, big trouble. But what I do believe is they're flawed. This is not a very good football team at all. And they've become susceptible in a lot of ways. Like, I would ask you this: what are they really good at? I don't know the answer to that right now. They have a offensive coordinator who has not done a good job, who should be on a hot seat, in my opinion. This is an organizational thing that goes back a few years where they went out of the building to get a really good, high ascending talent. And Steichen, he comes in, they get to a Super Bowl, he gets a head coaching job. And then they go internal with a Sirianni guy and Brian Johnson, who struggles, loses play calling duties, and ends up out of the org. He's now here in D.C., not calling plays underneath a Cliff Kingsbury. Then they go, okay, well, that didn't work. Let's go get another, grown up who's done this before. And they get Kellen Moore, and he comes in and he calls plays and they get to and win a Super Bowl. And then he gets a head coaching job. And now they've turned things over to Patullo internally, who's another Sirianni guy. And I think this has gone really, really poorly. I mean, if you look at their offense, they're 28th in yards per play. They run the ball 29th. 3 teams are worse. Saquon Barkley's been a shell of himself. There's no running room. Their passing game is bad. It's 21st per play. It's 28th yards per game. Jalen Hurts is not playing well. They have a top 3 wide receiver in A.J. Brown who wants out and is unhappy, it seems like. They have maybe the best number 2 wide receiver in the league, Devontae Smith, who effectively a week or so ago said, hey, A.J. Brown said the thing out loud that a lot of us don't want to say. I'm paraphrasing, but he's not happy in that offense. He's got one game where he's heavily used or targeted. And then their offensive line, which is kind of the hallmark of the organization, for my money, the best in the league for many, many years, is banged up and not playing nearly at the level that it typically does. That's their offense. I mean, their defense is better. You wouldn't have known it watching the game against the Giants where they had no answers and got shredded by Jackson Dart, but they're middling. They're 16th out of 32 teams right now in yards per play. They're 24th against the run. They're better against the pass, but they're 26th at getting to the quarterback and getting sacks right now. 6 teams are worse than them. So I ask again, what are the Eagles good at? They are 4-2, as you mentioned, but they'd be 3-3 if not for a block of a chip shot field goal against the Rams. Sure. And at 3-3, one of those wins would have been in a game where they got outscored by 12 in the second half. So I like the Chiefs win at Arrowhead. I thought that was like a really good victory, signature win for them. But otherwise, it's an opening night win where CeeDee Lamb dropped a bunch of passes against the Cowboys, and then what are you hanging your hat on? So do I think they'll get it together? Yeah, they're very talented. I think they're going to be a playoff team. I think they win 10 or so games. But I'm not as convinced, it sounds like, as you, that this is just like them stubbing their toe. I think there's major, major flaws here.
Well, in terms of being the best team in the NFC, that conversation, that's very real. That's just not going to be the case this year. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. As far as them being a division winner, I know the division odds are starting to tighten up because the division is tightening up. At BetMGM, the Eagles are now just minus 120. The Commanders are plus 150. The Cowboys sit at 7-1. And then the Giants, despite playing some better football, are still 60-1 to win the NFC East. My only pushback, in everything you said is true of how the Eagles look right now. I mean, there's no disputing that. The only pushback would be with Kellen Moore. People wanted him fired the first 5 or 6 weeks last year of the season. That offense, while it wasn't 28th in multiple categories to this extent, there were people that wanted him out, and it looked ugly at times for them as well. Now, Saquon Barkley was definitely way more efficient, and the O-line was doing better. And that's, to me, the most shocking thing that I've seen is that Saquon, even in this Giants game, first 2 carries, Grant, I think he had a combined, 35 yards or 40 yards, something like that. And then there was no running lanes. They had to abandon the run a little bit as well. And he ends up falling way short of even 80 yards rushing. I think the total for the game was 84.5 for Saquon, and he didn't really sniff that. So that, to me, is the bigger concern. I do think they'll get this offense rolling a little bit. I'm banking in large part, though, on history here with the Eagles. I will agree with you on Jalen Hurts. I mean, this guy has won a Super Bowl. He's played amazing in both Super Bowls, even the one he lost to Kansas City. But right now, he looks like a pretty pedestrian quarterback. I'm not saying that's what it'll be like in 3 weeks or something, but right now, he looks like a very average, like 10th to 12th best quarterback in football. I'm not saying it's all on him. I think there's a lot of the play calling and everything too. But like, if you had never watched Jalen Hurts play before, you'd be like, what's so special about this guy?
But I think that happens with him all the time. Like, I find him to be the most confounding, hardest quarterback to evaluate and rank in the entire league. Because there are going to be games where you go, man, this guy is special. That's an elite dual threat skill set. He makes the winning plays with his feet, and he makes some big-time throws. And if you put on the tape from either Super Bowl, as you said, the losing Super Bowl where he was the best quarterback on the field and was incredible, that was a unbelievable performance, or the winning Super Bowl where he was awesome. Like, those games are so big-time that, that's a top 7 whatever quarterback in the NFL. But that's not what you see most of the time. I think most of the time in the regular season when you watch him, it's kind of a guy that, like, I don't even know the word. I think Eagles fans would understand, but it's like a listless, almost like a slow motion operating and a lack of urgency. And it's very, very odd. I also think, and this is not, it sounds like such a knock. I mean, he has it pretty good. When you talk about maybe the best line in football, arguably the best running back in football, maybe a top 3 wide receiver in football, the number one, the second receiver in football with Devontae Smith, a top 5 to 7 tight end. There's really no good excuse for you to look like this for extended periods of time. And if I was an Eagles fan, it would drive me crazy.
I want to talk about the tush push again, which was certainly a topic of conversation after Thursday night, and college football. Multiple games kicking off in about an hour and a half, including a top 15 showdown in the SEC. That's next here on Countdown 2.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, back in just a moment. weekend sports conversation continues with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
In 20 minutes, we will start taking a look at Week 6 of the NFL slate. Pamela Maldonado of ESPN going to join us. We'll go through some of the storylines, some of the big-time matchups this week. Last week, we saw all sorts of carnage, a lot of upsets. We saw double-digit favorites blow leads, or I should say favorites blow double-digit leads, including the Kansas City Chiefs, including the Arizona Cardinals. It was a chaotic week for those of you that have Survivor pools. If you are still alive in Survivor, congratulations to you, as we saw some of the major contests out in Las Vegas knock off, I think, over 55% of some of these pools. Now, I think there was 8,000 people, if I'm not mistaken, or entries, I should say, eliminated from one of the big contests out in Vegas after having some quiet weeks 1 through 4. People were wondering, oh my gosh, are we just not going to have any carnage? Well, we got it in Week 5. Could we see it again in Week 6? We'll discuss that in just a little bit. One final thing on Thursday Night Football. I don't know where you stand. You're someone that sees the Eagles twice a year with a team you cover there in D.C. The tush push, it's not a new conversation, but on Thursday, it got brought up yet again. We saw the Eagles have 4 consecutive plays of the tush push. It ultimately resulted in a touchdown. A member of the Giants got hurt during one of those plays as well, by the way. And once again, we saw the slow-mo replay where clearly the right guard for Philadelphia was jumping. And I understand it's a slow-mo replay, and so it's very difficult to officiate, but that's where I guess I have the problem. This is not me just saying it's a boring play, which it is, by the way, but that in its own right shouldn't be why we eliminate a play, although other leagues have changed rules. Baseball got rid of the shift because it was boring. It was making the product not as great.
Well, the NFL has too. The NFL got rid of the
NFL.
Extra point as its current distance, is now different because they felt like it was too boring.
So it happens. I was in that camp already, by the way. And now if you're even saying, hey, well, you're just jealous because they're better at it than everybody. If the league cannot officiate it properly, then the play can't exist. And so I'm more convinced than ever this thing is going away in the offseason. If you can officiate it properly, you can make a case that it can stay. But the league had a point of emphasis about this 3+ weeks ago, and they miss it every single time. It's too difficult, clearly, for officials to acknowledge the false start multiple times on these plays. And if you can't officiate a play, then props to the Eagles take advantage of it, as they should and as they will. But this will get banned in the offseason. To me, Thursday night ensured that again, just like the game a few weeks ago in Kansas City.
So I have not been adamant against the tush push. I think a lot of people probably are that cover teams, certainly in the division, that see it all the time like I do in D.C. I know on my daily show in D.C., Grant and Danny, my co-host despises the play and screams about the play, and it's very much you would expect from like a rival in the division who's annoyed by the play. I try to pride myself on the fact that I'm not going to get rid of a play because other people can't stop it. I hate that. I hate when we ban the shift in baseball because it takes away from, teams getting base hits, basically. Like, being effective should not be penalized, and being successful by way of, within the rules, operating in a way that you have found analytically, R&D, or just in this case, football-wise, schematically, you should not be penalized for that. I have now come around to wanting to get rid of this play pretty significantly, though. And it has nothing to do with the fact that it is so successful. It has to do with the fact that, number one, as you said, it can't properly be officiated. They false start on this more times than they don't. They just do. And it doesn't get called. So that's number one. Number two is watching Thursday Night Football, when they ran that play on 4 consecutive snaps, was kind of the straw that broke my back on this. As a guy who was like, all right, you guys are just doing too much. Relax. The people that wanted to get rid of it, you can't stop it. You're annoyed. You're frustrated. I get it. It's not an NFL play, but who cares? It's a rugby play for a snap. It's 2 yards and we're moving on. To run it on 4 straight plays, quite literally was like, I don't know, 3 minutes of real life time where we just sat around and football wasn't being played. Whatever that was kept happening. And eventually they scored the touchdown. And for that reason, I am out, to quote Shark Tank. Like, no, this is stupid. So that was one of those where like you rubbed everyone's nose in it a little bit. If you're Nick Sirianni, where like they revel in this.
He would never do that. He would never do that, though. He would never do anything like that, Grant.
I'm sure. But to do it 4 straight times when you know like this thing's on the precipice of being banned, it's like on a technicality you got off from something, and now you're like really rubbing it in everyone's face a little bit, and that's what it felt like. It's not an interesting thing to watch at all. I do think that there's a chance that guys get hurt. I know that the science is not out on that yet, and they're still researching it. Yeah. But I remember the videos of like Chris Jones rubbing his neck in the Super Bowl, and now you got this guy with the Giants who gets hurt. And also, I'm just watching the collision. Like these offensive linemen from the Eagles, starting early, by the way, are like diving in the air, and their feet are up over their head, and you can't convince me that you're not asking for problems with the way that play is operated. So just generally, I think here's what should happen. In the league for a long time, you were not allowed to aid a runner with the ball. Just go back to that. If this isn't even about banning the tush push, just get back to the fact that when someone has the ball, you can't get behind them and shove them in the direction you're trying to move. That's a running back in the open field. That's a lineman coming down and just throwing himself into a pile. Like that used to be illegal. They changed that back in the early 2000s. Get back to not being able to aid runners. And then the tush push and a few other plays that happen over the course of the game go away. And no one will ever miss it, other than some Eagles fans who take pride in the fact that it's their thing that everybody hates.
And they should be. And they should take pride in it. I mean, I totally get it. And they should run it as much as they want the rest of the season while they can still do it. And it's an unbelievably successful play. I'll also say this. Once they ban it, because it's going to get banned in the offseason, they're going to be amazing still at quarterback sneaks. Like, Jalen Hurts is still the strongest quarterback in the league in terms of lower body strength. They are still going to do QB sneaks, which have a 90+% success rate in the NFL as well. So this is not like the Eagles are suddenly never going to get 4th and 1s. Nobody's saying that. But if the league has proven they cannot officiate it, that's why this thing ultimately is going to get banned in the offseason. All right, we'll get to some college football here because there's some great games, Grant, coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. In the SEC, let's start there. Number 8, Alabama on the road. Number 14, Missouri. This one in Columbia. The Tigers are undefeated under Eli Drinkwitz and company. They got a transfer quarterback in Prabula from Penn State. They got a running back that maybe today will be the day where he gets way more national attention for a Heisman push, and Ahmad Hardy, the transfer running back from Louisiana Monroe, who has been sensational. Alabama 3.5-point favorites in this one. Bama's already beaten an undefeated Vandy team. They've already beaten an undefeated Georgia team on the road. Missouri has not played a road game all year, and they're not playing one today. I've talked a lot about this game this week just because it's in my neck of the woods. I think the key here is, can Alabama have any bit of life against the run? Can they slow down Ahmad Hardy at all? Because that's where there's a massive advantage for Missouri, and Alabama is not even a top 100 defense against the run this year. That's a big concern, I think, if you're Bama. However, on the flip side, and why I like Alabama to cover, I don't think Missouri has seen a passing attack like this all year. You go through their schedule, there's maybe been 2 teams that are capable of really slinging it around the yard, and that was Kansas and that was South Carolina. Now, they beat both those teams, but those teams had success. I think the secondary can be exploited by Missouri, or by Alabama against Missouri, with Bernard and Williams. And so I don't think Bama will be fazed by this crazy atmosphere today because they already have a road win with Ty Simpson, who's been sensational on the road at Georgia.
Yeah, I kind of like the over in this game as a play.
Yeah.
I am leaning toward Missouri plus 3.5. But I might actually get a couple of games that I like and tease some points and get them somewhere around like plus 6.5 or something like that. Might actually be the way to operate here. A few nuggets on this game. So you mentioned this coaching staff from Missouri, and under Eli, they are 10-3 as home dogs at this point. They play really well in these situations. Alabama is playing a 3rd straight game against a ranked opponent. This has kind of been this murderer's row where I think it could be a letdown spot for them after significant wins in conference the last couple of weeks. Missouri, by the way, is the real deal. Now, they have not played good opponents. And so are they as good as they've played? No. I mean, their best wins are probably Kansas, South Carolina, something like that. But I do think that they're more legit than the average person who hasn't watched them knows. If you look at the numbers, they are top 2 in third down offense and defense right now, and they lead the entire country in time of possession. They can run the football. Their short passing game is effective. They can get off the field on third down better than anybody. And because of that, they stay really fresh on defense. It's going to be harder to do that today against Alabama. But I do think they will move the ball against the Tide. I don't have any doubts about that. I think both teams are going to be successful when they have the football, and that's why I like the over. But if you look at it, like Alabama, they don't rush the quarterback. They're 108th in sacks per game right now. Like, what is that from Alabama? They don't stop the run. Florida State went for over 40 carries and 260 yards. Georgia and Vandy the last couple of weeks averaged 8 yards per carry against this Alabama team. And you've talked about Ahmad Hardy, Big 12 gold with some Missouri ties historically, knows a thing or two, right, about this program. So you're plugged in. Not everybody is. But Hardy's gone for over 500 yards after contact this year, which is more than 17 teams in the country. Like, this is a legitimate NFL Sunday running back. Bama will be successful offensively. The question is, can Missouri keep up with a run-heavy offense? And I think that they're going to. They also can rush the quarterback. I think they hit Alabama with the football a couple of times in the pocket. They got 2 edge rushers, Gold, who are both top 5 in pressure rate right now. So there's going to be some negative plays to get them behind the sticks. I'm on Missouri, man. I like them to hang in this game. Plus 3.5 is close. It's tight. I don't feel great about that like I do the over, but if you made me play a side, it would be Missouri. And like I said, I'm going to tease that and buy a couple of points, I think.
Yeah, well, look, there's Indiana and Oregon as well, but I think this could end up being the game of the weekend in college football. For a lot of the reasons we brought up, I do think Ahmad Hardy is so underrated across the country. His Heisman odds are going to change drastically if he has a huge day against Alabama and a win all of a sudden. But on the flip side, neither one of us talked, I think, enough about Ty Simpson. He's got the second best odds to win the Heisman, and yet I don't think anybody takes him seriously enough. To me, he's going to have a massive day against that Missouri secondary. So I do like where you're leaning on the over there at 52.5.
Next hour, I'll give you a crazy stat on Alabama on the road against the spread the last 3 years, too, which I think people will be shocked by.
So we'll get back to college football, but up next, let's get to week 6 of the NFL. Pamela Maldonado over at ESPN goes through some of these storylines and some of the best bets here in week 6 on Countdown 2.
With Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. From kickoff to final whistle, your Saturday mornings belong to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
Hour number 2, Countdown 2, here on the BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Alex Gold, Grant Paulson hanging out. We'll get to our best bets a little bit later on in the hour. Also, get back into some college football. We touched on Missouri and Alabama, a huge game in the SEC, but also a big-time showdown in the Big Ten taking place today with Oregon and Indiana. We'll take a look at that Heisman implications as well. So that's coming up in just a bit. But let's key in on the NFL. We welcome in Pamela Maldonado over at ESPN betting analyst. We're going to get to the Week 6 NFL slate. But I do notice you got the Texas shirt on. There is a little red rivalry going on today with Oklahoma.
Like, as a betting analyst, I know too much. So there's more often than not times where I'm fading my own team, and it's basically I've become like enemy number one in the state in Austin. So today I got my colors on. I'm actually happy because I feel like we got a chance in this one. I expect a low scoring grind, and because of that, I don't know. A lot of things, crazier things have happened in the Red River. So, yeah, I like my Longhorns today. Hook 'em horns.
Have you?
I'm excited for you. I'm excited for the fans of those
You're
two teams. Let's get it going. This is gonna be fun.
Let's get it going. I think it's a really good matchup. We have I think John Mateer is a good quarterback, yes, but he's not great. And I know that Arch Manning has been, let's call it what it is, garbage. But I think this is an opportunity for us to lean on the ground game. I'm actually just really more so bummed that I'm not there, because let me tell you, one of the best things that happen every single year is this state festival that we have in Texas. And the most elite thing that you can have is like the fried Oreo. And I'm so sad that I'm not there to have that. I'm so sad that I'm not there to have like all of the like scrumptious food delicacies that you just don't experience any other time.
Yeah, I've heard great stories. I've heard great stories about the State Fair. I lived in Texas for a couple years. I never made it up, though, to the State Fair, which seems like a complete miss on my part. But let's get into some NFL, Pamela, starting with a team that I do cover on a regular basis. That's the Kansas City Chiefs. We know they're coming off a loss to Jacksonville. They got Sunday Night Football at Arrowhead taking on the Lions. You take a look at the futures market. We normally don't see them in a spot like this where you can get some value out there. Are you still buying them, at least when we take a look at the futures market?
I'm not. I think what we've seen from the Chiefs so far this season is it's in line with what I saw from them preseason. The line was 11.5, and now the current line is 9.5. That 2-game drop. It's less about decline, and it's really more so about the recalibration of what the Chiefs actually are. And I would say that juice at -145 for the over, that's kind of being a little generous here. This is a contending but fragile team. They are living off efficiency and defense, not at all explosiveness, which is what we're used to seeing, and that's exactly what 2025 has delivered. I think what we're seeing right now from the Chiefs is, given everything we've seen, they're 2-3, their offensive regression, it's a much tighter AFC West. 9.5 feels like a really good number. This is actually what it probably should have been preseason. And I'm saying that it's optimistic because if they get their red zone rhythm back, let's say either Worthy or Rice breaks out, 10 wins can be reachable. But the way that they're playing right now, all of the data backs them as an under team still. And it's not a fade on Patrick Mahomes, who's still the best quarterback that we've seen in our recent generation. But it's just a natural correction of a team that's winning differently and a lot less explosively. So if you had to force me into picking something, I would go with under 9.5. But I'm not at all surprised of how we're seeing the Chiefs regress.
Pamela, then let's look at that division and the odds to win it, because if you're talking potentially under 9.5, that's not a division champion, right? At BetMGM right now, we're seeing the Chargers at +175, the Broncos right there with the Chiefs at +185 to win the division. I cover Washington. They just played the Chargers. They had me and you and Alex and two random guys protecting Justin Herbert, and it didn't go very well. He's under siege right now. Do you think the Chargers get healthy, get right, and look more like they did in the first 3 weeks after free-falling with losses to the Giants and the Commanders here? Or do you like Denver to surge coming off their win over Philly? Like, who do you like coming out of the West then?
I think you kind of nailed it. You said one simple word, and that was the exact word that you have to go off of. If the Chargers get healthy, that's literally the only thing that is keeping them from being like undefeated right now. If you look at the Chiefs' record right now, despite Mahomes playing clean, he's not really turning the ball over, but the Chiefs just simply aren't finishing drives. And that has nothing to do with player health. That has everything to do with this is systemic from what we've seen in previous seasons. That's just a continuation of who the Chiefs are. Their 3 of their losses have been one-score games. That's the exact regression that was predicted preseason. The Chargers, for them as favorites at plus 150, to me, that makes sense because they have better offensive balance. They have healthier weapons throughout a course of a full season. And it's just they're in this little slump at the moment of health regression. That bounces back. I think they're the more complete team offensively, defensively. Coaching is going to be a little suspect. But yeah, I think the Chargers as the favorites is the rightful favorites.
We're talking to Pamela Maldonado of ESPN, looking at the Week 6 slate and also some of the futures markets out there. While we're still talking bigger picture, I don't know where you were at preseason on the Colts, but I don't know many people that thought the Colts were going to be a division leader at this point in time of the season, that Daniel Jones would look like he's having the Sam Darnold bump like we saw last year for Darnold with Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. The Colts are minus 105 right now at BetMGM to win the South. The Jags, who just beat Kansas City, are plus 125. And then you see the Texans, who have been the division champs the last few years, all the way down there at 7-1. How do you view the Colts in this AFC South right now?
Well, if we're talking about the Colts, if we're going to be talking about the AFC South, you also need to know that I am also a Jags fan. It's not just a Longhorn. That is my team. So I know that let's talk about the Colts, yes, but let's include the Jacksonville Jaguars, because the Colts winning, I expected that preseason. I liked their overseason win total. The Jags winning, that is more of a surprise to me because as a Jags fan, I was honed in on that, and I was like, I don't like this team. We've seen what Trevor Lawrence is. Stop believing in the potential and seeing who they are now. But I'm actually flipped the script on that. I think preseason expectation versus reality for the Jaguars really comes into the handicap for looking at the AFC South as a futures. Structurally, Jacksonville has evolved into something that we've rarely seen them over the last few years, and that's stability. The market priced them as a 7.5 win team preseason. I was in on the under, but they're actually playing as an 11 win contender. So now how does that factor into how are you balancing between who should be the rightful favorite or who has a greater shot of winning the division? Well, the Colts are flashier. We know this, but the Jags are cleaner. The Colts are built around pace, chunk plays. They're top 10 in points, yards per attempt, and that's not inflated. That's inflated though by some of those explosive plays. Daniel Jones, holy heck, like he's a great quarterback now. What? 6 completions of 40 plus yards, 71% completion rate, and the Colts also lead the league in red zone efficiency. 13 of 14 on field goals, 11 rushing touchdowns. Jacksonville, though, if you look at them as the complete unit, they are steadier. Trevor Lawrence, this has been the huge difference maker, is having Liam Cohen. He now has that quick throw system that's keeping him on schedule, which is allowing the league's lowest pressure rate. So they may not be as explosive as the Colts, but they do control tempo. They win the time of possession, and that's playoff capabilities. Defensively, the Jags are more complete. Indy's defense is opportunistic, but the Jacksonville, that front is better. They're setting up edges. They're creating turnovers without blitzing. So if you're looking at a matchup edge, simply comparing the Colts to the Jags, I think you're getting value on the Jags to win.
The Colts, number 2 offense in the NFL in yards per play right now. The Jags, first team in league history to turn a team over 3 times or more in their first 4 games. So opportunistic defensively now at 4-1, as you mentioned, under Liam Cohen. I want to hop to the New England Patriots for a second. I'm looking at the odds to make the playoffs, and New England is sitting at, depending on the book you're looking at, like around minus 200, minus 210. They're coming off that huge win against Buffalo. I'm actually really interested, Pamela, in this weekend's game because they should handle the Saints without much of a problem. But it also is a big-time letdown spot. It's going to tell us a lot about how far along they are in Mike Vrabel's program with Drake May, who's playing very well. But where are you on New England right now to make the playoffs?
I think that's exactly what you said. Talking about the Saints is this a letdown spot? And what we're seeing from teams is that's more why I like the Jags. I'm just going to quick note on that. Why I'm liking the Jags is because the way that they're playing travels and doesn't really allow for letdown opportunities. The Patriots, this is going to be the exact game of, okay, are you a legitimate team that can hold consistency throughout a season? Or are you going to be kind of like super extreme? Okay, you have this huge win one week and then not play consistently the next. When it comes to for this weekend for their features, I like the features for Drake May. Excuse me. I am also a little bit sick, so I'm having to sniffle a little.
Oh, you're good.
I do. I liked Drake May. I liked this team coming into the season. We are seeing a lot of the things that we talked about that I saw pre come to fruition. That Drake May, he is not exceeding expectations. He is hitting his expectations as far as what his capabilities are from what he had in college, and it's translating into the NFL. The schedule for the Patriots was really like the huge gist of, are they going to be a contending team? Because they were, according to preseason expectations, the Patriots were expected to play the second easiest schedule in the NFL. Well, when you are facing easier defenses, that really gives your younger quarterback an opportunity to really make quicker progressions because he's not being tested as much. So I think because of that, we are seeing, we're seeing the ceiling rise for what the Patriots could be. Long-term expectations, I think that we're going to see them in the playoff this season. For them to win, that would be a little bit more of a stretch, but I think within the next 2-3 seasons, this is like a legitimate team.
Yeah, I've been impressed. I think they look like a Mike Vrabel team now, and I think we saw that a little bit on Sunday night. And I am on New England -3.5, but it makes me a little nervous, as you said, because we're going to find out a little bit more where things are at for that franchise moving forward. As we're talking to Pamela Maldonado of ESPN, looking at the AFC North, somebody has to win that division. Pam, somebody has to win that division. Right now, the odds would tell you that the favorite is the Pittsburgh Steelers at +105, the Ravens at +110, and then you got Cincy at 15-1 and the Browns at 18-1. Lamar Jackson's not going to play this week. We know he's already out. It's going to be Cooper Rush. They're 7.5-point underdogs. Do you believe that Baltimore can still get this thing figured out and are value there at +110?
There's so much wrong with the Baltimore Ravens right now. And this is just like not a team. It's like, what did I say? My dad, somebody was making fun of like my because I live in Texas, so we have like a lot of Cowboys fans, and I was like, you can't make fun of Cowboys fans. Like, your team is 1-4 right now. What are you talking about? Like, this is just a different type of season, right? I think there's a lot of like structure. I'm not sure Harbaugh is like a very good fit for the team for what they're capable of right now. And I think that's something that hasn't really been said often enough. Like, are you a great coach? Yes. Are you still compatible? Let's call it compatibility for what the offensive weapons that you have at your disposal. Of course, injuries largely come into effect here, but the fact that we don't even really have depth in a lot of the key positions, like, okay, what is this team doing? Now you're putting yourself in a bind, heavily relying on the exact two players on your team that if one of them ends up injured, well, we don't really have a bounce back for that. I think this is and because of that, like, it's creating a lot of chaos, right? Because, if it's not the Ravens, then what? Joe Flacco is being traded to the Bengals, so is that going to be something that can disrupt, make some noise? That's going to be an interesting fit because, okay, Flacco has been terrible this season, but he also has a lot of abilities. So we know what his ceiling looks like. We know what he's capable of for assisting an offense to reach new heights. Could the Bengals become interesting again? I think this division is really interesting because every defense is kind of garbage, and that really throws off a lot of chaos of, okay, fine, if all these defenses are going to be under par, subpar, then which offense has the potential to explode? I'm really interested to see Flacco with the Bengals and the weapons that he has with Chase and Higgins. Are you kidding me? Just be normal. Just be normal, Flacco. And I think this offense could be like sick again.
Real quick before we let you go. We got about 60 seconds, Grant. So we got about 60 seconds here. So real quick, Lions, Chiefs, Sunday Night Football. Lions 2.5-point underdogs. What's your favorite play for this game?
I like the Lions and the Chiefs under 52.5. You look at the two quarterbacks and you think explosiveness, and it's really not. Neither of these teams, Lions or the Chiefs, are finishing drives right now. Both of them are instead playing a lot of clock control styles. The Lions, with Jared Goff, actually 30th in the league for dropback rate. They're not even passing. Red zone discipline. The Lions are top 5 inside the red zone, and early season trends. Both teams are hitting unders, and the game flow, fewer drives, fewer possessions. Under 52.5, very high.
Pamela Maldonado, ESPN betting analyst. Great insight. Thanks so much for coming on the show. And good luck to your Texas Longhorns today as well. Up next, let's react a little bit to what she had to say. We'll also get back to college football right here on Countdown 2.
Saturday mornings start here with Countdown 2 on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson, Alex Gold, back in just a moment. and Alex Gold on Countdown 2, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network.
We will start going through the Week 6 NFL slate game by game rapid fire in just a couple of minutes and all the way through the end of the show, including our best bets. Thanks again to Pamela Maldonado of ESPN for joining us. Her thoughts. What did you make of the Chiefs breakdown at the beginning? You know, if you know what, I was a guest, and so I wasn't going to interrupt. I obviously disagree a little bit with some of the thoughts about the Chiefs. I felt like Grant was over there saying, see, somebody else is telling Gold about his Chiefs, and he's not going to interrupt her. He'll interrupt me, but he's not going to interrupt her.
Well, I could just see the steam coming from your ears. I could just see how red your face was getting. You were stomping your feet. No, I actually probably am more on your side than her side. In that, I don't think there's any chance they only win 8 or 9 games. I certainly understand the logic, and she made a lot of the points I've been making, which is, they're just not explosive enough offensively. They're a boring watch, and they don't make enough big plays. Now, I will say, that they've turned the faders up a little bit with Tyquan Thornton getting down the field and the ability to add some spark to the offense, but the passing game is very average. I don't think there's anything they do offensively right now at an elite level. So it makes it hard for me to like them to cover very often. I think there's going to be a lot of times where when they win, it won't be against the spread necessarily if they're a favorite. But I think they win 10 or more games. I mean, if I had to bet right now, I'd say they win 11 games probably and go 11-6 or 10-7, something like that. She likes the Chargers still a lot. I don't. I just watched them play Washington. I think they are – it is based on injury. She's right. But now you've lost Amarian Hampton for a month. So both your running backs are out. Their offensive line is Swiss cheese at this point. Herbert can't – he was so incredible watching him last week against Washington. And then you look up and they're down 10 points because he's just running for his life and making crazy throws. There was a sequence, Gold, where they had a 2nd and 19, and he ran around and made a 24-yard completion. And it was called back for a holding penalty. And then it was a 2nd and 29, and he ran around and made a 31-yard completion. And it was called back for an illegal formation. And it's like, that to me, that is the symbolism of the Chargers right now. Like, Justin Herbert is a madman playing like an MVP, and they're still pulling him down into this, hole in the bottom of the ocean. So if I had to take a team outside of the Chiefs right now, it'd actually be the Broncos, frankly.
Absolutely.
But,
absolutely.
So I was interested that she was still on the Chargers with a month or so coming up where they're going to be in big injury hell. But I'm not done with the Chiefs. I do think they have problems. I think Mahomes is not playing like he did a few years ago, and Kelsey is kind of washed and whatever else. But this is still a really good football team, and I think their defense is good enough to get to 10-11 wins.
We'll talk more about them when we get to the Chiefs-Lions game. I agree with some of what you were saying. I obviously disagree on a few other parts. I do think their offense is starting to figure some things out, and they get Rashee Rice back next week. But let's talk a little college football, then we'll get back to NFL. We touched on Alabama, Missouri quite a bit. I think it's going to be a great game today. How about in the Big Ten, though? Indiana, Oregon, the Ducks, 7-point favorites still at BetMGM. I think this got up to 7.5 at a couple spots earlier in the week. Money line minus 285 for Oregon. The total sitting at 53.5. This is an Indiana team that I still don't think enough people give credit to, because you go back to last year when they were obviously playing some great football. People were discounting them. This year, admittedly, I think people discount them a little bit, despite having a quarterback that's right there in the Heisman race as well. This is an Indiana team that typically they get off to fast starts. That's so crucial when you're talking about playing an opponent like this in Oregon. And so I expect Indiana to hang around here. I lean towards them covering the 7. I don't think they can pull off the massive upset in a game like this. To me, Oregon will be able to move the football. I know the total's intriguing for a lot of people out there. I'm staying away from 53.5. I wonder if that actually is a bit of a trap, just based off of everybody thinking that both quarterbacks are just going to light up each other in this game. I like the Indiana Hoosiers, though, to cover to 7. That'd be my play in this game.
So I like the over, it sounds like, more than you do, at 53.5. I do think you're going to see some big plays, and I think both teams will be able to move the football. Are we in a place now where we could start talking about Fernando Mendoza as a possible 1-1 pick? Is that too early? I mean, this guy's flying up boards. He's a 6'5" quarterback who's playing his butt off right now. in a year where quarterbacks that were supposed to have been at the top of the board aren't necessarily doing that. Whether you look at Arch Manning or Garrett Nussmeier was a first-round pick. I've never really been a huge Cade Klubnik guy, but Mendoza's interesting, man. 16 touchdowns, only 1.3% of his throws are turnover-worthy via PFF. In the Heisman convo, they stay ahead of the sticks with the running game and keep him in some good down and distances. I like Indiana's defense a lot, too. Today is going to be when I find out how good they are, though, because the strength of schedule has been 70th. Their rush EPA per play is really bad, but that's mostly because ODU and Kennesaw hit some huge run plays early in the season at points in that game where it was okay if it happened. But they're 7th in PFF tackling right now. They got a linebacker in Isaiah Jones and Kellen Wyatt, tackles for loss, big-time numbers. So I'll be curious to see. We've seen Oregon control the line of scrimmage against Penn State. How do they fare in that regard against a pretty good Indiana front? But I kind of like Indiana in this game, to be honest with you. The spread being at 7 right now is tough. I might have to buy a half point, but I think my play will be the over, and I'm leaning toward Indiana, not Oregon covering.
Okay, so you and I both looking at Indiana +7 in this particular matchup. You mentioned the quarterback Mendoza for Indiana. Of course, Dante Moore, the quarterback for Oregon, a few weeks ago, we were discussing him, how he's got all these big stages to where, he kind of controls his own destiny, if you will, maybe even in the Heisman race. He obviously looked great against Penn State. Now another showcase. He's the current favorite to win the Heisman at 5-1. Then you have Carson Beck at Miami, 6-1. And John Mateer is back for Oklahoma, I believe, today, right? At least the speculation is he's back for Oklahoma. He was once the favorite. He's 10-1. And then Mendoza just sitting ahead around there, hanging out at 12-1. This would be a showcase game for him if he could play well. You mentioned the defense for Indiana. That's why I actually like them to cover. Yes, they struggle against the run. Number 2 pass defense in the country for Indiana. And so to me, that's an area that I think, in terms of EPA, I should say, number 2 pass defense in the country. So that's where I think they can hang around. And it's going to be a good test for Dante Moore.
Yeah, love it. Moore, if he plays really well in a win, I think is a convincing Heisman favorite at that point. Here's my question, and if David is operating the board back in Chicago today, then he'll have to cover his ears. I'm not sure who's back there today, but have they played anybody yet? I mean, we kind of build this matchup with Penn State like, this is the game of the year kind of thing. Well, is Penn State any good? Are we sure about that? After last week?
I mean, David's taking a sabbatical. He's taking a sabbatical after that UCLA loss, I think.
Okay, good. So he doesn't have to hear this. But I'm serious. I mean, let's be honest here, Gold. Like, after seeing what happened with Penn State, you're talking about a schedule so far where they win by 40-some over Montana State and 60-some over Oklahoma State. Impressive win, but who have they played? If Penn State is not as good as we thought, and I am on that team now.
Clearly.
So that goes without saying. But what if they're just not that good? Then Indiana is the best team they've played in theory, and we're about to find out about Oregon too. So like if they go out and they lose today by 7 or 10 points or something, they don't play that well, I think there's going to be a school of thought of like, hey, it's the first time you really went up against another bully and you got punched in the face a little bit. So I like the Ducks, and Dan Lanning's my favorite coach in America. I think they're going to be in a really good place, not only throughout this football game to pull off a win, and then also moving forward into the postseason. But that is something I keep coming back to this week. We all think that was like this crowning jewel win. What if it wasn't?
No, it's very fair. I think it's going to be a fun game to figure that all out. By the way, Indiana to make the college football playoff is -150. No is +120. Oregon's odds to make the college football playoffs, you're not surprised to hear this. It's unbettable. Yes is -2,000. No is +875. So you think that they hit rough times, to your point there, that things just fall apart. They lose to Indiana. They got another loss on their table as well, +875. But I think Dante Moore is a stud. And I think they win. But, yeah, Indiana can cover today in this particular matchup. All right, let's go up a level and start looking at the Week 6 slate. Rapid fire. We'll do that for the remainder of the show, plus our best bets, including a little ALCS action and perhaps how the NLDS will wrap up today with the Cubs and the Brewers. But let's take a look at the NFL. Let's start with the London game tomorrow morning. Jets, Broncos. Broncos now 7.5-point favorites. It was 7 for much of the week. We've seen some movement here. The total at 43.5. I don't have to tell you the Jets are winless. The Jets do not have a single takeaway on the season. Where are you at on a Broncos team that had a very impressive win against Philadelphia last week?
Well, I think Denver rolls in this game. We could start there. I'm not going to play this game. 7's not a number that I normally like, but I think they win by more than 7 in this football game. I think they have a blueprint a little bit. Bad Cowboys defense did a nice job schematically keeping Justin Fields in the pocket. And this is a team that leads the NFL in sacks, can rush the quarterback. So I don't like the matchup here for the New York offense. Still winless, by the way. Total's 43.5, could be lower scoring. This feels to me like a 24-14, 27-17 kind of game. But Denver's gotten right. I think Bo Nix is coming on after a slow start. I don't expect him to play necessarily at the level he did last year, but they're going to be a run the ball, play defense, play action team. Very Sean Payton-ish before Drew Brees got cooking in New Orleans. I like them better, as I said, than the Chargers to push Kansas City just because of the Chargers' injuries.
Yeah, Benito's a stud there on the defensive line. We know Pat Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year a year ago. I think this could be a very ugly one for Justin Fields. I know the London part of it kind of is that wrinkle that that's the only part that gives you a little bit of hesitation on the cover. Otherwise, in one of our contest picks out in Vegas, we went with the line at 7. We went Denver -7 for one of our contest picks. I'm a little nervous only because of the London factor and just what does that do for a team in travel and everything like that. Although we're talking about an experienced head coach in Sean Payton who has dealt with this before. All right, Browns Steelers. We already discussed the AFC North with our guest a little bit earlier on. The Steelers are the favorites in that division. They're 6-point favorites at 3-1 against the 1-4 Browns, who will have Dylan Gabriel make his second start in the NFL. The total, a very low 38.5, which sounds about right, considering the two quarterbacks and their style of play right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not going to be a whole lot of points scored, I don't think, in this game. 6 points is probably too big for the Pittsburgh offense to cover, or for me to feel good about them covering. Cleveland defensively can still get after the quarterback. Myles Garrett's always a threat to wreck a game with a hit on Aaron Rodgers and a sack fumble. Takes one of those and, plus territory getting the ball back where you get a quick score. And now all of a sudden, an 11 or 13-point deficit is one possession. So I would probably roll with Cleveland +6 on the road here. But again, not betting this game. I will tell you that just generally when Pittsburgh's going to be favored by more than 5 points, I'm not going to take them to cover very often. This isn't really an offense with a ton of firepower. We saw them before their bye in London with DK Metcalf catching explosive, and it was a nice catch and run early in that game for 70-plus yard touchdown. They didn't really do anything offensively in the air the rest of the day, though. And if you look at yard differential, point differential, some of those things, it's very unimpressive. I mean, offensively, they haven't moved the ball very effectively. So it's a big number for them to cover for me.
Yeah, to your point about, bigger numbers for Mike Tomlin. As a favorite of 4 or more, Mike Tomlin, 12-26-1. 12-26-1 against the spread since 2017. So that backs up your theory as well. All right, we continue to go around the NFL here in week number 6. How about those Colts? 4-1, very easily could be undefeated if it wasn't for an Adonai Mitchell fumble there against the Rams. They take on a Cardinals team that had one of the worst bad beats in Survivor history. If you had the Cardinals in Survivor last week, just one of those you're never going to forget. Of course, the DeMarcado fumble. Then you had the interception that turned into a fumble that turned into a touchdown for the Titans. Just disgusting. Now you got Kyler Murray, who's questionable for the game. They are 7-point dogs to the Colts, the total at 47. I know it's a large number. The Colts were 7-point favorites last week against the Raiders, who were abysmal, and they easily covered. I think a similar thing happens here. I don't like where the Cardinals are at after a loss. The way they just blew it to the Titans, I think that's devastating. You got the Jonathan Gannon stuff from this week. He was fined, $100,000 for shoving, punching, however you want to describe it, Amari DeMarcado. I actually think the Colts cover the large 7 here.
I do too. There's always the chance of the everybody, kind of gets on their P's and Q's after a loss like that, season on the line feel for Arizona, and you really buckle down, and that's possible. But I just think the Colts are really, really good. This honestly has less to do with an indictment on Arizona after an egregiously bad loss. This is an endorsement of a Colts team that is excellent. They're number 2 offensively in the NFL this season. They're number 2 passing the football at 8.2 per play. They run the ball very effectively, top 10 rushing offense at 128 yards per game. They're the hardest team in the league to get sacks against. Daniel Jones is doing a great job getting the ball out and moving around in the pocket, not turning the ball over, which was the bugaboo in New York, just outside of the top 10 in interception rate, number 3 in first downs per game, so they stay on the field. I like the Colts a lot here in this spot.
Indy and Arizona, a 1 o'clock kickoff on Sunday afternoon. We'll keep going through week 6 slate and our best bets next on Countdown 2.
You're listening to Countdown 2 with Grant Paulson and Alex Gold on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary. Alex Gold, only on the BetMGM and Infinity Sports Network. Make it legendary.
We continue to go around the NFL, taking a look at Week 6. That is Week 6, guys, here on Countdown to Chargers, Dolphins, 1 o'clock Eastern time kickoff in Miami. Chargers 4-point favorites, a total 43.5 at BetMGM. We spoke about the Chargers earlier this hour, just in regards to their injuries. And you saw this team firsthand there against your Commanders. This is a team that is so banged up right now, and they're going to have a dual backfield of Vidal and Haskins. We don't know who's going to get the lion's share of the carries there. It's kind of a mess. Ladd McConkey has struggled really to get going this year after having a sensational rookie year. Keenan Allen was a fun story for the first 3 weeks. He really hasn't had as much of an impact here the last couple. I like Miami to cover the 4 here. I think the Chargers still win, but I like Miami to cover the 4 based on what I've seen from that Chargers offense here as of late.
Yeah, I just think the Chargers are going to keep teams in games with their inability to be at their A level, right? I mean, you're quite literally, you're trotting out like a preseason secondary offense around Justin Herbert at this point, where you're on a third string tackle and a third string interior lineman. They just benched their center as well, who wasn't even hurt, who it was one of the team captains based on how he's playing. So it's almost like a complete makeshift offensive line. They're down 2 running backs. As you said, RBs 3 and 4 are going to split carries. The receiving core is healthy, but it's about getting the ball to them and doing it without flags. I mentioned that sequence where they had 29 and 31-yard plays that came back this past week that they were able to, convert against Washington, back-to-back flags. So I think they're going to keep clubs in games. I'm just not going to have them cover in numbers at this point. I'm not betting on that team. Do I think they find a way with Herbert to beat Miami? Yeah, probably. But if you told me the Dolphins won, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, this is like whatever you think of the Chargers is probably right about them being good. It doesn't matter. Like next man up works. Next men up doesn't work. This is not the Chargers. This is a worse version of them.
Chargers trying to avoid a 3rd straight loss. They started 3-0 with 3 division wins. They've now lost to the Giants and the Commanders. Patriots Saints. I love this matchup for New England here. I know I agree with our guest. This is a game where you can prove that you are going to be a pretty special team the rest of the way. You're going to cause problems for everybody the rest of the way. Can you push the Bills even in that division? Patriots are 3.5-point favorites against the Saints, total 46.5. And I understand the hook is crucial here around the key number of 3. I think the Saints winning last week makes me feel even better about the Patriots covering. What I mean by that is the Saints already got their first win's already out of the way. All right, they're going to win eventually. I don't think the Saints are suddenly a really good football team, even though I will give Spencer Rattler credit. I don't think he's played as poorly as people would have expected him to play. Like, he has not been the reason why they are a 1-4, I guess it is, football team. But they also just lack a lot on defense. And overall, I think there's still too many big plays given up. I think the Patriots win comfortably here. And yes, it's probably a very popular public play, and the public's been getting crushed this year in the NFL. This is a Patriots minus 3.5 that I'll go ahead and gladly lock in. And it's been 3.5 all week.
Yeah, they cover the spread. Their only other opportunity is 3.5-point favorite. They're 3-2 against the spread this year. New England is. In their games this year have eclipsed the total 2 times in 5 opportunities. They've been playing a little bit lower total games generally. But I like the Patriots. They're coming off of the win over the Bills. This is the ultimate letdown spot, as we talked about, but I do think they're taking over in the image of Vrabel, and the sea is changing here. This is becoming a pretty good football team. They have the better quarterback. They have the better coach. I don't know that they have the more talented overall roster, but I certainly think defensively they're going to be good enough against this Saints team to keep it low scoring. And I like them to cover in a tight one. I think it's probably something like, 23-17, 24-14 kind of game. But Drake May's playing his butt off right now. They got a good plan for him, and he's a fun watch.
Next game is a big one for those of us that had maybe Seattle winning the West, the Jags winning the AFC South. Those are 2 tickets that I have. Well, they play each other this week, Grant. The Jags coming off a huge win on Monday night against Kansas City. Seattle is a 1-point dog, essentially a pick 'em here. 47.5 is the total. Seahawks come in at 3-2. Jags 4-1. I like Seattle in this game. Sam Darnold is playing some really, really good football. Like he's towards the top of the league in multiple statistical categories. It was a huge win for the Jags, but this is not me being a hater on them. I picked them to win the division. They got dominated for much of that game on Monday night, Grant. They really did. They absolutely got dominated in multiple categories. I was not all that impressed. The key for Seattle is going to be, can they contain Trevor Lawrence? That's where Trevor Lawrence had so much success against Kansas City, is they had no answer for his legs. He took off and ran. That was the leading rusher. ETN was held in check. So I think Seattle, with the ability to move the football with their rushing attack that I think is going to get going this week against Jacksonville, and the fact that Sam Darnold doesn't commit turnovers. He protects the ball against a Jags team that their bread and butter has been turning everybody over. I think Seattle wins this one outright.
So my bet in this game that I've got that I really like is a player prop is Sam Darnold over 247.5 passing yards. Mahomes goes for 318. It's not like the Chiefs were humming offensively. Now they're going to pick you off. They're going to turn you over. But if you're talking about the over in passing yards, that's okay too. You might get some shorter fields and some things out of that, and the ability to accumulate yards. Jacksonville's opponents are picking up about 72% of their yards offensively through the air, which is fifth most of any team. If you look at where they rank, their sixth most passing yards given up in the league. That's despite the Panthers and the Texans having been on the schedule, and Cincinnati in a game where they lose Joe Burrow. So they're flawed on the back end. That's where they're susceptible. I think in this game, Darnold throws for over 250. Look for Jackson Smith and Jigba to have a good game. He's top 5 in the league with 34 catches, second in the league with 534 yards.
49ers and Bucks, a lot of injuries around this game. My goodness. 2 4-1 teams, though. This is a kickoff at 4:25 Eastern. Bucks 3-point favorites. No Godwin, no Evans, no Bucky Irving. On the Niners side of things, no Brock Purdy, no Ricky Pearsall. Mac Jones is questionable. Do you just stay away from this game, or you just trust that Baker Mayfield is going to pull this one out?
Well, I'm staying away from this game, but I also expect Baker Mayfield to pull this one out. I mean, they have trailed in all 5 of their games in the closing minutes, and they're 4-1, and there's a reason he's a fringe MVP candidate at this point. I do think that Mac Jones is playing good enough ball for them to win, and so I think there's going to be the ability to move the football. I know it sounds crazy with the injuries, but they have not really missed a beat. Kyle Shanahan's been in his bag, came out against the Rams with his first 15 script, was kind of a Mona Lisa. The team total I saw this week for San Francisco was 22.5. I actually like over that in this game narrowly. I think they score 23, 24 points. I think the Bucks probably win this game by a field goal. I'm not playing either side of it, but I think San Francisco, Christian McCaffrey's usage rate, by the way, look at his touches the last couple of weeks. Like he had a 50-touch 2-game scenario with a Thursday nighter after a Sunday in there. I mean, they are just running this dude into the ground. I don't know how good I feel about him in November, December right now, but for the moment, I think a lot of him, helping Mac Jones, making the occasional play on the outside is enough to get over 22.5 points. Niners, by the way, 28th in touchdown rate inside the red zone, 42%. 3 for 8 inside opponents' 20-yard line the last 2 games. I think there's a correction coming against a Bucks team that's given up a lot of points.
Yeah, I actually like the over in this game at 47.5. I'm with you. Mac Jones likely to play. They will move the football. I still think Agbuka and any other wide receiver the Bucks decide to throw out there in this game will have success, though. Kate Auden tied in there for Tampa, I believe, could also have a big day. All right, Sunday Night Football. Lions, Chiefs. Lions 4-1. They've won 4 straight since losing in week 1 to Green Bay. They have top offense in football. The Chiefs 2-3, trying to avoid a 2-4 start to the season. Kansas City 2.5-point favorites, total at 53. This has gone up from 52, 52.5 in much of the week. I'll let you start. I've obviously been talking about this game all week long.
Yeah, so this is the ultimate smell test situation. In my infancy as a sports bettor several years ago, I would have looked at this line and said, wow, this is dumb. They're on the wrong side here. This one's easy. I don't know why I became Dennis Miller at like 20 years old. Ever seen the 1973 film, The Salmon of Capistrano? Anyway, I would have bet Detroit and never thought twice about it because the Chiefs are favorites by 2.5 points, which makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to probably stay away from this game, but I like the Lions better than the Chiefs. I think they beat them. But the line is petrifying. Detroit is as good as a team there is in the league in play action. Are number 2 in success rate and highest rate of usage of play action. And the Chiefs have been really bad against play action passing games. Most expected points added per game, play action this season. So for that reason, I think they'll be able to get some chunks through the passing game on some inbreakers and some digs behind the linebackers of Kansas City. But again, this line just reeks to me. It smells like a trash can that needs to be cleaned out. So I will stay away from the Chiefs minus 2.5. In a non-betting sense, I'll tell you, give me Detroit like 27-20. Yeah, I will not be betting on this game.
Yeah, I think we're in for a shootout on Sunday Night Football, my man. Top offense in Detroit. I know you disagree with me on this point. I whether it was you or our guest talking about the Chiefs' offense, I would disagree on where the offense is trending. I actually think the last 2 weeks we have started to see the explosiveness come back in this offense. The offensive line in particular, Grant, is now also playing worlds better than they have in 3 years with Patrick Mahomes. And so to me, they are capable, once again, with Xavier Worthy back in the mix, of putting up points. This is a 35-31, 34-31 type of game, in my opinion. I do think Kansas City covers the 2.5. I think the game goes over the 52.5. Now I guess it's up to 53, as I said. Some line movement on this one. Kansas City's defense is the bigger problem. The only good news for them is they've struggled against quarterbacks that can move. Jared Goff is a statue. So it's going to come down to whether or not they can get pressure on him. I don't know if they will. If they can, that bodes very well for them. My guess is neither team is going to be stopped much. I think we're in for a fun one Sunday night.
So I'm not I don't think down on the Chiefs offense maybe as you think. Like, I don't think it's particularly great, but I do think they're trending in the right direction. That's where we agree. Like, they have made major strides. They look a lot better. Getting Rice back will help. They've gone from bad to okay. But I would lean toward the under. So we see this game pretty differently. So It'll be fun to watch.
Last thing I'll say, best bet for the weekend. We've already talked about a few bets I like. How about Atlanta to cover the 4.5 against Buffalo? I think their defense allows teams to stay in the game. Rushing defense for Buffalo, not very good. I think Bijan has a lot of success on Monday Night Football. He's Grant Paulson. I'm Alex Gold. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk to you next Saturday right here on Countdown 2.
You've been listening to Countdown 2. Coming up next on the BetMGM network is Inside the Betting Lines. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Are moving and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that, Parker!
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Happy Week 7 College Football Saturday here on the BetMGM Network. It's Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Paul Aspen. We are with you for the next 4 hours up until 4 p.m. Eastern Time, breaking down all the big games today on the college football slate, all of our favorite plays. We'll also dive in to tomorrow's NFL slate, and we'll talk some MLB playoffs as well. We got a big Game 5 tonight between the Cubs and the Brewers. And how about last night's game between the Mariners and the Tigers? Paul, I thought there was a chance that game might still be going on while we were on the air this morning, the way that thing was trending.
PJ, I mean, I have Tigers futures. I finally, after they kept leaving men on. And by the way, as a Phillies fan who had to watch that with my own team day after day, then I have to watch the Tigers not be able to scratch across a run, men on in just about every extra inning. I finally called it. Once it went to the 15th, I was like, you know what? I'm going to bed. I was like, I don't need to watch anymore. I've seen this on a loop for the last 3 innings. If I wake up to good news, great. But I had no hopes that I would. And sure enough, I guess I chose the right time to exit because it was over then. And I guess I just wonder, can the Mariners offense keep up with the Blue Jays bats? Not because they emptied the tank and pitched everybody last night, because you kind of had to, just in general, because they had trouble scoring too. So we'll see. It'll be an interesting series and game tonight to talk about.
Yeah, Game 1, Mariners, Blue Jays tomorrow. We'll get into that a little bit. Getting to Game 5, Cubs, Brewers. Spencer McLaughlin going to join us top of next hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Big Mariners fan, so we'll get his thoughts on the ALCS. Also has a Locked On Ducks podcast covering Oregon, and they have the marquee game of the day, top 10 matchup between Oregon and Indiana. John Jansen will also join us in about 20 minutes to talk Michigan as they travel out to the Coliseum today to take on USC. A couple of big Big Ten games today, a couple of big SEC games. Really solid Week 7 slate. And Paul, we got a couple of really good games here during our window of the show, including a couple of ranked matchups. The first one out in Champaign, Ohio State 2-touchdown favorite on the road against Illinois, and then Bama laying a field goal on the road today against Missouri. Did you have any plays in either of those games today?
I couldn't get there with Ohio State, Illinois. Like, the number came down from, I believe, 16.5 to 14.5. Ohio State as a road 2-touchdown favorite. I don't necessarily want to lay 2 touchdowns with Ohio State on the road, but I didn't want to sit there holding out hope for Illinois to keep it within the number. But PJ, I know this makes you nervous. My favorite bet of the day is Bama -3. I know it's popular. It's come down and opened at 4. I think we're going off at 3.5. I think we're closing at 3.5. Total came down about 5 points. Look, it's a road test versus an unbeaten Mizzou team off a bye after wins at Georgia and at home versus Vandy. And as you mentioned before the show, Tennessee next. It's not the best spot for Bama. But I think we're just going to see Kalen DeBoer, again, a guy that we're not giving up on yet, like, continue to solidify himself as Alabama head coach. And if you do, you win this game. Look, Mizzou has the number 1 rush defense in the nation, top 10 defense in yards per play. That sounds great. I can't say I'm impressed that they held Central Arkansas to 6 points, that they held UMass to 6 points, that they held Louisiana to 10 points, that they held a banged up Lenora Sellers and South Carolina to 20. And then, shocker, you actually played a top-level quarterback in Jalen Daniels and Kansas, and they put up 31, and that was a game Kansas should have won. I think, look, maybe Bama will have a tough time on the ground. I think Ty Simpson could continue to build his Heisman case, have another big day. I just think that this is another level up for them. I think Mizzou's fugazi, and I think Bama goes in there and rolls them a little bit.
Man, I hope so. I mean, you're making a good case. I think what you said at the top of your point was really important. These are the kind of games where, like, you miss Nick Saban, right? You miss him for a bunch of different reasons, but I mean, nowadays, Paul, in college football, right, every team, when you're handicapping games like this, it's always, is there going to be a letdown? After Bama just had 2 massive games, the game against Georgia that you had to have to kind of save your season, then a revenge game against Vandy, College game days there. You have another rivalry game against Tennessee next week. Now you got to go on the road, noon kick. This is the 6th straight undefeated team that they have played to start the season. So it's a tricky spot. Missouri does a lot of things offensively that give them a ton of issue. Bama's run defense isn't very good. Missouri's got a very good rushing offense. But yeah, like you said, I mean, the strength of schedules just aren't comparable, right? Bama has been as tested as you could want any team to be in the country up to this point. And Missouri, they really haven't played anybody. Paul, they haven't even played on the road yet this season, right? I mean, which is crazy for an SEC team that here we are, like the middle of October, they haven't played on the road yet, which could be something to keep an eye on next week, especially if they win today. They go on the road to Auburn. I mean, if they win, they're probably going to be favored, right? A little overinflated. So look to bet that game early because I definitely want to fade Missouri's first road game on October 18th. You were kind of like making your points, and I was kind of leaning this way to maybe like the over, right? Because I agree with you how Missouri, I mean, the best offense they've played by far is Kansas, and they had no answers for them. Now they got to face this Bama passing attack. I don't know if they're going to be able to slow them down. And then vice versa, I think Missouri's going to be able to move the ball, put up some points a little bit, total 51.5. I think that could be a look. I also didn't play Ohio State, Illinois. It would only be Buckeyes or pass for me. We saw Illinois go up against a good team in Indiana and how that looked. And now they're facing arguably the best team in the country in Ohio State, and their defense has just been relentless. Julian Sainz playing really, really well. So it would be Ohio State or pass for me, Paul. I didn't end up getting to the window. I didn't bet anything in Bama Mizzou either. I thought that would be a good live betting game because I think it could end up being decently close, especially if Missouri gets off to a good start. But two games I could be betting live that I ended up staying away. UCLA, Michigan State, interesting game today, Paul. Certainly UCLA, the upset of the season so far, taking down Penn State last week as 24-point favorites. They now have Jerry Neuheisel calling plays and unlock something in Nico last week. They're at MSU. That game is underway. MSU's got a 3rd and 4 right now around midfield. Spartans closed as a 7.5-point favorite. Were you buying the letdown today? Would you have looked towards Michigan State off that big upset by the Bruins, or did you think UCLA found something last week, and would you back them again today?
No, I do not think they found anything. I think Penn State lost their game against Oregon twice. The only question I had is this auto fade UCLA. But man, PJ, I do not want to lay a touchdown or more than a touchdown with Michigan State. Yeah. So it was like I had to fight myself, like clicking Michigan State, unclicking, clicking, unclicking. I was like, this is auto fade UCLA or nothing. I just can't give that kind of respect to Michigan State. How about you?
I was the same way. You know, the spot obviously screamed to fade UCLA. Michigan State just was not the team that I wanted to do it with because their defense is terrible. And, you know, UCLA, like you said, I mean, Penn State lost that game. When you're that big of a favorite, like, you lose that kind of game. It's not a game I want to get involved with. And that line was moving all over the place this week. It was like it opened 4.5, then it went up to 9.5, back down to 7.5. So I think the market was struggling a little bit, too, with kind of how it handicapped the game. I ultimately stayed away. ACC game today, Paul, Pittsburgh and Florida State. FSU, 10.5-point favorite. Got off to a great start. They've lost 2 in a row to Virginia and Miami. Did you think today could be a bounce back against Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I didn't really want to lay it. I don't. Do we know what Florida State is? I don't know that we do. I mean, it was a great win week 1 against Alabama. The final score against Miami looks better than the game actually looked. Look, the Pitt may have found something with their true freshman quarterback, which is, Pat Narduzzi made the switch there, and they ran it up against a terrible BC team last week. So I don't think you can take too much from that. I couldn't get interested in either side, to be honest. Like Pitt, went 10, 10.5, 10. I was like, you know what? I'll just kind of see what happens. I didn't know whether to buy the bounce back with Florida State, which would go in line with fading a little bit of an overperformance from Pitt last week. But at the end of the day, I was like, do I want to spend my money on this game? Not really.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I actually didn't place any bets in any of the early window games. I kind of just wanted to sit back and watch and see how they would play out. I have a lot of bets in like 3:30 and later on today in some of the night games, but these games, I feel like they're priced about right. They could go either way. I think there could be some good live betting opportunities, so it'll be fun to talk about during the show. Some other games that we have going on, SMU, 19.5-point favorite at home against Stanford today. Cincinnati, 7.5 at home against UCF. Oklahoma State strikes first at home against Houston. So Houston now down to a 9.5-point favorite. So that's what we got going on right now is Missouri is on the move on their first drive. Bama struggling again against the run. They just cannot stop these kind of teams. They really struggle with the zone read and stuff. I thought Vandy last week, Paul, got away from like running the ball a little bit. They tried to throw it a little bit too much. Like, this is what I kind of expected out of Vandy. This is what Florida State has done. for whatever reason, the last couple years, Bama's just struggled. When you have a mobile quarterback, you run zone read, good running back, these kind of things, they just struggle in these games. So, I mean, this is really where the game's going to come down to, right? Who scores touchdowns and who kicks field goals. Both teams should be able to move the ball. But Bama got 2 red zone turnovers off Vandy last week, ended up being the difference. We'll see what they can do today, but Missouri is into the end zone with a touchdown right down the field. So they strike first, 7-0, an impressive drive for Mizzou as they go right down the field. So we'll see what the live line is after that. It's not up currently on BetMGM, but impressive start for Mizzou, Paul. 6 plays, 78 yards, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Not great. And I had the same notes written down that you did about the run defense. And I mean, look, explosive runs against Vandy, multiple explosive runs in the first quarter for Vandy. So it's a very slow starting defense, run defense. Look, they just scored on a passing touchdown there, which is about like 30 yards, something like that. But the Vandy explosive runs last week, 65-yard touchdown run, another that went for 35 plus. They allowed multiple 40+ yard runs to Georgia. And I guess my question was, okay, like, is that something they can fix? Like, is that just a couple explosives that make the overall numbers look bad? Or is this like a problem that's going to be there every week? And based on what we've seen already, I mean, that's at least one explosive run and then looks like a 27-yard touchdown pass. And the Bama pass defense has actually been top 5. It's been pretty good.
Yeah.
But it looks like this is something that is not just like, all right, a play or two gets away every game. Like, this is every game. Like they something they have not been able to fix yet, and we saw it right there on the first drive. So doesn't seem great for laying Bama -3, but I do think you may have had a good point about the over because I think Bama's going to move the ball as well.
I agree. Still no live lineup right now in that game on BetMGM. But yeah, to your point, I mean, look, Bama struggled opening drive defense to start the season. Vandy went up 7-0 on them last week, so not unfamiliar territory. But yeah, Paul, this is why I just had a funny feeling. I kind of wanted to bet the game live. We'll see how Bama responds here on their first drive. Ohio State faces a 3rd and 8 against Illinois, and they're going to pick up a first down. Jeremiah Smith, big catch and run for about 25 yards. So the Buckeyes into Illinois territory. Pittsburgh is on the move against Florida State. They have the ball at the Seminoles' 30-yard line, but they're going to fumble it. And Pitt recovers, but it's going to be 3rd and about 17 for Pitt. Michigan State into the end zone, so they take an early 7-0 lead on UCLA in that game. Toledo up 7-0 on Bowling Green as well. So a lot of more games to get into throughout the show today. Really good 3:30 slate. Oregon, Indiana, Red River, Texas, Oklahoma today. Looks like John Mateer is going to play. Iowa State, only a 3-point favorite on the road against Colorado. That's a pretty interesting game. TCU, 1.5-point favorite on the road against Kansas State. So we'll get into some of those games when we come back on the other side. We're also going to talk with John Jansen, who covers Michigan football, talks Michigan football. They got an interesting game today on the road against USC. But Paul, real quick, just your kind of opening thoughts on that USC-Michigan game before we talk to John. Did you have any play that you like?
I didn't end up making a play. It's just fascinating, like contrasting styles. Like, can USC and that explosive offense, take down? Can they match up physically with Michigan, or is Michigan's physical style going to give them some problems? Can Michigan's offense keep up with USC if it turns into a track meet a little bit? I have doubts about that. USC, like, again, I kind of saw Illinois as like a physical opponent, and they kept up with them, scored the touchdown that we thought was going to win it, but Illinois came back and won. So I don't know if this game's going to be that high scoring, though.
All right, we will see what happens. We're going to take a time out here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, John Jansen joins us next.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
A lot of good action early on here, Week 7 college football. Missouri up 7-0 on Bama, but the Tide are trying to answer back. They got a 1st and goal midway through the first quarter on their first drive of the game, trying to tie it up against Mizzou. Ohio State setting up for a 26-yard field goal against Illinois, and they knock it through. So that is a 3-0 game in Champaign. Michigan State up 7-0, but UCLA driving in Michigan State territory. And then Pittsburgh and Florida State still scoreless in Tallahassee. So we'll keep you posted. All the early games going on here in college football. Let's talk about one of the games we have coming up later on today. That is Michigan and USC. To break down that game, we welcome on John Jansen. Give John a follow on X at John Jansen77 in the Trenches podcast covering Michigan football. And John, this should be a fun one tonight in LA. Talk to us about how you see this game when you break it down. What do you think are going to be the keys for Michigan and USC ultimately determining who wins the game tonight?
Well, for Michigan, it's all going to come down to a couple of things. How physical can they be up front? Defensively, they're going to have to get after Jordan Maeva. Everyone knows that this is a team in USC that wants to be able to throw the ball downfield. They want to have those explosive plays. So if you can get Jayshon Barham coming off the edge, as well as Derek Moore, Cam Brandt, and find ways to pressure the quarterback, that'll be one of the things that Michigan has to do to slow down this explosive offense. And then on the other side, we've all talked about Justice Haynes, Jordan Marshall as the running backs 1A, 1B. Justice has had some explosive plays in the run game. And how can this Michigan offensive line, can they out-physical? And they should. If what we've seen on film from both programs, Michigan has to be able to out-physical this defensive front for USC if they can. And they can, part of being able to pressure the quarterback is, hey, let's not even let them have the ball. Control the time of possession, control the tempo of the game, and run the football. That's the perfect game plan for Michigan to come away with a win today.
So there's their ideal path there, John. Can Michigan win if this turns into a higher scoring game? We saw USC-Illinois game land in the 30s with Illinois coming out on top at the end. Total for this game is 56.5.
Well, so here's what we don't know, and we really haven't had to find out. And there's been some times where, Bryce Underwood's been able to throw the ball. Last week against Wisconsin, you really were able to see Donovan McCauley start to take over that wide receiver 1 position. Andrew Marsh, a freshman, who I think is going to be a very dynamic and important piece to this offensive puzzle. He had a big game last week. Samaj Morgan finally found a way to be a much better threat and bigger threat in the passing game. Marlon Klein is healthy, their tight end. Hogan Hansen, if he's healthy as well, another tight end. That's what we just don't know. And I'm not saying they can or they can't. They have the ability to be able to be explosive in the passing game. And if it does become a shootout, now it really comes down to the decisions of a freshman quarterback. He's only thrown 1 interception so far this year, which is great, but he really hasn't been in a position where he has to go out there and be the focal point of this offense. So we may find that out today. Is he ready? I think he is, but we won't know until he shows it.
Yeah, John, I was going to ask you about Bryce Underwood. You talk about the passing game. How important do you think his legs are going to be? I mean, Justice Haynes has been great. USC struggled against the run. But I'm looking at Michigan, 2 of their last 3 games, and Underwood against Nebraska and Central Michigan really had some nice days on the ground. With USC focusing on Haynes today, do you think Underwood's legs could be a big factor in this matchup?
It certainly should. And if the protections break down, that's where he gets most of his yardage on the ground, is when protections break down. And there's a couple of things that I like that he does. He keeps his eyes downfield. So if somebody comes open late, he's not afraid. He's not a guy that says, I got to be able to get my rushing yardage, I'm just going to take off. If there's no one open, yes, that could be a part of the offense. And, take what you want away from that Central Michigan game. It's a completely different level of competition. I know he had over 100 yards, but that's not the speed that he's going to be facing with this USC defense and their closing speed, their reaction. All of that stuff is going to be completely different, especially being on the road. So, yeah, he's going to have to be able to pick up some key first downs with his feet. There will be a handful of called quarterback runs. They don't particularly like it because you're susceptible to injury. And if they lose Bryce, the drop-off in the quarterback room right now is significant. And so they want to try and make sure that he stays healthy and walking that fine line of you got to be able to use his feet to help you win a game versus you make sure that he stays healthy. That's where Chip Lindsey right now is starting to get a little creative in how they show the threat of run, but and draw some of those linebackers up. But that's why I like him being able to keep his eyes downfield and hit some of those targets maybe late in any of those plays.
John, obviously inside that locker room, it's USC today, and we'll go 1-0 today. If they can win, for us though, if they can win this game, you look at the rest of the schedule, it's pretty manageable. I mean, we'll see if Maryland and that defense is still for real late in November. Obviously, there's the game at the end. Michigan is plus 235 to make the college football playoff. I guess just in general, like we saw Oklahoma mostly being in control that entire game, and maybe this goes back to your we just don't know yet question, but like what's their ceiling? You know, when you talk about matching up like with a team like Ohio State in a game, records kind of go out the window, talent level kind of goes out the window in that game sometimes. But when you're talking about that top tier of teams, the Oklahomas, the Ohio States, and possibly being a playoff team.
Well, the beautiful part is that game is going to be the last game of the season, so we will definitely know by then if Michigan is able to get a win today. I mean, I think they should be at worst 10-2. You know, the Washington defense, okay, they got some speed, but there's nothing there that really threatens you. Michigan State, I know you guys talked about that game against UCLA today already, but there's really nothing that threatens you there. Purdue, Northwestern, Maryland, and then all of a sudden, hey, it's Ohio State. So I love it that it's the last game of the year. One for the rivalry, but I like it because it gives Bryce another 5 weeks to develop and for Chip Lindsey to learn where Bryce can really excel, whether it's running the ball, making decisions, throwing the ball downfield. And I mean, I think this team should be a playoff team. And today's game against USC will pretty much determine that. And then when you get to that game at the end of the year, if you just look at, and last year's game was a bit of an anomaly. Nobody could figure out how Michigan beat Ohio State last year in Columbus. But if you just take the results and say, okay, well, Michigan came away with a win, and then look at what they are this year. Are they better at the quarterback position? Yes. Are they better at the receiver and running back position? Yes. Offensive line, a bit of a wash. And then you look defensively, I think as a team, they may not have the top 5 pick or a top 10 pick in the draft, but as a team, they're a better defense this year than they were last year. They're definitely better in the secondary. So if they're able to come away with a worse team and with a win last year with a worse team, I think certainly at home they can come away with a win against Ohio State. So it's all on the table for this team, but it comes down to one game at a time. Can they find a way to beat USC tonight?
We're talking with John Jansen here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Give John a follow on X at JohnJansen77. John, as you know, I mean, one of the big talking points the last couple weeks has been travel in the Big Ten. Some of these coaches, Lincoln Riley, James Franklin, have spoken about it. Michigan, obviously, that's something they have to deal with today, traveling from Ann Arbor to Los Angeles. They played last week. USC is off a bye. Did Sharon Moore talk about that at all? Did the players talk about that at all? Were there any questions from what you heard about how they have to deal with that? Because, as you know, so far, that has been a massive advantage in a lot of these games with these teams that have had to travel through multiple time zones. I'm wondering if that was a topic at all across Michigan football this week.
Certainly, and so Michigan went out to Washington last year and didn't win, and for a lot of different reasons. One of them could have been, one of the factors was going across the country. Last year, they go out Friday, they play Saturday. This year, on the West Coast trip, Michigan decided to go out on Thursday to see if they could, reset the body clock a little bit better, get adjusted to the time change and the travel, put the 5-hour flight a day in the rearview mirror versus going out the day before. And we'll see. I think teams are going to continue to tinker with their, the travel and figure out what is the best path to giving you a chance to win in some of these West Coast games. So, USC had to come to Ann Arbor last year. Obviously, we came away with a win. I don't know how much that actually plays a factor in the win or the loss, but you can't deny the numbers, those 3 time zones, that trip. It's tough on these kids. And so hopefully Michigan found the recipe with traveling out on Thursday, and we'll see.
John, coming from the perspective of a perennial Big Ten contender in Michigan, you got Oregon, Indiana today. Indiana, we saw last year they just didn't really hold up against Ohio State. They weren't, Notre Dame was pretty much in control the entire playoff game. How do you view Indiana, and how do you think that game goes today out in Eugene?
Well, that's the $1 million question today is Indiana for real? Can they play with the big boys? And they beat Michigan last year, but Michigan wasn't a big boy last year. And this is on the road. It's that 3 time zones that you're talking about. And can they hang with a team that Oregon coming into the Big Ten, whether it was, you're talking about USC, UCLA, Washington, or Oregon, they were the team that was best suited to play Big Ten football. They're big and physical up front. Dan Lanning loves to be able to play both sides of being physical up front, yet have those athletes to throw the ball around. Dante Moore is a terrific quarterback. And, when you look at Mendoza for Indiana, he's had a hell of a season. And what they did against Illinois, that one was, okay, you opened everybody's eyes. Now, can Cignetti get these kids coming out of Bloomington across the country to Eugene to play with that level of execution? Can he put together a game plan like he did against Illinois to play against the big boy? Right now, I think everybody believes Oregon's probably the best team in the Big Ten, outside of Ohio State. So let's see. And everybody wants to know, is Indiana for real? I think they can, but everything favors Oregon in regards to just offense, defense, even special teams. They're so explosive and they're big up front. It's going to be, this is that game for Curt Cignetti. When everybody, when he came in and said, hey, Google me, I just win. All right, now today is the day to back that up yet again.
John, last one for me. Just sticking with kind of the upper echelon of the Big Ten. A lot of people felt like Penn State was going to be one of those teams this year, right? Everything was pointing to this season. After that loss to UCLA, certainly feels like their season is on the brink. From what you've seen of Penn State, just why do you think they have kind of struggled in a year where so many people thought that they could be a title contender?
Well, the whole story of, 2 years ago it was Michigan, and it was Blake Corum, Trevor Keegan, all of these guys that decided, hey, we're going to come back for unfinished business. Last year, it was Ohio State. All of those guys that could have been playing on Sundays decided, I'm going to come back for unfinished business. Both go on to win national championships. And then you hear the same thing coming out of Penn State, where Drew Allar, Singleton, Allen, everybody is in large part of those guys came back and they're talking about the unfinished business. All of the talent is there. So you got to ask the question. It has to come down to leadership. And it's not just James Franklin. You've got to have leadership on the field. And whether it's, the captain's defense, captain's offense, Drew Allar, that was one of the big questions. If you're going to be a top pick in the NFL draft, you've got to be a guy that is not just slinging the ball around and you put up great numbers and you're tall and you got a strong arm. You got to show that you can win. And they're coming up, I think, shy in the leadership category. And that all starts with James Franklin, but it trickles down to the players on the field. They're just not getting it done when it matters most.
Yeah, well said. We'll see if Penn State can bounce back today against Northwestern. Talking Michigan football with John Jansen. Give him a follow on X at JohnJansen77. Check out In the Trenches podcast, Talking Michigan football. John, appreciate the time. Enjoy the game tonight, and hope to talk to you again soon.
That sounds great. Thanks for having me, and enjoy another great college football Saturday.
Man, no kidding. Awesome day of games, and already off to a good start, Paul. Ohio State got an interception. They turned that into a touchdown. They lead Illinois 10-0. Bama got a stop defensively, and they took a timeout to see if there was a targeting call as the tight end is injured for the Tide. So Yeah. I mean, it definitely looked like it. He was not moving. So Bama could be in business looking to go up there on Mizzou. Pittsburgh up 7-0 on Florida State, but the Seminoles are inside the 10-yard line. How about UCLA, Paul? They get down 7-0. They score the next 10. They lead the Spartans 10-7. And Cincinnati up 7-0 on UCF. Houston, Oklahoma State tied at 7. And Toledo up 7-0 on Bowling Green. So a couple of underdogs barking early. We got some good games, some high-scoring games. A lot to talk about. Stay with us inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
All right, Spencer McLaughlin going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes, get his thoughts on the Ducks-Indiana game coming up from Eugene later on today, top 10 matchup. But Paul and I are going to preview some more games that we have on today's slate as Bama is on the move. They're in the red zone, just picked up a 3rd down and short to move the chains with a minute to go in the first quarter. That game is tied up at 7. Pitt and Florida State also tied up at 7. Florida State 0-2 to start ACC play. They've lost their last 2 against Virginia and Miami. Looking for a bounce back today against the Panthers. That game all squared up with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter there. Ohio State is out to a 10-0 lead on Illinois with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Illini with the 2nd and 10 on their own 36-yard line as they're trying to strike for the first time today. But let's see if Bama can score here before the end of the first quarter. They're going to the end zone, an incomplete pass. So it'll be 2nd and 10 as the total in that game closed at 51.5. I saw 61.5. It just popped off the board. Bama closed a 3.5-point favorite. They are a 6.5-point favorite right now. So we'll see if they can punch it in to the end zone. UCLA up 10-7 on Michigan State. We talked about that before we went to break. UCLA has scored 10 straight points. Sparty up 3.5. And Paul, I think you said it well, man. Normally you and I, same kind of thought process, would be a nice time to buy the dip on Michigan State. But I don't know. UCLA, like the way that they last week went against Penn State, how they've responded down 7-0. I just, they got like confidence right now. You see this sometimes in sports where a team makes a coaching change and then all of a sudden they just get this boost of confidence. There's a new aura around the team. Kind of feels like that with UCLA right now. And Michigan State's really bad. I don't think either of us want a part of them right now.
No, UCLA might just not know any better at this point. Like they might not realize either, like the talent level has not changed.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't getting maximized by the former coach, but like they're certainly not a team you expect to knock off Penn State. So, but like maybe they don't know any better. And like you said, they're just playing with all confidence. And like I said, PJ, I would love to make that bet on Michigan State, but I won't because it's Michigan State. Like Sparty, no, thank you.
Paul, let's get to the sicko game of the day, UMass and Kent State. Kent State has been an underdog in 27 straight games, the longest streak in the country. The second longest streak in the country as an underdog would be UMass at 13 straight games. Probably the 2 worst teams in Division I football going at it today. Kent State is a 2.5-point favorite at home. Did you take Kent State today? Because this will be the only time, probably in the next couple years, that you will ever get them as a favorite, or did you stay away?
No, PJ. I mean, like UMass was tested by that number 1 Mizzou rushing defense. So isn't UMass the play? No, I did. I'll be honest. Didn't even look at this game. What do you got?
I didn't either.
Against the Minutemen. Okay.
I didn't either. It's just one of these games where you got the 2 worst teams. So people were talking about Kent State's a favorite this week, and people are actually betting Kent State because they're a favorite. But like you, I stayed away from the game. The big game today, though, top 10 matchup again, Oregon, Indiana. Early in the week, Paul, both these teams are coming off a bye week, so this game's been up for a little bit. Was at 10.5 for just about all last week. Then early this week, we started to see some Indiana money come in. And right now, the Ducks are a 7-point favorite with the total at 53.5. And again, the big storyline with Indiana, Cincinnaty's been there. They've only lost twice. It was to the 2 teams that played in the title game last year. Can they hang with the big boys? I just ended up betting Oregon in a money line parlay. I think that's the way I would do it with the Ducks because, Paul, here's the thing. Like, these are the kind of games Indiana struggles because they don't have the talent to compete with these teams that are well coached and just much better than they are. I just don't really know if Oregon is as good as people think they are. They're talented, but Penn State, I just, now watching them against UCLA too, you kind of just think that game was more about Penn State. And Oregon, we'll see. Indiana doesn't beat themselves. They're well coached. They're not going to be intimidated. but they're going into one of the toughest places to win a game in the country. So it'll be fun. That line moving 3 points, and you're really not seeing too much buyback, like up to 8, up to 8.5, I think is pretty interesting. So I know a lot of people see this as a buy low and they're laying it with Oregon. I just want to take them as a money line parlay piece, but I think Indiana can keep it close. What are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised, maybe not shocked, but I'd be surprised if Indiana won this game. Very much in that we got to see it to believe it against the top teams. With them, I'll be certainly, that question is certainly one I want to ask Spencer McLaughlin at the top of the hour is, how do they, will he give us a totally unbiased answer? Like, after seeing what Penn State might be, what's that mean for Oregon a little bit? I think it's, when you're looking at Dante Moore's Heisman case, like, this is one, I guess, potential stumbling block, but it's like, where is the loss going to come from? Or is he just going to roll the rest of the way? I wanted to look at the first half under, kind of like I did with Penn State and Oregon, see if these two teams, that want to run the ball, if it'll be a low-scoring first half. I mean, what was it, 3-3 in Happy Valley? Mm-hmm. It was pretty juiced, though. I think the first half was like, 27.5 at -125. I see you could do 26.5 at -108. I'd rather get to 27.5, so we got a little bit of time to figure out if I'll pull the trigger on that. Indiana blowing out Illinois at home, I mean, that was certainly impressive. Yeah, we've seen it before, and it hasn't gone well for the Hoosiers. I'm not interested in taking the 7 with Oregon because, again, similar to this Ohio State-Illinois game that we're watching, like, if it's 10-0 Oregon against Indiana, I'm like, are they ever going to catch up? And that's what we saw in the playoff against Notre Dame. Notre Dame jumped out early, and Indiana was never in it, similar with Ohio State. So I don't want to, try and hang around with Indiana catching 7. Look, I will say Oregon -7.5, and we're down to 7 now, but Oregon -7.5 was one of the most bet sides at BetMGM this week, and those typically have not won this season, so I think that's worth mentioning. So in the end, it's, I think, under or nothing, and again, seeing how Oregon-Penn State went to multiple overtimes, I'd be more inclined to play the first half under as opposed to the full game under.
Ooh, I like that. Wow, 3rd and 12. Ty Simpson just throws an absolute dart to Isaiah Horton. Here's a who for the touchdown, and the Tide take their first lead of the day. Paul, wait until you see this rope from Ty Simpson. 3rd and 12, throws an absolute
That's my Heisman.
Dart.
That's my Heisman guy. Never mind.
Goodness.
Indiana, let's go. Knock Dante Moore off the top of the odds board for Heisman.
I'm just telling you, I mean, NFL scouts out there, Ty would be number 1 on my big board as an NFL. I mean, look at this throw, Paul. I mean, just absolute rope right in there. Great drive by Bama, 2 for 2, scoring touchdowns, 11 plays, 67 yards. They have a 14-7 lead over Missouri. Red River, Paul, this is my favorite game of the day. This is my favorite bet of the day. I love Texas on the money line today. I absolutely love them. I got them when it was a pick 'em. Now, this line's been funky all week, right? Because earlier on, we didn't think Mateer was going to play. Then we get these reports that he's probable. Looks like he is going to suit up. And even though he is supposed to play, now the line's going back the other way towards Texas. And I agree with the line movement because I almost like that Mateer is playing better for my Texas bet, Paul, which is crazy to think because Hawkins, their backup, isn't that great of a player. But Mateer had surgery on his right hand, and, I mean, not only do you worry about him throwing the ball, you worry about him gripping the ball, just simple things as handing it off to the running back. I'm pretty surprised Oklahoma is rushing him back for this game. I understand it's a rivalry game. I understand you have a chance to end Texas's season. Your schedule is brutal, so, you want to try and win as many games as you can because you're only probably afforded 2, maybe 3 losses, all these kinds of things. But more often than not, in these kinds of games, Paul, when you have a team that needs to win, right? Because everybody wants to win, obviously, but there are just some teams that need it more than others, and certainly Texas needs this game or their season is over. So I like the desperation act of it. And there's been so much Arch talk and how bad he has been, which is all warranted. I mean, he has not been good, but I think it overshadows just how great this Texas defense is. I think they lead the way, force some turnovers. Arch makes enough plays, and I think Texas wins the game. So I really like the Longhorns today. Now, anything under 3, I would lay it. But if you just want to take them on the money line, think that's cool too. But I do like Texas to win the game.
Yeah, it's Texas or nothing. Like, if I was going to play it, I would have liked to play it when it got to the other side, or like Texas money line, Texas pick'em, Texas +1, Texas -1. I don't know, PJ. I don't know if you've ever broken a bone in your hand, but I mean, I have, and I'm not John Mateer. I am certainly not a college athlete level quarterback, but he's not going to be able to grip the ball. I can grip the steering wheel in driver's ed. Like, so less than 3 weeks later, it's not going to happen. Is this possibly suit him up and then we just see him standing on the sideline the whole game? Like, so it's that kind of gamesmanship. We'll see. I mean, it's tough for anyone holding Mateer Heisman tickets. Again, if he, like you said, if he plays, that offense might be even less effective with him trying to tough it out. I think we see a defensive struggle today. I want to see something from Arch too. We have not, and I don't know that this is the defense for him to get right. Oklahoma's defense is number 1 yards per play. Texas is 16th. Neither is a top 40 offense when you talk about yards per play with Mateer or not. Arch is 49th in passer rating. Like, when I think of the final score of this game, I'm thinking 21-20, 24-20, 2017. They all get home to the under, so under 44.5, which ticked up a little bit from 42.5 to 44.5. So I'll go under 44.5 is my bet for this. And you just look at, the way Oklahoma is 5-0 to the under, by the way. Texas is 3-2 to the under. Ohio State, Texas, that's a 14-7 game. Oklahoma, Michigan, that's a 24-13 game. Oklahoma, Auburn, 24-17. So this is an under spot for me.
Would you rather lay 24.5 with Notre Dame today or lay 21 with Penn State to bounce back against Northwestern?
Has Notre Dame fixed the defense? Because they're going to score on NC State. I'll say, God, it's so fun to pick on Northwestern, though. I'll say Penn State. I'll stay lay it with Penn State.
I probably would too. I mean, they keep betting this Notre Dame line. It was at like 22. It was at 24.5 now. Now it just went back down to 24. I would agree. I'd probably lay Penn State if I had to. I would kind of like Notre Dame in the game also. But if I had to choose, I would rather take Penn State. All right, we're going to take a timeout. First hour of the show in the book. Still 3 more to go. And Spencer McLaughlin going to join us next to talk Oregon, Indiana. Stay tuned.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. is nonstop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that.
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, Bama's defense has gotten a couple stops here, back-to-back drives. They lead 14-7 with the ball at their own 30-yard line. Still 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. Ohio State still up 10-0 on Illinois. Illinois does have the ball, though, as they just started the second quarter there in Champaign. Pittsburgh up 14-7 on Florida State, who's trying to snap their two-game losing streak, looking for their first win in ACC play. They trail by 7. And then, Paul, these UCLA Bruins, man. I mean, 17-7 up on Michigan State. They just forced a fumble on Aiden Childs, the MSU quarterback. And now here go the Bruins right back in the end zone, looking to make this a 3-score game with another touchdown. Just for fun, I'm looking up UCLA's schedule, Paul. I'm like,
I just did the same thing. I'm
like, can they actually? Because they are 1-4 on the season, but 3 of those losses were at a Big Ten play. And, their one loss was to Northwestern, a team that's not going to be in contention, so that tiebreaker is really not going to mean much. And I'm looking at the schedule, and it's unfortunate because they are at Indiana coming up in a couple weeks, and then they're at Ohio State coming up in the middle of November. They're at USC. So, unfortunately, the schedule is brutal for UCLA, but Paul, they might be a nice underdog bet in a lot of these big games, man, because right now they are playing with so much confidence, and the Nico that everybody wanted to see in Knoxville and that the people in LA were hoping they were going to get when he came. I mean, Neuheisel and this offense, they're finally starting to unlock it a little bit. So your thoughts on UCLA, like after seeing this performance and now seeing it for 2 straight weeks, do we have to change our perception a little bit around UCLA, you think?
I'm actually going the other way, PJ. I hope they blow out Michigan State today, and then I'm going to see if there are ways to fade them. Like I'll say it. I don't think they're going to win another game after today.
Really?
Maryland at home, Indiana, Nebraska at home, Ohio State. What's the number on that game? 24.5?
I mean, it's got to be more. I think it's closer to 30. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially if they lose those next 3 games, for sure.
Right.
Right. Washington's kind of mid, I guess. Like, I thought they were maybe like tier 2 Big Ten, but at least right now they're looking kind of mid. And then USC. I don't know what the numbers, like, what are they against Maryland? If they were a 10-point dog, no, they were a 7-point dog, got out to like 8.5 at one point, closed around 7 to Michigan State, and they win outright.
I bet you Maryland's like 2.5 next week on the road at UCLA. Now, obviously, we'll see what they do to Nebraska. I think the Terps are going to be a small favorite next week. I think.
Give me Maryland alts, PJ.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, I had written down last week, this is where Maryland falls apart. And look, they lost like the 5-0 Maryland, 4-1 Maryland. Maybe they're for real this year. And look, they lost last week to Washington. They probably should have won, but they still, like, they didn't get blown out the way they do in a lot of these spots, like the 4-1 Maryland's of the past, the 5-0s. And I think they're very live against Nebraska today. So I guess I could change this if they get blown out by Nebraska today. But that defense, I'm starting to talk myself into as more for real than I thought. I think the Terps, give me the Terps as a small dog, and I will probably play them, money line for sure against UCLA.
Yeah, they just scored a touchdown on 3rd and goal at the 11, so it's about to be a 24-7 game for the Bruins. Paul, I hear you. As somebody,
they'll be a small favorite, right? And UCLA, they'll be a small favorite. Don't you think?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we obviously have to see what Maryland does today.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, people are going to be betting them, though, right? I mean, with how they've looked the last couple games, they could be. They could be. We'll see. That'll be an interesting game to talk about. It might be like close to a pick 'em. I think a lot of people are going to bet UCLA. I'd probably lean that direction as well. But 24 unanswered for UCLA. They're looking really, really good right now. Paul mentioned he leans Maryland today, likes them against Nebraska. I don't have a play in that game. Some 3:30 games, some other games that I liked. I'm on Oregon State today, Paul, +3. I think they get their first win of the season outright against Wake Forest. I backed them last week against App State, had their chances. But, Wake Forest making that trip out to Corvallis, a winless Oregon State team that's been playing better. I think they get off the schneid and win their first game as Bama knocks in a 47-yard field goal to make it 17-7, so get some points on that drive. Air Force, I'm taking the Fly Guys today, Paul, +7, and I'm taking them outright. Are you with me? Are you with me? Outright. Outright. Paul, it's one of my upsets of the day. We got UNLV looking ahead to Boise next week, right? You got a 5-0 UNLV team against a 1-4 Air Force team that has to deal with that triple option today. Let's just hope and pray, Paul. Air Force plays that bend, don't break defense because it is atrocious. So we need some turnovers. We need some missed field goals. We need some 11-minute drives out of that offense. We need a whole bunch of things. But I love the money line look today. I'm totally with you. The spot calls for it. The matchup calls for it. The spread calls for it. Love Air Force. Plus the points. Got them on the money line as well. So we'll talk about some of these games. Kenny tells me that we have Spencer McLaughlin standing by, so we're going to talk to him now. Give Spencer a follow on X at @SMcLaughlin College Football, host for Locked On Ducks and Locked On College Football podcast as well. Spencer, we'll get right into it, man. Oregon, Indiana, top matchup of the day, top 10 teams. What do you see as the keys to this game today?
Yeah, I think quarterback pressure is going to be big in this one. The last time Fernando Mendoza came to Autzen Stadium was with the Cal Bears in 2023, and Oregon only sacked him one time, but they had 7 pass deflections in that game, and 4 of them came from players in the front 7. They were very active up there, and it got Mendoza out of his rhythm. And you look at what Iowa was able to do last time the Hoosiers took the field defensively. They really pushed that Indiana offensive line around and disrupted the flow of things. And what Indiana wants to do is most offenses are disrupted when you get pressure up front. So I think for Oregon in this spot, getting pressure on Mendoza is big, but I think it's even more important from Indiana's standpoint to get pressure on Dante Moore. He's been sacked one time this year. The offensive line has played well. Dante Moore has played very well. If they don't get any pressure on Dante Moore, there are too many weapons. There are just way too many weapons for Oregon's offense, whether you look at the running game and the 3 guys they've heavily rotated there, 3 or 4 really, and DeCorian Moore, Malik Benson, Kenyon Sadiq on the perimeter. I just think you have to be able to get him out of that flow because Oregon's offense has been a pretty well-oiled machine this year, and a big reason is that Dante Moore's got time to throw the football.
Spencer, again, question of the day, right? Are the Hoosiers for real? We saw them not really keep up with Notre Dame. We saw them not really keep up with Ohio State last year. Are they better anywhere on the field than Oregon?
No. Oregon's roster is really good. Dan Lanning has recruited and retained talent very well. The number of NFL players on the roster, I don't have an immediate projection, but, they lost 10 to the draft last season, which was a school record, and it feels like they almost have more talent on the field at some spots this year. So I think they've done a really impressive job. I think there are position groups that Indiana can kind of go blow for blow. You look at the receiver room for Indiana, Elijah Strutt, Omar Cooper are really impressive. Mendoza has played at a high level. The defensive front has been very active. I think those are all, legitimate points, and I don't want to cast aspersions with their dominant win over Illinois. If Ohio State beats Illinois by a final score of 63-10 today, well, anoint them national champions. Indiana doesn't. We're still asking whether or not they're a good football team. I think they're really good. I just think Oregon is better, and that's a testament to what Dan Lanning and his staff have accomplished.
Yeah, Spencer, look, there was so much turnover on this roster from a year ago that went undefeated in the regular season, got that number 1 seed going into the playoff. They've been super impressive up to this point. if you had to point to one position group in particular that has really surprised you up to this point with how they have played, what do you think that would be?
I'd say the secondary. They're young. They've got Dylan Thieneman, the veteran transfer from Purdue, who's been as advertised. Of course, had the game-winning play against Penn State. He's done a lot more than just that one moment this year for the Ducks. But, the true freshman Brandon Finney is putting in some really good coverage numbers so far this year. The redshirt freshman, Ifio Badegwa on the other side, has been good. They're playing a redshirt freshman at the other safety spot, opposite Thieneman. Aaron Flowers, who has done some great things flying downhill in the run game. So I just look at that unit. It was one of my big questions for Oregon coming into the year was, there were certainly a couple of shortcomings we saw in the Rose Bowl against Ohio State for last year's secondary. They still mostly played well throughout the course of the season. And, then you look at what this group has done with how little experience they've had. Today's going to be a really big test. Penn State was a test that they passed, but, this is another one, and I'm excited to see how they do.
So, Spencer, with that Penn State test, now that Penn State might not be who we thought they were, do you feel, again, today will be another test, we'll find something out in a couple of hours, but anything, you feel any differently about the Ducks and how good they might actually be after seeing that Penn State might not be that good, or maybe they just let the hangover from that loss carry over?
James Franklin just about admitted as much afterwards. He said we didn't respond to the Oregon game as well as we should have. By the way, UCLA is currently beating Michigan State on the road 24-7 for what that's worth. But I just look at what Penn State did in that game against UCLA, a Bruins team that had so many disadvantages, a coaching staff that couldn't work a headset, hadn't called plays, and was just kind of showing up, and I guess had an element of beginner's luck. It was something really to behold, but Penn State has a significantly better roster than UCLA. They lost that football game and were down big because of one thing and one thing only. That's it. They were still trying to get over the Oregon loss. I think that game and the way it happened at home, double overtime, I think it just broke Penn State's will. If you look at that roster, there's nothing you can say about it that you go, maybe this wasn't as good. No, they do have 4 returners on the offensive line and NFL players that the defense on the defense at every single level, and they do have better receivers than last year, and they do have a guy with great physical prospects, NFL traits in Drew Aller, and they do have 2 NFL running backs. Those things didn't go away. And you got to remember they were one play away from beating Oregon. Literally one play. If one play goes differently, they come up with a stop on 4th and 1, all of a sudden we're having a very different conversation about Penn State, and it's James Franklin's big breakthrough moment, and it's the game that he hadn't been able to win and finally did. And they weren't that far off. I think it's because they got so close that they had an emotional letdown, and UCLA with Nico Iamaleava clearly figured something out. They're up 17 points on the road.
Yeah, they definitely are. Spencer, couple minutes left. We'll leave you with this. Obviously excited for Oregon, Indiana today, but we got a good slate, man. Red River should be fun. Georgia at Auburn. You got Michigan at USC. What other game you most looking forward to today in about a couple minutes?
Yeah, that Michigan-USC game is going to be a big one. Lincoln Riley needs to win that. If USC wants to stay alive for maybe the Big Ten championship game, outside shot at the playoff, I don't think they're that caliber of team. But the way that game went last year, though, it's another one. Lincoln Riley is very quietly becoming Scott Frost at Nebraska. He just has a good team, and he just can't win close games in conference play. He's just been unable time and again to break through in those moments. So I think USC fans would like to see a bit of a revenge victory there over the Wolverines, who are a good team. I don't think they're a great team either, and USC's favored at home against a team that's ranked in the top 15, and they're not ranked at all themselves. I just look at what USC has done, what they can be. I think that's a game that Lincoln Riley has really got to have.
Definitely looking forward to it. Spencer McLaughlin joining us here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Give him a follow on X at @SMcLaughlin College Football. Host for Locked On Ducks, Locked On College Football podcast as well. Spencer, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, good stuff there from Spencer. Paul, we have a Florida State touchdown, tie the game up at 14 with 4:20 to go. Ohio State in the red zone right now, 3rd and 6 at the Illinois 13-yard line. Going to the end zone, incomplete pass, so it looks like Ohio State going to have to stall for another field goal. Bama got sacked on 3rd and 4, so they're going to have to punt it away to Missouri, who, after a touchdown on that opening drive, has not been able to get much going offensively. And then UCLA up 24-7. They're on the move again, trying to get another score before halftime. All right, we're going to take another timeout inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen. When we come back, we will talk a little NFL here on this Saturday.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen here with you inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. UCLA up 24-7 on Michigan State. You got Alabama up 17-7 on Missouri. Pitt and Florida State tied at 14. Ohio State up 13-0 on Illinois. SMU 10-0 over Stanford. Cincinnati 17-0 over UCF. Houston up 24-10 on Oklahoma State. Louisiana 14-7 over JMU. Army's up 17-0 on Charlotte. Miami of Ohio 3-0 on Akron. Toledo 14-0 on Bowling Green. And Washington State is up 7-0 on Ole Miss. So maybe a game we have to keep a closer eye on. Ole Miss's road trips to Oklahoma and Georgia upcoming. So definitely a little bit of a look ahead today for the Rebels. And they've come out quite sluggish against the Cougars. So we'll keep you posted on all those games going on. Let's talk a little NFL, though, as we got Week 6 tomorrow. Solid slate. Kicks off with another London game. Broncos and Jets. Denver favored by 7.5. Total is 43.5. Paul, you have Denver coming off that big win at Philly, and the Jets, the only winless team left in the NFL. Any side, total, prop plays that you like in this game?
I stick with where I started at the beginning of the season, PJ. Jets did not make my card for my 5 best plays of the week or 5 contest picks of the week. But why is Bo Nix laying more than a touchdown to anyone in this league? The Broncos played 1 quarter of good football last week. They looked like they looked terrible last week for 3 quarters against a very, talk about Fugazi, Eagles team, who then just lost on Thursday night to the Giants. Like, the Eagles are good half, bad half, good half, bad half, bad half, good half. And the Broncos could do nothing for 3 quarters. And then, Eagles kind of fell apart, and give the Broncos credit for coming back and winning late. But laying 7.5, I like Broncos feels a little too obvious because, they're kind of on the come up and the Jets can't do anything right. I'm surprised by how bad the Jets defense is. Been saying it for a couple weeks. Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better. So at the end of the day, it's Jets or nothing for me. You got to add in the London factor. I don't really want to wake up and spend money on this game, but it's Jets for nothing for me. I'll be pulling for the Jets a little bit because I think the Broncos are going to be popular in contests. Maybe if people haven't used them in Survivor, they'd look to the Broncos there. I typically try not to go with the London games, but yeah, this is as bad as the Jets are. Jets or nothing.
I would agree with you if I had to bet the game, and I think I might get there actually with the Jets. I think I might bet them tomorrow plus the points against Denver. I agree with a lot of what you said. And Paul, honestly, Denver's just kind of one of those teams that plays to the level of their competition, right? I mean, that Tennessee game week 1 was close. Chargers game came down to the wire. The Colts and the Eagles game both came down to the wire. The Cincinnati Monday night game was really the only game where they blew them out, and that was kind of a close game when it really shouldn't have been for a while. So I understand the Jets are bad, but look, I mean, they're not going to go winless, right? So until they win that first game, I mean, they're really going to be desperate. Aaron Glenn obviously wants to win that first game as an NFL head coach, and you go out to London where weird things happen sometimes. In these primetime standalone games here as of late, we've had some upsets, we'd have some weird things, so I agree with you. It would only be Jets plus 7.5 for me. I think that Broncos win against the Eagles, not only does it not look as good after watching what the Eagles did on Thursday, but yeah, they didn't really play dominant football other than the last quarter. So we'll see how that game goes, but I'm with you. I would take the Jets plus 7 against Denver. What about the Browns and the Steelers? Pittsburgh, a 6-point favorite. Total is 38.5. You got the Browns and Dylan Gabriel making his first career true road start. Steelers coming off of a bye. Paul, who do you like in this game?
Like, historically, this seems like a terrible matchup against the Steelers defense, right? And I mean, look, it's still a terrible spot. You're coming back from London, no bye. Steelers are off a bye. Rookie quarterback, second career start. I can't get there on the Steelers. I'm not laying 6 with the Steelers. I just can't do it. Low total of 38.5. It's a terrible spot for the Browns. I think it's a stay away. I have Browns or nothing question mark. Because that defense, with that defense, you can be in any game. And I think, look, they had to make the move to Gabriel. Shador, I believe, is going to be the backup quarterback, so he's an injury away, or maybe a bad quarter, 2, 3 away from getting into the game. I'm not really interested in it, and as you can see from the total, it's probably going to be an ugly game, but if I had to bet it, I would trust the Browns defense.
All right, we're waiting to see here, Paul. Yeah, I think that's a good call. So Missouri's driving. It's a 10-point game. Bama's leading. This was third down. Missouri just fumbled. Bama recovered, but they're waiting to see if the defender was out of bounds or whether he was in when he recovered the fumble. They said that they were out of bounds, but it's going to be fourth down, and I think that's the right call. It does look like he's out of bounds.
Didn't have control.
Yeah, exactly. So should be fourth and short upcoming. We'll see what Mizzou wants to do. I would assume they would go for this. It's going to be fourth and short. But yeah, Bama had a chance there to recover it inbounds, just kind of slides away. So 4th and 1 with a minute 40 to go in the second quarter. Interesting game, Paul, Browns and Steelers, because the Browns are playing their third consecutive road game, right? At Detroit, then you go to London, and now here you are at Pittsburgh. You're playing a divisional opponent. The Steelers are off of a bye week. And I think it's a good matchup for Pittsburgh in this game because the handicap for if you were like the Browns is divisional game, low total. That defense can wreak havoc, keep them in the game. But with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, Paul, he gets the ball out of his hands so quick that I think it's going to negate a lot of that pass rush from Pittsburgh. So I think the matchup for the Steelers is actually a pretty decent one. They're coming off a bye, and doesn't this just feel like a Tomlin Steeler game where you have a rookie on the road and it's just like they're making plays, but they have these costly turnovers and the Steelers are getting outgained, and it's a typical Steeler kind of game. So I like them on the money line. I actually took a Oregon Steelers money line parlay, and that's a parlay that I like. So I think Steelers money line parlay, if you don't want to take the 6, I think is a good look. I know people that are using them in Survivor this week. I think that's a good look as well. But I do like the Steelers to win the game. If I had to choose, probably would take them to cover the spread as well. Arizona on the road against Indianapolis. Colts laying 7 at home. Total is 47.5. Going to be interesting to see how Arizona rebounds after that loss to the Titans, Paul. Any plays for you in Colts and Cardinals?
This has to be Cardinals, right, PJ?
Yeah, it does.
Everything's going wrong. Gannon's pushing players on the sideline, getting fined by his own team. The stock could not be higher. Daniel Jones is laying a touchdown. I don't know if it's still 7.5 or if we're back down to 7. 7.5 was definitely a bet for me. I used Colts in a lot of Survivor last week, and I'm glad because I just got a weird feeling about this game. I think the Cardinals are live, so this is Cardinals. Cardinals are a bet at 7.5. They're a bet at 7 right now at BetMGM. So yeah, this is Cardinals, and you could definitely sprinkle the money line at plus 290.
I agree with you, man. And, we've gotten Arizona a lot this year as a big favorite because they've played the Saints, they've played the Panthers, they played the Titans last week. But these are the spots where I usually like back in Zona. It's on the road as a big dog. And like you said, man, it's just the perception around these teams right now, right? Indy is an offensive machine. They're a wagon at home. And you got the Cardinals off of as demoralizing a loss as one could have. So it's just, one of those situational spots. And, Paul, we're starting to flirt a little bit with the Colts, with the way that they're laying numbers is we're kind of putting them with some of these top teams in the NFL. And maybe they are. I mean, we're starting to get a bigger sample size, and they have looked super, super impressive. But Colts laying 7 in a game like this. I mean, keep in mind, they were laying 6.5, 7 to the Raiders last week, right? And they're laying the same number essentially to Arizona this week. It would only be Cardinals or pass for you, like you said, and would not be surprised if Arizona pulls off the upset. So we will see.
Do you feel better with Kyler or Jacoby Brissett? Because I kind of want to see Jacoby Brissett. And also one other storyline to point out. Eagles 2 coordinators from that 2022 Super Bowl going head-to-head with Gannon and Steichen.
Ooh, yes. Very good point. I kind of like Brissett just because we get some more points, right? This would probably go, what do you think, 9.5? Brissett's the quarterback? How big of an adjustment do you think it is?
Maybe we get through the 8. Maybe we get to 8.5, 9. I mean, I would love that because I don't see that much of a drop off. Like when Kyler's at his best and being dynamic, I get the difference in power rating, but Yeah, I would absolutely trade Kyler for Brissett, and if it comes with a couple more points, absolutely, and I would still play the money line.
I think I agree, man. I think I agree. That could be the game in Survivor on Sunday. That could be a little sweaty for some people who take Indy. This could also be a little bit of a sweaty game. It's going to be the Chargers and the Dolphins. LA laying 4 on the road in Miami. Total in the game is 43.5. Haven't bet a side or a total yet, Paul. I would lean under, and I would lean towards Miami. I think my favorite play in the game, though, is a prop. I like Tua's longest completion, under 32.5 yards. The Dolphins really don't net any explosive plays, and now without the absence of Tyreek Hill, you lose so much of that speed in your deep threat. And the Chargers are as good as anybody in the NFL of making you just work for it down the field, right? They really don't give up too many explosive plays. You kind of have to take what they give you, and I just don't really see them giving up anything over the top for the most part. So I think this could be a low-scoring game. I think Tua is going to have to work and, use his check downs and hit those slants and his out routes and all those sorts of things. Lean on A-Chain a little bit in this kind of game. Lean under, again, too, because tough travel spot for the Chargers, right? East Coast to New York, back to L.A. to take on Washington, back to South Florida to take on a lot of travel for L.A., so I think this could be a sleepy game for them. Maybe a first half under could be worth a look, but that Tua prop, longest completion under, probably my favorite play in the game.
My favorite play in the game is also a prop. It's also a quarterback. So a couple thoughts before we get to there. Dolphins find a way to lose this game, right? Probably. Being up 17-0 against Carolina, and they fall apart, and McDaniel's a mess. The whole that locker room has to be on fire. Or maybe they just don't care anymore and they've already quit. But you can run on the Dolphins. The problem is the Chargers are without 2 tackles, 2 running backs. So this kind of pointed me towards this prop as well. I like your case for the under. Justin Herbert. I was like, do I do rushing yards over 18.5? Maybe look at some alts, but I will play this. Longest rush over 11.5, because when he takes off, he gets chunks. It might only be once a game, but this year, his longs by game, 19, 12, 4, 24, 41. And again, this Dolphins defense, very bad against the run. So I think when Herbert sees the opportunity to take off, it might only be a couple times a game, but it's for a chunk. So Herbert over, longest rush over 11.5. And again, with their running backs, down to 3rd, 4th string guys, I think you could make the case for over 18.5, or maybe look at 40 plus, 50 plus rushing yards, which is a little bit, 50 plus is at 7-1, a little bit more of a shot. And you do have to keep in mind, they can't lose Herbert. With all the injuries they're taking, they can't lose Herbert. So that's kind of a case against, but I think at a certain point he's makes something happen with his legs.
No, I think that's a good angle. That is one of those interesting games. You do bring up a good point about the Dolphins locker room. Big coaching mismatch with Harbaugh going up against McDaniel. So we will see how that one plays out. Real quick, an update on some of the college games. Paul, did you just see that Missouri field goal attempt that just happened there moments ago?
I missed it.
So they were able to knock in the field goal. It's 17-10. Bama leads at halftime. But the Bama guy nearly blocked it, and it was one of those kicks that got deflected, kind of wobbled through the upright. It's kind of amazing it had enough steam to get over and stay within. But nonetheless, Missouri gets the field goal. Bama now a 7.5-point favorite on the live line, and the live total is 53.5. So for all you out there that like Missouri as an outright pick, you liked them plus the 7.5, or plus the 3.5, you're getting a very good number there at plus 7.5. But Bama's defense has been very good ever since that first drive. Florida State and Pitt are tied up at 14 with less than a minute to go until halftime. UCLA, probably the big story of this early window so far, down 7-0 to Michigan State, score the next 24 as they have continued where they left off last week against Penn State, leading by 17. Ohio State up 20-0 against Illinois, looking every bit like the number 1 team in the country. JMU potentially on upset alert today. They're still down 14-7 to Louisiana right now. And Washington State is still up 7-0 on Ole Miss with 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. Paul, I'm going to have to turn that game on the TV because now it's starting to get to the point where I'm like, what is going on with Ole Miss's offense right now?
Yeah, this is 31.5-point dog, I believe Wazoo was coming into this game. Did not see this coming. Don't even have a money line price in front of me. This is, I mean, you certainly can see the look ahead spot, but this would be a stunner.
Big time stunner. Wazoo 3-2 on the season. They're actually going to attempt a field goal here on 4th and 5, try and take a 10-0 lead against 5-0 and number 4 Ole Miss. A 54-yarder for Wazoo, and if it's deep enough, he's got it. He does not. It comes up short. So still 7-0. Ole Miss gets the ball back as they look to get something going on offense. We'll come back, continue talking NFL Week 6 here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. We continue to roll through the Week 6 NFL slate with our favorite bets for tomorrow and Monday night. Update you on some scores going on right now in college football. Bama and Missouri, top 15 matchup. They're at halftime with the Tide leading 17-10, 7.5-point favorites on the live line. They get the ball out of halftime, and they are the total is 51.5. Florida State with a touchdown right before halftime, take a 21-14 lead over Pitt. They are 13.5-point favorites on the live line. UCLA up 24-7 on Michigan State. SMU 17-7 over Stanford. Cincinnati 17-3 over UCF. Houston with a 24-10 lead over Oklahoma State. Louisiana up 14-7 on James Madison. Army 17-0 over Charlotte. Miami of Ohio 3-0 lead over Akron. Toledo 21-7 over Bowling Green. And is a 31.5-point dog. Washington State is up 7-0 on Ole Miss with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. So that's what we got going currently in college football. We'll keep you posted all the games going on. Paul and I, later on in the show, will run through all of our favorite plays coming up later on today. But let's get back to the NFL, Paul. We got a couple of road favorites tomorrow, favored by a field goal, including the Patriots, who are 3.5-point favorites at the Saints with the total of 46. I bet New Orleans. I like the Saints tomorrow in the game, Paul. I think we are making too much of the Patriots off of the Bills game. I think that game was all about just the Bills kind of giving it to them. And that game was about why I'm such a fan of Vrabel as a head coach. Like, he just gets his teams up for those games. I think that was such a Vrabel spot. How many times did we watch him do that when he was with Tennessee against the Ravens or the Chiefs? He just gets his teams up, man. He's a great coach as a big underdog. Now, Drake was good. He made some nice plays. He did some good things. Paul, I do a radio hit every week with guys up in Rochester. They were telling me that was the first time in 25 games Buffalo has lost the turnover battle, and they were also telling me that was the first time since the Ravens game in week 4 of last year that they had lost a fumble. So that was an extremely uncharacteristic game of the Buffalo Bills. So here come the Patriots off that massive win. They're a little bit inflated. They go from being a big dog to now a road favorite against a Saints team that just continues to outperform expectations, be a lot better than a lot of us thought they would be. Outside of the game in Seattle, I mean, look at what New Orleans has done. Arizona game, San Francisco game, all down to the wire. Buffalo they hung tough with. Giants they beat last week. So, Paul, you're giving me 3.5 with the Saints. Anything over a field goal, I think it's a good bet. I like New Orleans.
Yeah, I like the Saints as well. I would be very, very careful about using Patriots in Survivor. Or I guess don't be careful about using Patriots in Survivor because I did not
get knocked out.
Yeah, go for it. This is also, look, sandwich spots are not as much of a thing in the NFL. It is certainly a letdown spot coming off that Bills win. But PJ, got the Vrabel revenge game next week. You mentioned the Titans. They're going to Tennessee next week. Ooh. Give me the Patriots at all the numbers next week. This is a tricky spot. And like you said, the Saints have been scrappy. Yeah, they got a win last week against the Giants. 3.5. Like, if the Patriots are that good, this number should be higher, right? It's just it's like this line tells you this is a tricky spot. So it's never the Patriots here. Yeah, this is a Saints bet, plus 3.5. Look out. Look out. New England.
And Paul, do you get the vibe that Drake May is going to slowly turn into like Justin Herbert, where he's a super talented guy? We all see like the highlight reel plays that he makes, and he can be a great quarterback, but he just like doesn't win, and it feels like he gets a pass so often. I mean, that was only Drake May's 4th win as a starting quarterback was against the Bills, and now people are like, oh man, here's the New England team we thought we were going to get at the beginning of the year, and it's like, can we just like, it was a nice win. Can we slow down a little bit?
It was a nice win.
A nice win, right? Any given week in the NFL.
I mean, he looked really good in prime time, and like you said, you couple that with the preseason expectations. It's like, oh, this is the guy we thought he was, and this is the team we thought they were. And it's just like kind of like the Caleb Williams thing in Chicago. Like, can we just be happy with incremental progress? Can we not jump all the way from here and then back down here? Like, I think I'm not necessarily going to take the Herbert route you took with him yet. I think we got to give the kid a little bit more time. And again, if he's Justin Herbert, it's pretty good. Need some pieces around him. Need to protect him a little bit. Especially like going back to Herbert, like he's just getting beat up this year. So you got to protect those talented quarterbacks. So I'll give him a little bit more of a leash, but I'm not, oh my God, this is Drake May's potential. Like he can take down the Bills. It was a nice win. It was a nice win. It was a nice game.
All right, very good. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game tomorrow. Total again, 46 in that game. Patriots, 3.5-point favorite. Interesting game tomorrow, Paul. Dallas, a 3-point favorite on the road.
Is it, PJ? Is it interesting?
It is because I want to bet Carolina, but Dak is just so good against bad teams. He's just so good against bad teams. And Carolina, I don't want any part of them on the road, but when they're at home, I mean, they beat Atlanta 30-0. They came back last week against Miami and won the game. They're usually like a good over team at home too, Paul. I feel like a lot of these games in Carolina are like high scoring. It's just unbelievable how different they are home to road. If I had to pick it, I'd probably be on Dallas, I think, to win. Lamb's still going to be out. I still have concerns about their defense, but I don't know, man. Dak's playing at such a high level. He's just great against bad teams. Like, that's just what he does. He wins these kind of games and he covers these kinds of spreads. He did it against the Jets last week when New York was taking a ton of money. That game closes like Cowboys -1. I don't think I'm going to bet it, but I would probably lean Dallas here.
Looks like we might have a little bit of weather. Some rain. Looks like maybe 15, 16 mile per hour winds. Because my original look in this one, PJ, was... And I've gotten burned trying to buy low on Bryce Young a couple times. I'm not betting the side either way. But like 250 yards is not a lot, or at least not used to not be a lot in the NFL. It's becoming a little tougher to get to that level for some quarterbacks this year. But 250 plus is plus 165 for Bryce Young against one of the worst passing defenses in the NFL. So I have like that. That's my look is like Bryce Young props. Dak, for what it's worth, 250 plus is minus 105. So again, against a pretty bad defense himself, like if he's going to put up numbers, maybe don't lay it with the Cowboys. But you look at Dak props, maybe that's kind of where I was looking. The weather hasn't affected the total. Like this possible, like, and again, it's more wind than rain when it comes to the NFL. That could affect the total. 49.5. It's high, but I get it. I think I just look at props. I just look at Dak or Bryce Young props, and I'm inclined to take the plus money by a little bit lower on Bryce Young. But I say that, and it seems like he's had achievable games for this in the past, and it's not quite getting there. I'm not in a rush to bet it, but that's where I'm looking.
I mean, Paul, if Russell Wilson can throw for 450 against that defense, I think Bryce Young can throw for 250, right? That we're going to look back on that Russ game against Dallas like later on in the year, and it's just going to be like, what happened in that game? It was still so funny to watch.
PJ? We got through with Survivor is what happened in that game. That's the best thing I can say about that game. What an exclamation point to like what was a pretty good career, but like it was a nice little throwback, and then it's like, oh, no, but this is actually the real Russ is still terrible.
And then 4 weeks later, you have your coach just absolutely sprinting to the blue tent to see if Jackson Dart can come out of the game.
Yeah.
Crazy. Paul, next game up is my favorite bet of the week. It might be my favorite bet of the year so far in the NFL. I'm in love with Seattle this week. I love the Seahawks in a pick'em at minus 110 against Jacksonville. We have this misconception about Seattle that they're still an incredible home team because you think Seahawks, you think 12th man, you think that environment. Under Mike Macdonald as head coach, they just are not a good home team, man. They just are not. Like, they lost again to Tampa last week. They're 3-9 against the spread in their 12 games under Macdonald as head coach. They're 9-1 in their last 10 road games, Paul, under Mike Macdonald. They are a terrific road team. And the fact that I'm getting Seattle off of a home loss, they're going to be more prepared, more motivated. They get to go on the road, play a 4-1 football team that's coming off one of the biggest wins of Trevor Lawrence's career. Short week. I just really like this matchup, and that defense, I think, is going to force some issues for Trevor Lawrence. Paul, I think in this game, you could argue you're getting the better coach, the better defense, and the better quarterback with the way that Sam Darnold's played this season in a pick'em type game. If I'm getting those three things, I'll bet it every time. So I love Seattle in this spot. Jacksonville, I feel like, has been costing me money a lot this season so far. I'll fade them once more, but I just love betting Seattle on the road, man. They are a great road team. I bet them at Pittsburgh. I bet them at Arizona. They've cashed both of those. I think they cash again. All in on the Seahawks tomorrow. What say you?
I'm in on the Seahawks. Like the Seahawks bet. I like the spot as well. Jags let down off a big Monday night win against the Chiefs, a game that, again, the defense kind of won for them. Like, Trevor Lawrence had a nice game. I don't know that I'm there with you on the better quarterback just because I'm waiting for the bottom to fall out for Sam Darnold, and it'll happen at the worst possible time, which is probably the playoffs and not this week. I think they're a good teaser option as well. Well, if you can get a 1.5 up through the 7, I think I see ones right now. But no, I like the Seahawks here. I like Mike McDonald here. I'm with you on the better coach. I like Liam Cohen's done some nice things, but no, this is absolutely Seahawks. It's funny for me personally, PJ, because these are two teams that I've backed way too many times in the past, whether with Geno Smith or Trevor Lawrence. Geno's gone now, leading the league in interceptions, by the way, in Las Vegas with 9. But yeah, no, that Seahawks defense, big fan, and they are they worth a look in the NFC West? I believe the number's around 5-1. It's I don't know if I'm quite there, but yeah, Seahawks spot for sure.
You know, and I just want to fade the Jags. I mean, their defense and the turnovers that they've been able to force, Paul, I mean, their first 4 games, they forced at least 3 turnovers. And then last week against KC, they get that big pick 6 to flip the game, 99 yards. So, I mean, they've just been having some insane turnover luck right now. Eventually, that'll kind of balance out. I'm hoping that starts tomorrow. Love the Seahawks. When we come back, we'll talk Rams and Ravens and how much the Rams are going to win by tomorrow in that game, because, God, do I hate my team right now, Paul. We'll also update you on what's going on in college football. Stick with us. More Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Games are live, the lines are moving, and the action is non-stop.
Parker Livingston, look at him go! Just like that, Parker!
From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, Paul, I come back down from the bathroom at a commercial break. I see Missouri's got first and goal. We turn the ball over. We're all tied up at 17. Brutal. Brand new game.
Not great.
Brand new
Not
game in
great.
Columbia, all tied up at 17. Bama, a 3.5-point favorite at BetMGM, plus 110 on that 3.5, and the live total back out to 58.5. Ohio State, meanwhile, up 20-3 on Illinois. At halftime, Florida State 21-14 on Pittsburgh, and UCLA just continues to look impressive, 24-7 over Michigan State. So that's what we got going on right now. In the world of college football, Ole Miss continues to trail as well, 7-3 against Wazoo. Man, it'd be awesome if Wazoo could go up like 14-3 if they get the ball back, and then maybe we can get a nice live number on Ole Miss, something to monitor potentially throughout the show. That's Paul Aspen. I'm PJ Glasser, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. 2 more hours to go here on the show. We're running through Week 6 in the NFL, all the games tomorrow, and the 2 games that we have on Monday night. We'll dive back in later on to the college games that we have coming up later on today. And Paul, one more 1 p.m. Eastern Time game to go through. That is the Ravens and the Rams tomorrow from Baltimore. They're calling for heavy rain, high winds. It's going to be a nasty game. And for a dome team out in L.A., traveling across the country, I think that worries a lot of people. If there was a team, though, that is best equipped to handle this stuff, I think the Rams are one of those teams because of how well they're coached. But Paul, also, look at how they handled the snow playoff game out in Philly last year. They had a chance to win that one. They actually played the Ravens a couple years ago in Baltimore when it was raining, and they put up 30 points. So even though Stafford doesn't ever play in rain usually, he's been a dome quarterback his entire NFL career, they're actually pretty good in this kind of stuff. And the Ravens defense, even though they could be getting some guys back this week, Paul, their front 7, their front 4, man, they get no pass rush, and they just cannot stop the run. And against this Rams offense, that is just a bad recipe. So I took Rams team total over 26.5 points, but I also like Kyron Williams over 16.5 rush attempts. I think McVay is going to employ the same game plan that Dan Campbell and the Lions did when they went to Baltimore, where it's just going to be, we're going to run it down your throat. And Blake Corum, I kind of think might be back in the doghouse because of the fumble that he had in that Thursday night game against San Francisco, and then he didn't really get back into the game. Kyron had a massive game, and they just continue to go to him. So I think it's going to be a big Kyron game, Paul. I think they're going to run it early. They're going to run it often. They just want to get out of Baltimore with the win. And after losing as a big favorite to San Francisco last Thursday, they're not going to take the Ravens lightly. So I don't think they mess around in the game. It would only be Rams minus 7.5 or nothing for me, but I like the team total over, and I like Kyron over rushing attempts as well.
The loss to the 49ers is what them coming off a loss, extra rest to prepare. If they had won, I'd feel a little not as convinced by it. Ram survivor, yeah? Shouldn't feel... How do we feel?
You should be good.
That? You paused.
Yeah, you should be, just because... I don't know. I mean, the Ravens have looked so bad the last 2 weeks that maybe there's a little something in them that kind of looks okay. I don't know, Paul. It's just the feeling that you get about Cardinals and Colts is maybe a little feeling I get about this game, right? Where it's like the Packers-Cowboys game. We looked at the Packers off the outright loss to Cleveland thinking, oh, they're going to bounce back. Parsons back. They're going to roll, and they probably should have lost that game. And now it's kind of the same thing, right? We all just kind of expect the Rams to roll, and I think they probably do. I'm a little concerned, right? Because the Ravens, obviously, I mean, their season's it's slipping away from them. They're not supposed to win this game, but man, if they do, I mean, what a boost this would be for them going into the bye week. So it just makes me a little hesitant. I would rather go other options in Survivor if you have some.
I zigged away from the Packers. I mean, that's the obvious one against the Bengals this week. I do keep seeing like visions of Flacco just throwing it up to Chase and Higgins and like putting people
beating
who
Green
have the
Bay
Packers
again.
in a pretzel.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, right. Do it again. No, for this, I mean, that's my main play on this game was just Rams Survivor. Sammy P brought up this week on Bet Sweats. Rams is a teaser leg. I could get behind that. Down to 1.5. But no, this is Lamar officially out again. I mean, they fall to 1-5, and then try and get Lamar back and figure it out, right? Like, they're one of those, historically good teams, historic playoff teams that, gets into late October, November, and it looks like the season's lost, and then they just grind their way to a playoff spot. I mean, they're still the favorite in the division, which is pretty wild to think.
Yeah.
And I think that's obviously pricing in a loss this week. So Rams Survivor is my main look on this game. And again, if it's any other team or most other teams, but that Ravens, that's a proud franchise. It's a competitive franchise. It's a franchise that is in the playoffs every year. I feel pretty good about it, but I'd be lying if I didn't say there was some doubts about, all right, could get a little sweaty.
Yeah, and, I do not like the way that they've played the last couple weeks. Harbaugh, it feels like, is starting to get on the hot seat a little bit. It just kind of feels like the message is getting stale. I mean, the guy's been there for 18 years, and they're beat up. They're not playing well. It's a weird game, but I think the Kyron prop, Rams team total, if you want to tease them, use them in Survivor, should be good. Again, but don't be surprised if maybe this game gets, like you were saying, a little bit sweaty. Big 3rd and 6 here for Bama. Ty's going to try and run for the first down. He's not going to get there. So after fumbling on their first drive, Bama's going to have a 4th and 5 here around midfield. We'll see what DeBoer decides to do. 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. All the momentum, though, with Missouri right now. Ole Miss finally gets into the end zone, so they're going to take a 10-7 lead on Washington State as well. But yeah, this is too far to go for it. They're at their own 47, 4th and 3. So they're going to punt it away. They also did have to burn a timeout, which could come back to haunt them as well. So only 2 left this half. They are going to indeed punt it away, no fake. So yeah, Missouri will get the ball and look to take the lead for the first time since it was 7-0. Looking at the 4 o'clock games that we have tomorrow, Paul. Titans and Raiders. Vegas was as high as a 6.5-point favorite. Now they're all the way down to a 4-point favorite, and the total in the game is 41.5. So, what would you do here? I mean, would you back Tennessee again after that crazy road win? Is this a nice buy low here on Vegas, or with 2 bad teams, are you just staying away from this game completely?
Trying to stay away and keep it off any TV that I am near. PJ, I considered the Raiders for a split second in Survivor. But stayed away. I mean, this would be Titans or nothing. I'm just sick of backing this team and hoping that they get to the window for me. Geno with the interception leader, he with 9 this season, he is so due for a good Geno game. But I don't want to bet it. And now that other people are taking, I've seen some pools I'm in, people are taking the Raiders. Some pools I have to submit earlier in the week before the Thursday night game. So now I'm actively cheering against the Raiders. And for the Titans to win outright. But I've got no interest in putting any of my money on this game. How much longer does Pete Carroll stay with Geno Smith if he keeps doing this? I mean, does he make a move? I guess is kind of my question. But
yeah,
Titans, look, they got a win last week. They should be competitive in this game. This should come down to the wire. The Raiders are just not that good. But no interest in making a bet or watching a second of it.
I do think it's interesting that the Titans-Cardinals game was at 9.5, closed at 7.5. This game was at 6.5, and now here we are at 4. So it feels like those same people that were bringing down the line against Arizona doing the same here against Vegas, and they like this matchup for Tennessee. Paul, like you said, though, man, there's just nothing fun about betting the Titans. Like, your bet, I mean, like 50 minutes of it is going to be absolutely miserable, and you just got to hope that they get lucky like they did against Arizona. So if you like Tennessee, I think that at some point in this game, you're going to get a better number than 4. I think you can get something north of 7. There's a chance you can get something north of 10. So if you like Tennessee, man, just wait for a bigger number. I can understand why maybe people would look at Vegas and Survivor because, like, how many other times are you probably going to use Vegas potentially this season? So it makes sense. Like you, I don't think I'm probably going to have a play on this game. But yeah, man, I mean, if Geno struggles again against the Titans and they lose at home, it's going to be interesting to see what Pete Carroll decides to do. Bengals and Packers in Lambeau. Packers 14.5-point favorite, total 44.5. As you mentioned, going to be a very popular Survivor pick this week. I do like the Packers in the first half, Paul. I laid the 7.5 with Green Bay. My thought is they're off a bye. Their defenses look dominant this season at home against the Lions and the Commanders. And also, like, Joe Flacco's coming back from London, and he's now quarterbacking a new team, and he doesn't get the full week of prep. And I just think it could be ugly for Cincinnati in the first half. So it's a lot of points. Maybe they figure it out, make some adjustments. Green Bay lets the foot off the gas, and they come back and backdoor. But I'll back Green Bay in the first half. I think they get out to a nice lead. With how the past 2 games have gone against Cleveland and Dallas as big favorites, I think they know the importance of a good start and not giving, any of these big dogs like hope that they can hang around. So I'll take Green Bay first half minus 7.5.
I mean, if you're going to talk first half, PJ, now you got me considering Bengals money line in the first half at 4-1. Like, does Flacco just come in, scripted plays, Higgins chase, and gives everyone who took Packers and Survivors like a free space, a little bit of a sweat early? I'm not going to get there on it. It was just something that came to mind as you were talking about. I mean, 210.5 is a very low number for Flacco passing yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they fall behind, he's going to have to throw them back into it. If they're going to be competitive at all, he's going to have to throw it. 250-plus yards is plus 250. Kind of a weird thing, like trying to keep that straight. But, yeah, 250 for Flacco to throw for 250-plus yards is plus 250 for the price. I'm not really interested in trying to back the Bengals as a 2-touchdown dog. I'm really not interested in laying it either. I could get behind maybe some Flacco props for either of those scenarios I laid out. I'm going to have some Packers shares in Survivor. Again, I keep having this vision of Flacco kind of throwing a bomb to Chase or Higgins early and having all those Packers backers a little bit on edge. But for like the reality of the situation, I don't see how the Packers leave here without a win, and probably win by double digits.
I agree with you. Look, they're my pick in Survivor. I'm not overthinking it. If Flacco beats them 2 weeks in a row, then so be it. As I was telling you guys, though, off the air, I did have Arizona last week in one of my Survivor pools, but when they were up and they were up big in that fourth quarter, I took a stab with Tennessee at 17-1, right? I'm like, look, if I'm going to lose in Survivor, I mean, I got a chance at a nice little hedge. So just keep that in mind, too, for all you in your Survivor pools. Like, if you do have one of these teams and you do have a nice little opportunity to bet a little to win a lot, I mean, if you can get back your Survivor entry and then some, like at the end of the day, it's really not the worst thing in the world when you're probably going to end up losing anyways. So just keep that in mind too, as always an option when you're chasing Survivor. San Francisco and Tampa, Paul. We got a battle of 2 4-1 football teams. The Bucs are 3-point favorites. Total is 47.5. It's going to be Mac Jones once again for San Francisco. I feel like a lot of people are liking the Niners +3 in this game. I don't think I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to like Tampa. We know how good that run defense is. I think they're going to neutralize McCaffrey, going to make San Fran one-dimensional for the most part. And if they can do that against Mac Jones, I think they're going to have a nice chance. And after what he did last week to the Rams, I mean, he's not going to catch the Bucs off guard at all. Baker is just playing tremendous football right now. And Emeka Egbuka. Every week you think, oh, this is the week he drops off. This is the week he turns into and it's just not happening. So I like Tampa better as a team. I like the number at 3. I think if it's got to 3.5, I would lay off. But at 3, I think that's a good bet. I like Tampa in the game, Paul.
Yeah, this is Niners for me. I mean, they're all banged up. I'm playing Niners in contest, Niners +3. The Bucks keep winning one-score games. A little extra rest for Shanny and company, but it's not really doing much for their health. Yeah, I have no problem with this number, backing Mac Jones at this number. The overall health of the team is more of my concern than what's going on at quarterback. I believe in the Bucks? Question mark. I think it's a lot of one-score games.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's where we're at on the Bucks.
They're like kind of the NFC version of Jacksonville, but like better. You know, where it's like they're good.
The Colts?
I don't think the Colts. Maybe I kind of think the Colts are okay, but we'll see. Another good litmus test for both of those teams. We'll come back, talk about the game of the week, Sunday Night Football, Lions-Chiefs.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, Bama first down inside the 15-yard line as they are at the Missouri 12. 3 minutes to go, third quarter. We are tied at 17 in Columbia. Top 15 matchup between the Tide and the Tigers. Ohio State up 20-3 on Illinois, but the Illini driving here in their first drive in the third quarter. They're at the Ohio State 11-yard line looking to punch it in for a touchdown to make it a 10-point game, which would be significant to some. A lot of time left in that game. Florida State and Pitt all tied up at 21 as well. It's been a good game today out in the ACC. Florida State looking for their first win in league play. They've dropped the first two to Virginia and Miami, looking for a bounce back today at home. But Pitt has been pesky as Florida State, though, on the move. So they've got it inside the 30-yard line. One of the more shocking scores of the day, definitely Washington State and Ole Miss. Ole Miss, 32-point favorite. They're only up 10-7 at halftime against Wazoo. JMU just tied it up to start the second half against Louisiana at 14. And then UCLA, man, Paul and I have talked about a bunch on the show today, up 31-7 now on Michigan State. So this is 2 weeks in a row. This is UCLA offense. This team has a completely different feel to it. It's going to be fascinating to see how they look over the next couple weeks. They still have to play at Ohio State, at Indiana, at USC, so you could get some good opportunities to bet UCLA as a big underdog. All right, Paul, let's wrap up the NFL conversation. 3 games left to go, all in prime time. We'll start with the Sunday night game. Chiefs and Lions. KC, a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 53. What do you like Sunday night, Detroit, KC?
This game is causing a lot of division on the network. PJ, I locked in on one side of this early in the week, and then I saw that, no surprise, big handle on this game at BetMGM. The most popular bet of the week is Lions plus 2.5, and I love to see that because I'm on the Chiefs. I'm on the Chiefs. I'm buying in on the Chiefs at 10-1 for the Super Bowl. Look, for this game in particular, Lions have cluster injuries in the secondary. Chiefs coming off the loss on Monday night. Short week, sure. But Chiefs at home. I did total of 53. A little bit high. Maybe it gets there. If you trust the Chiefs defense, though, maybe it stays under that, and it's a little bit of a lower scoring game. I was on the under on Monday night against the Jags. That did not get there. It's like Devin Lloyd picks him off. All right, in the red zone. All right, save points. Oh, wait, he's taking it all the way back. The under's dead. So, yeah, I would say if you're at all interested in the Chiefs, I think they win on Sunday, and then they've got a couple easier games after that. Schedule gets a little bit tougher, but then it's a pretty nice roadmap at the end of the season for the Chiefs. So I'd say 10-1 might be the best number you get. If you think the Lions win, or maybe you think, so I will say this too, PJ. Texted one of the squarest bettors I know, a guy that'll bet like 5 big money line favorites, in a parlay every Saturday, every Sunday. Talk about Chiefs Lions, and he texted back, I think their time is over on the Chiefs. And I was like, I love to hear that from him. Say no more. So I'm on Chiefs minus 2.5, 10-1 for the Super Bowl.
So what I've been telling everybody all week, Paul, a lot of people, when they ask, like, oh, what do you do for a living? And, tell them, like, sports betting. And they're like, oh, like, what's an advice you would give to, like, a sports bettor? The thing I always tell them, the most important thing I've learned, is you have to separate your sports knowledge from your gambling knowledge, right? So what does that mean? It's a game like this. It's great to be knowledgeable about sports. It's great to know these teams. It's great to know the players. But also, the people setting the lines know a lot more than you do. And this is one of those games, like you said, the Lions are the most bet team. All I've seen over Twitter this week is, how are the Lions a dog in this game? Like, the Lions are better than the Chiefs. And let alone, how are we getting 2.5 with them? Keep in mind the wins that the Lions have had, okay? They've beaten the Bears at home, the Browns at home, the Bengals on the road, and a banged-up Ravens team on the road. Think about how they looked on the road against Green Bay in Week 1. On the flip side, Kansas City has looked really good on offense the last couple weeks. It certainly looks like they're back. And you mentioned it. Those cluster injuries in the secondary are a big deal. So I do like Kansas City. I laid the 2.5. But, Paul, I also like Pat Mahomes' longest completion over 38.5 yards because with Worthy back, they're starting to hit those explosive plays. Thornton's been a great deep threat with them. And when you have cluster injuries like that in the secondary, right? Blown coverages, missed assignments, guys just not good enough to hang with the number ones of the other team. So I think we can get some chunk plays from Kansas City in this game. I like that angle. If you want to take like Thornton longest reception, Worthy, those kinds of things. But I do like that angle in this game. So I will take Mahomes' longest completion over, and I'll take Chiefs minus 2.5.
Yeah, I think the physicality, like Detroit, like I'll give them that. I think it's gonna be a very physical game. I think those I mentioned the under earlier. I think I'm staying away from that between the Lions injuries in the secondary and just the fact that I like the Chiefs defense, but I think we've seen from the Lions like they are just going to outmuscle you. So I think maybe it is a little bit of a back and forth game, but yeah, give me the Chiefs. And I think it's a good buy low spot. And you can picture it, right? Just a couple of like wide open Chiefs, like a couple different plays from Mahomes where like the secondary gets all crossed up and it's just like wide open for like a 50-yard bomb sort of deal. Yeah, I see. I'm buying what you're selling there.
Man, Bama has to stall for a field goal. They drove right down the field. They had 1st and goal, and his tie was getting ready to hand it off to his running back. He stumbled. His knee was down. It brought it back, and Missouri holds. So Bama going to have to line up for a field goal after a really nice drive that took nearly 9 minutes. Try and kick the field goal and make it 20-17 with 13 seconds to go left in the third quarter. So obviously anybody out there holding Missouri plus 3.5, happy about that result as Connor Tolte comes out to try the field goal. Also at Illinois score a touchdown. So that is now a 20-10 game there in Champaign as the Illini continue to battle. The Bama field goal is good. So 20-17 officially, 10 seconds to go in the third quarter. Missouri plus 3.5, minus 170. They're plus 175 on the money line. The live total now drops to 50.5. And Ohio State, a 17.5 point favorite. The live total in that game is 51.5. Florida State and Pittsburgh still tied up at 21. Florida State, 4.5 point favorite. Live total is 65.5 in that game. Paul, let's look at Monday night. Bills and Falcons. Buffalo, a 4.5 point favorite on the road. Total in the game is 50. Bills trying to bounce back after that home loss. Atlanta coming off a bye. Any plays for you?
I was Bills minus 4.5. Bills bounce back. I think it's a little too much love for the Falcons, a little too much credit inside of like 6. Bills minus 4.5 is one of the most popular bets at BetMGM, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I do think the Bills are kind of, I don't know about playing with their food, but they got bigger goals, right? They're trying to get wins, stack wins, and move on. I think coming off a loss, go back to drawing board a little bit, and take it to the Falcons. I think these are just different tiers of teams. I think that the Falcons are fun to watch, like good offense. Michael Penix, we'll see what you do against this Bills defense. But I'll be on the Bills here. Falcons plus 4.5 just feels a little bit like a trap.
It does feel like a trap, but I think they could be worth a teaser look. I think this is one of those games, Paul. It's similar, and the spread's the same as Chargers-Dolphins, where maybe the Falcons cover. I don't think they can win. I think Buffalo's a great money line parlay piece, but I think if you want to tease Atlanta the other way, through the key number of 7, through the key number of 10, get 10.5, I think that works as well. I think this is a one-score game, so I don't really want to lay 4.5 with Buffalo, but I do think they win. I'd probably feel more confident about that than taking Atlanta plus the 10.5. So, if you want to take the Bills moneyline parlay and parlay them with one of the games in college today, one of the other NFL games, I think both of those are good looks. But that's how I would bet the game. What about your Bears? 4.5 point dogs in Washington, coming off the bye week, winners of 2 straight. What do you see? Of course, trying to make amends for the Hail Mary game last year. How do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, I will not claim the Bears ever, PJ.
Is that not your fan? I thought that was your team.
No. Go Birds. Go Birds. I've been in Chicago for 10 years, but they stink too. PJ, let me tell you about Thursday. Thursday was, although I did say I said on Bet Sweats on Thursday morning, I was like, you know why the Phillies won on Wednesday? To set up the double whammy on Thursday night. I played Dodgers, Giants money line at over 6-1. So that was a nice cash to kind of soften the blow, I guess. But for the Bears, I mean, this secondary is still banged up, man. I mean, this defense is still banged up, even off a bye. I will be on Commanders -4.5. I feel better about that one than even like Bills -4.5. And PJ, last call for Jaden Daniels MVP at plus 3,500. That's
35-1.
Yeah, look at this schedule, man. Look at this Commander schedule. So you got the Bears, and then you've got the Chiefs coming up in prime time. So like that, even if you can't, so you got the Bears, Cowboys defense, then the Chiefs, which you don't necessarily have to win that game. It'd be great if you did in prime time, but either way, Jaden Ball's out. Seahawks is a tough test, but it's at home. Lions, who again have issues in their secondary right now. Dolphins, Broncos, a tough defense. Vikings, but then you end with Giants, Eagles defense that is very, very beatable. Cowboys again, Eagles again. Again, you're talking about a number in single digits before the season, right? So I think it's a buy at plus 3,500. It's a little bit, we can't miss any more time. Having already missed a little bit of time with injury. So you're threading that needle a little bit, but that is a bet for me. Daniels MVP 3,500, but I was plus 3,500, but I will be on Commanders -4.5 against the Bears. Seen it too many times, PJ. We've talked about it on this show. Just when they're back in, and now they get to see the guy they should have drafted instead of Caleb Williams break their hearts and embarrass them on Monday Night Football. It is so Bears.
It is. It really is. And I think it's a nice spot for them coming off a bye week, going on the road, feeling good about things. Really nice win at Vegas. You're excited to get back out there. This is the game last year where your season really started to spiral off that Hail Mary. So there are a lot of things pointing to the Bears. Plus, they're getting healthier on defense, right? They're going to start getting some of these guys back. So I understand why the people like the Bears in the game, but Paul, I'm kind of with you. I'm leaning towards Washington. I don't know if I'll end up betting the game, but if I had to, early in the week, I thought I'd be on the Bears. Now I kind of think I'm leaning towards Washington with you, so we'll see how that game goes. But that's what we got for the NFL. Paul, if you had to make one NFL wager tomorrow, side, total, prop, what would be your favorite bet?
Cardinals +7.
Okay. And I'd be on the Seahawks on the money line. So there we go. That's what we got. We got about an hour until these 3:30 games start. Oregon, Indiana, Ducks laying 7 at home. Texas a 2.5-point favorite in Red River. Georgia Tech 14-point favorite against Virginia Tech. Notre Dame laying 24 at home against NC State. Iowa State 3-point favorite on the road in Boulder today, taking on Colorado. Penn State laying 21 against Northwestern. Nebraska 6.5-point favorites at Maryland. Wake Forest -2.5 at Oregon State. TCU out to a 2.5-point favorite at Kansas State. Air Force, who Paul and I both love, they're 7-point dogs at UNLV today. Our boys from Old Dominion laying 14.5 on the road at Marshall. Paul, a lot of action, man, in these 3:30 games. So what are some of your favorite bets that you like in that window?
So couple to point out. So I'm on the under 44.5 for the Red River rivalry between Oklahoma and Texas. It looks like it's 6.5 on Maryland now. I like that. I think the Terps are live on the money line. Some notes on Maryland. Again, I wasn't necessarily a believer in their defense, like just because of who they had played. I was like, all right, how real is this? So this just seems like a lot of respect for a Nebraska team that has a quarterback. PJ, we've talked about on this show, Dylan Raiola. We don't really trust him, right? Maryland held their own against Washington, probably should have won. Nebraska jumped out early, came back late. They had to come back late against this Sparty team that we're watching get demolished by UCLA. So maybe this Maryland top 15 defense and yards per play is for real. It's going against a top 10 passing offense in Nebraska. They're averaging 4 sacks per game. Maryland is. Raiola's gotten sacked 15 times this season. That's about 3 per game. So, like, that could certainly be a factor. So I'm on Maryland +7. I think under 47 could be an interesting look. NC State, Notre Dame last saw over 58.5. So I like that. I think Notre Dame, I don't know if they've totally figured out their defense. They've looked better. But Notre Dame's definitely going to score on that defense. I think NC State can score enough to hit that total. And then, yeah, Air Force, like you said, they're scoring, man. Their games are being played in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. This might be a last team wins, but as a touchdown dog, like, this just seems like a lot of variance, 2 bad passing defenses. And UNLV, you want to talk about turnover luck? Tied for the best turnover margin in FBS. So Let's go Falcons.
Heck yeah. Love the +7. Love that money line look as well with the fly, guys. I'll tell you some of my favorite 2:30 plays. We'll talk about the night slate as well in college football, and we come back and update you on these games. Bama Mizzou just starting the 4th quarter.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
We had a big upset last week when Penn State fell to UCLA as 24.5-point favorites. Are we going to have another big one today, Paul, out in Oxford? Wazoo into the end zone, 14-10 with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter. And Ole Miss now down to a 10.5-point favorite on the live line at plus 105. Ole Miss, the number 4 team in the country right now, a perfect 5-0. But they do have road games at Oklahoma, at Georgia, upcoming the next 2 weeks. And you got to think they're looking ahead to those 2 games. But they're in a dogfight right now against Wazoo. So keep an eye on that game. Michigan State finally on the board after taking a 7-0 lead and UCLA scoring 38 unanswered. Michigan State just found the end zones. 38-14. Now UCLA on top. Florida State is also in a dogfight today. They're up 3 right now on Pittsburgh, 24-21 with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bama is up 20-17 right now on Missouri. Bama, 5.5-point favorite on the live line. And if you like Missouri to win the game, plus 325, total is 48.5. Paul, I think I'm going to emotionally hedge here and bet Missouri to win the game.
Oh, PJ, that's a dead dog.
I'm doing it, Paul. I can't. I'm nervous.
Do what you gotta do, man. But
I'm nervous.
Wow.
I'm nervous.
Come on, roll Tide.
Just don't have a good feeling, you know.
PJ,
the way this game.
You would have never made this bet with Saban, right?
Never. Ever. Mm-mm. Yeah. Nope. I'm scared. You're right. Kenny's like, PJ, he's scared. Have some faith. Kenny, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. I know my teams, and I don't like the vibe of this game right now. I was confident up until the way that last drive went where they stalled for a field goal. Now I'm nervous. So, Paul, I hope I lose my money. I hope you win your bet and they cover.
Too.
But yeah,
Me too.
Believe me, I really do. Let's see, what else do we have going on in college football? Houston's up 36-10 on Oklahoma State. Cincinnati 20-3 on UCF. SMU 24-10 on Stanford. So that's what we got going on right now. Yeah.
You're not going to update Kent State UMass?
Is that game
Flashes are up 7-0.
There you go. You know what? I forgot to refresh my BetMGM, so it wasn't popping up after it. 7-0 Golden Flashes. There you go. Well, if you liked UMass plus 2.5, you can now get them at plus 6.5.
You'll love them at plus 6.5.
Plus 6.5. Oh, man. I would love to know the viewership coming out of that game. It's going to be awesome. 3rd and 1 upcoming here for Bama. Ohio State up 20-10. They were 14.5-point favorites today. They got a 3rd and 5 at the 10-yard line. 5 minutes to go, third quarter. So important play here for the spread. And they're going to come up just short. It's going to be a 4th and 1. We'll see what Ryan Day and the Buckeyes decide to do. They were up 20-0 in this game. Illinois' defense been very good, keeping them in it. And then the offense is starting to get a little bit of a rhythm. But Ryan Day looks like he's going to go for it here on 4th and 1. He knows a touchdown pretty much should put this game out of reach, make it a 3-score game. So here we go. 4th and 1 for Ohio State at the Illinois 6-yard line as Ole Miss is getting the ball back, trailing 14-10. All right, Buckeyes, 4th and 1. They got Jeremiah Smith out there one-on-one. Sayin is changing the play, and he's just going to go QB sneak, and he's going to pick it up. He's going to pick it up by a lot as he gets about 4 yards on that QB sneak. So 1st and goal to the 2-yard line for Ohio State. 3rd and 1 here for Bama. 11:25 to go in the third quarter against Missouri. Again, Mizzou 5-0 on the season. They have played home games, every game so far this year. Next week will be their first time on the road against Auburn. So keep that one in the back pocket because, Paul, I can already tell you I'm going to be on Auburn next week in the Battle of the Tigers. But Bama's going to come up short. 4th and 1. 4th and 1, Paul, at the Mizzou 41-yard line.
Gotta go, PJ.
Gotta go. The question is, are we running Caden Proctor, the big left tackle, here on this play to get us a yard? I think I might.
I mean, it's a half yard, right? Maybe it's a full yard, but it's not a long one. It's not a short one. It's just one. 4th and a true 1.
Just one. Oh, boy. Big play in the game. Here we go. Need Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer's best play call. See what they dial up.
See what this
4th
number one
and
rush
1.
defense
They're
is
going to go
all
play
about.
action. Ty's scrambling. Oh, he's going to toss it to Jam. Nicely done. First down to the Missouri 30-yard line. Really good play, Paul. So they had a little rollout. There was a defender out there, but he had to choose whether he was going to guard Jam or whether he was going to go take Ty. Ty forced him to take him. He threw it out to Jam, but it looks like
nice.
Yeah, looks like
Nice
Jam
play.
Miller. Looks like Jam Miller now is injured on the Mizzou sideline, so they'll probably take a break there in that game with Bama up 20-17. Fresh set of downs though, 10:23 to go in the fourth quarter. But yeah, that was a really good play there by Ty Simpson. All right, Paul, let's talk about this late slate that we have coming up as we keep an eye on all these games going on. Florida and A&M. Are the Gators going to do it again? They've been taking money once again, as they seemingly do every week. They're 7-point dogs in College Station, coming off the big win against Texas. It's what Billy Napier does, Paul, right? Early in the season, people are hopeful, expectations, they don't look good. Then they go into the bye week, their schedule's ridiculous, and they just start beating people and upsetting people. And they did that last week against Texas. A&M's a very good football team. Won at Notre Dame, won Auburn, beat Auburn at home, beat Mississippi State last week. This should be a defensive slugfest, though, and a close game. Have you bet anything between the Gators and the Aggies?
No, PJ, I have not. Florida is living rent-free in my head. Like, I bet them earlier in the season against LSU, game they should have covered, game they maybe should have won. They did not. They lost by 10. That number was 7.5. I bet them against Miami. They kind of hung around and never really felt like Miami was in danger of losing. That number got as high as like 9.5. Miami covered all numbers. Last week, I bet when it got down to like 4.5 with Texas, I laid it with Texas. That went great. Florida pretty much dominated that entire game. So I'm just kind of done, PJ. Like it feels like every week the number starts at like 7.5. It moves one way or the other, and I've been on the wrong side of it 3 different times. So I am officially done with the Gators. Well, look, it looks like they got an offense now. That 5-star freshman Dallas Wilson played for the first time this season against Texas, 6 for 111 and 2 touchdowns. Gives DJ Lagway like a go-to threat. Last week on this show, I kind of made the case. Could you look at A&M SEC title at 10-1? I mean, that's not the number anymore. It's closer to 6-1. They were, got Miss State last week, which was kind of a dogfight in the first half. And then A&M pulled away. Florida at Arkansas, at LSU, still Mizzou, SC, and Texas on the schedule. I'm just kind of staying away from Florida forever. I've been on the wrong side each time. I'm going to stop trying to figure them out, and whatever the Gators are, they are, and that's great for them, or terrible. It won't be me.
I'm kind of with you. Florida, I understand why people like them because of that great defense. Wilson steps in at receiver, gives them a big boost. It looks like Lagway was healthy after getting some time. So I understand why people keep betting Florida, and I'm not sold quite yet on A&M, Paul. I don't think they're as good maybe as their resume is up to this point. So I think that could be a close game. I did not end up betting it, though. I did take the over in Kansas and Texas Tech at 59.5 because that total jumped out at me, right? Texas Tech this season, Paul, hasn't given up more than 14 points to anybody. Their defense has been terrific. This is the best offense, though, that they're going to play, and they have to play Arizona State next week. Maybe college game day implications, big game in the Big 12, so potential look ahead there for Texas Tech. I think their offense is going to put up points against this Kansas defense. I think Kansas should be able to put up some points as well. I kind of lean towards Kansas plus the 14 as well. Lightpole's just one of those coaches I like taking as a big dog. I think he really gets his teams to play up to the competition. Their offense is difficult to prepare for. So haven't bet Kansas officially yet. I have bet the over. I like that play. But would lean towards Kansas as well. Did you do anything in that game?
I tried to get in front of this Texas Tech Mack truck, wagon, whatever you want to call it. 5-0 against the spread are the Red Raiders. With Houston last week, I tried to get in front of them as a double-digit dog and got flattened from the jump. So I'm not trying to get in front of this Texas Tech train. maybe can Jalen Daniels be the one that makes Texas Tech sweat? We'll see. I mean, it was an ugly game against Utah, but they pulled away big time in the fourth quarter, later in the second half, even with their backup quarterback. So I'm just curious about the Red Raiders and watching them continue to dominate. If that's the case, I'm not going to try and buy the team that gives them a hard time. What opened at 15, came inside of the 14 to 13.5, back up to 14, as you said. So Kansas is a 2-touchdown dog. I understand the case. Like, I'm not like pounding the table to lay it with Texas Tech. I need to see someone like I said, they've been a wagon, and I'm just not getting in front yet. I don't know when. Not going to try and time the market on them. Maybe when the competition steps up a little bit. But again, as a 2-touchdown, dog, maybe they keep it close. Maybe they make it a high-scoring game. But I'm more interested in just seeing what happens as opposed to trying to place a bet on it.
Yeah, makes sense. Bama's drive stalls out, 4th and 10. So they're going to have to bring the field goal unit on, try and make it a 6-point game. Washington State was able to get a stop on Ole Miss, so they get the ball back up 4 with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Ohio State ends up scoring a touchdown, so they go back up 17. But a big field goal here for Connor Talty of Alabama, 49-yarder. He's been up and down so far this season. Oh, Paul, let's hope he knocks this
it's
one
so much
through.
worse for me listening to it because I'm like 30 seconds behind, so I'm listening to your play-by-play.
Yeah, he missed it to the right. Field goals, no good. 20-17 remains a 3-point game with 9:19.
Maybe he'll make it on my screen. Maybe that's how that works.
Hope so. Hope they were showing me the wrong game here. Not great. Remains a 3-point game. See, boys, this is why I took Missouri money line. I just don't have a good feeling about this game. Getting nervous. 3-point game, 9 minutes to go. Georgia and Auburn should be a good game tonight. We're going to talk about that one when we come back. Final hour of the show. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Oh, it's getting nervy. Columbia.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. From the biggest plays to the sharpest bets, we've got your Saturday covered.
I'm not one of those people. Roll Tide.
They got to 10, they got to 15, they got to 20, and then I don't think they ever led ever again.
They don't care how much they win by. They just want to get out of those games healthy.
I got a little nuts. I did a fade the SEC round robin.
Georgia never covers against an FCS team, and they always roll in Knoxville.
Score updates, live betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Oh, big play in the Bama-Missouri game as Mizzou tries a fake punt. They get stopped, but on the ensuing play, Bama has a 7-yard sack. So 2nd and 17 that knocks him back at the Missouri 46. Their kicker just missed a 49-yarder, so they probably don't feel too great about a long field goal. They're trying to set up a screen, and that's not going anywhere either. So after the fake punt is not converted by Missouri, Bama's had 2 big negative plays, and it's now 3rd and 22 with 6 minutes to play. Missouri trailing by 3. Paul, it's not good, man. It's not good. They've had so many chances. Put them away, and they just cannot do it, man. This team just keeps hanging around. 3rd and 24, and all right, they get down to the Missouri 38. So we'll see what DeBoer decides to do. Does he try and go for it? Does he punt it, try and pin him deep at the 38? Again, Missouri just needs a field goal to tie. He's definitely not kicking the field goal. I would think a 55-yarder.
I mean, what's that, 4th and 9, 4th and 8?
4th and 8. Yeah, I think you go for it, man, right? Go for the win. You got one of the top passing attacks in college football. I mean, try and pick up 8 yards. That's what I think they're going to do. They're lining up to go for it. 5 minutes to go in the game, 4th and 8 for Bama at the 38-yard line. Are they going to go for it? Ty's calling out the play. Maybe not. Let's see. 3 on the play clock. And, they are going for it. Oh, Paul, good luck to you. 4th and 8. Come on. Ty, looking deep. Oh, my God. He caught it. Wow, the helmet comes off. What a play. Latsier Brooks down to the 10-yard line. Holy smokes. Paul, wait until you see this one. I don't know how he fit it in there. The helmet came off. I thought it looked like the football, but that should be a first down. Unbelievable.
Wow.
And make sure that should be a catch. Right? Didn't you think the helmet was the football? I was like, oh, no, incomplete.
If I hadn't known, from before, wow.
Wow.
Roll
so
Tide.
that play is going to stand. No, let's see. Now we got a stoppage. 4:52 to go. If it stands, it's going to be 1st and goal at the 9.
There's nothing to. Yeah, that's a catch.
So let's see. Obviously,
that's a catch in the NFL.
100. I mean, I don't see how it's not. I think they are going to review it though, just to make sure.
Fine.
But again, 4th.
Take all your time.
4th and 8, man. I mean,
you know
what
that
a throw. What a catch.
You know what that is, PJ?
What's
That's
that?
a Heisman caliber throw. That's a Heisman caliber throw.
That is a big time. So they are not reviewing the play. Just a quick stoppage. So 1st and goal at the 9. Here we go. Bama looking to punch it into the end zone. They'll get about 2 yards or so. So 2nd and goal at the 7. So this might be your ball game right here. Bama punches it into the end zone, go up 10 with about 4 minutes left. Going to be tough for Mizzou, but obviously keeping to a field goal. And Mizzou only down by 6. Paul, I kind of think this might be 4-down territory, man. Right? You give yourself 4 shots to score a touchdown, end the game. Even if you don't get it, Mizzou's backed up at the 7. It's going to be interesting to see the play calling here over the next couple plays. Obviously depends, too, on how far away you are and those kind of things. But we'll see how it plays out. 2nd and goal.
As someone laying 3, I'm okay if they settle for 3. If it's 4th and goal from the 8, but...
All right, 2nd and goal pass is thrown incomplete. So we got 3rd and goal, 3:54 to play in the game. So, 3rd and goal from the 7. So I think if it's another incompletion, you're probably kicking the field goal to go up 6. But we'll see. All right, another big 3rd down. See what they got, their best play. I wouldn't put it past them running the ball. Now, Missouri probably is going to blitz here because they want a sack to back up the field goal kicker even more. This is where Ryan Williams got to step up. They're putting him in motion. Yeah. See, 3rd and goal. Tie is, down at the 2-yard line. Paul, here we go.
Oh, they're going to go for it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
They are going to go. They are going to go.
That's all right. A safety's still in the mix to cover the 3. It's all right.
4th and goal at the 2. Ohio State, meanwhile, just punched it into the end zone. Jeremiah Smith with a touchdown. So you laid it with the Buckeyes looking good right now in Champaign. But all eyes, especially on inside the betting lines, are on Bama, Missouri right now. 4th and goal at the 2-yard line. 3:20 to go in the game. Bama's going. Wide open touchdown, Paul. Touchdown, Bama. No flags on the field. Unbelievable. 2 fourth-down conversions on that drive. Daniel Hill busted coverage into the end zone. Ooh,
wow.
27-17.
Nobody near him. Woo.
Man.
Heisman.
Yeah, I mean,
Heisman
just
caliber
literally,
plays.
guy just leaked out into the flat, and there was miscommunication. Wide open. Wow. Holy smokes. What a drive. That 4th down throw to Latsier Brooks on the sideline was big-time stuff.
Never a doubt,
Extra
PJ.
point is good. 27-17. 3:16 to go. Now, Missouri does have all 3 timeouts, so we'll see. But if you bet the Tide, in a good spot right now. Live line in the game is Bama minus 9.5, minus 275. You like Missouri to come down, even just kick a field goal to make it a 1-possession game. Plus 9.5 for Mizzou is plus 200. So you have that option. Paul, do we think about buying in live on Florida State at all? That game's tied at 24. They're minus 2.5 at minus 125. They're also minus 145 on the money line, or you just kind of get a feeling that dropping 2 straight, tight game, could be getting a little tight there in Tallahassee, that maybe Florida State's on upset alert.
Yeah, I would not want to do it with Pitt. I think it would be Florida State if I'm going to bet it live inside of a field goal. I could get on board with the Seminoles. I don't love the juice. Minus 2.5, minus 118, minus 145 on the money line. But it would be if you can find a decent 2.5, I'd be good taking a shot on the Noles there.
Oh yeah, I do want to bet Florida State too. It's been a funky game, man. Both teams are moving the ball up and down the field, but turnovers and just a lot of things are costing both teams more points.
Got 3 points in the second half. That sours me on it a little bit.
Let's see. Pittsburgh does have the ball right now in a big play down the field. Oh, man, they're going to be deep into Florida State territory. 30, 25, 20.
Just stay away.
20-yard line. 20-yard line. Just like that off of one play. Pitt is now a 2.5-point favorite on the live line.
How about this kid? How about this? He's a true freshman, right?
Yeah, stepping in for Holstein.
Heinschel?
Yeah.
Holstein's never
really
getting his
good.
job back.
No, he looks really, really good. God, could you imagine if Florida State loses this game, Paul? Beat Bama to open up the season, going to ACC play, you're 0-3.
And after last year, it's like disaster. It's like, oh no, they just needed, they did the transfer portal thing again, and this year it's all coming together, and they stomp Alabama, and now it's like maybe that was the aberration and not last year. Maybe last year and this started in ACC play is more of the reality of Florida State. That it's getting pretty hot pretty quick for Norvell if that's the case.
Certainly would be. All right, so we got that going on. Ole Miss, again, still trailing. Now, they are in the red zone, and 3rd and 10. Now, 40 seconds to go. Washington State up by 4. And, might be holding Ole Miss to a field goal, so we definitely have to keep an eye on that game as well. Some of the games we have coming up later tonight, we were talking about that Florida and A&M game. We were also talking Kansas, Texas Tech. Georgia Auburn, Paul, is going to be super interesting, right? Night game, Jordan Hare. There's just something about that place really difficult to play. I bet the under at 46.5. The under's hit 9 of the last 11 games in that matchup. I've not been impressed with Auburn's offense so far in SEC play. Didn't really do much against Oklahoma or A&M. And Georgia's defense isn't to the caliber of Georgia's defense, but the way you attack them is their secondary. And with a really good quarterback, and Jackson Arnold just isn't that. He's not Ty Simpson. He's not even Joey Aguilar at Tennessee as a passer. So I think it's a low-scoring game, defensive slugfest. Kirby in a lot of these games, they tend to be lower scoring. So I do like the under tonight, 46.5. If I had to pick a side, I'd probably just take Georgia on the money line. I think they win, but because I do like the under, I mean, this could be a 20-17 type game. So I'll bet Georgia money line.
Yeah, Auburn's just not winning these kind of games, right? And it's funny. I have the exact same thing written down. Like, you can pass the ball in Georgia. That's not Auburn's strength, and a lot harder to run on them. And I feel like you've said this on the show earlier this season, like, Auburn's good in games where they can run the ball on a team, right? Like at Texas A&M, was a good matchup for them. I think they did not win, but they covered 6.5, I believe, in that game. This is just going to be a lot harder slog for them. I like the look on the under. I will say Georgia minus 3.5 was one of the most popular bets at BetMGM this week. Those have not been very profitable this season, so worth keeping in mind. I've got no desire to kind of white knuckle it with Auburn there, though, and that, just kind of anemic offense, especially if you're looking at a passing, like that's how you got to be Georgia, passing offense. So like the Georgia money line look as well. Like, Auburn doesn't win this game, right?
Yeah, you're right. They don't win. Like, you look at the game and you want to bet them, right? But they just don't win this kind of game. Yeah. So I'm with you.
Maybe hook Georgia with something. Hook Georgia with another money line.
Agreed. I think that's a good call. All right, we've reached the 2-minute warning in Columbia. Bama's got an injury. Looks like their safety Keon Sabb. Missouri is on the move. They are down by 10, though. Now, they have all 3 timeouts, so they are able to score and keep those timeouts. Bama would have to get a first down to ice the game. So never easy. And, of course, if you're holding a 3.5 ticket out there, important drive to some, 27-17. Ole Miss does get it in the end zone, so they have their first lead of the day, second lead of the day, 17-14 over Wazoo. Also had Pittsburgh make that field goal, so that is a 27-24 game against Florida State as the Seminoles trying to win their first game in ACC play. Paul, we had John Jansen on earlier in the show, talk Michigan and USC. Trojans are a 2.5-point favorite tonight at home against Michigan. One of these games, the unranked team is favored against the ranked team. I do like USC in the game. And it's funny, you just talked about how Auburn doesn't usually win those kind of games against Georgia. Since Lincoln Riley's been at USC, he hasn't won these kind of games in the Big Ten, right? Certainly hasn't been winning them on the road. Now, you like them a little bit better at home, and USC does have one of the best offenses in the country. Seen a lot of people betting the over tonight at 56.5. I could maybe see that. And if it is an over game, I think that works towards USC's favor. I mean, USC should win a shootout, whereas I think Michigan would want kind of a game in the 20s. So maybe it is a correlated type game. If you like USC, maybe an over is a look. Michigan, maybe an under, potentially a different way to kind of approach the game. But I do like USC, Paul. I really think for USC, it's as simple as when they're at home, I like to bet them. When they're on the road, I don't like to bet them. They're off a bye. Michigan played Wisconsin last week, traveling across the country. So I like the Trojans tonight.
As bad as Illinois' offense looks today, and again, granted, against probably the best defense in the country in Ohio State, that's Illinois offense kept up with USC. And that's what I asked John. And to be fair, he's like, we just don't know yet with Bryce Underwood. If this turns into a game in the 30s, I just really don't think Michigan can keep up. Yeah. So I didn't place a bet on it. It was interesting to see the total go from 54.5 up to 58, and now it's settled at sounds like 56.5. This is PJ. This is just a sit on the couch and watch game for me. I don't know what to think about either of these two teams. Kind of big picture as well. USC was kind of like a sleeper playoff. Big, you were hearing from some bookmakers, at a big number, are they worth a bet on the title shot? I can't really get there. I guess if you get into the playoff, and you're, I don't know, some of these teams that get in the playoff, they have no shot. But I'm maybe a USC could get a path and at least get to the title game at a big number. I just don't know. It's a down year for Michigan, down couple years. I feel like I've started hearing some cases if they win this game, maybe they're live in the Big Ten. I don't think they match up against an Ohio State or an Oregon. So I think it's two kind of let's say, second tier Big Ten teams. I think it's lined that way as well. And I'm just interested to see like who comes out of this. And then USC's got Notre Dame on deck and kind of see what happens there as well. That could be fireworks, especially if Notre Dame hasn't totally figured out their defense.
And I mean, what a big game for both teams, right? Notre Dame obviously can't afford another loss. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be a good one. All right, it's going to take a timeout. Couple segments left to go here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, stay with us.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The action never stops, and neither do we. Score updates, betting angles, and breaking news. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
27-24, Alabama now leading Missouri after Mizzou just goes right down the field, scores a touchdown to the delight of a lot of people. Not our guy, Paul Aspen, though, as the Tide -3. The total in the game is also 51.5, so 27-24 right there, 51. Minute 40 to go. Mizzou lining up for an onside kick. They have all 3 timeouts as well. So even if Bama does recover, they're going to have to get 1 first down to end the game and get out of Missouri with a win. Ohio State up 34-10 on Illinois. They're going to win and cover that game. Pittsburgh is now -700 on the money line against Florida State, 27-24. They have the lead. UCLA wins their second game in a row, 38-13. Tell you about the onside kick. Bama recovers it. Nicely done at the Mizzou 40. So now they got that part done. They just need the 1 first down to win the game against Missouri. Pittsburgh 2nd and 4. They're going to get the first down to the 6-yard line. So a touchdown would win Pitt that game as well. SMU 31-10 over Stanford. Cincinnati 20-11 over UCF. Houston, 39-17 winner over Oklahoma State. JMU, 21-14 over Louisiana. Bowling Green has come back, take a 28-21 lead over Toledo. That'd be a big upset today. And then Ole Miss, 17-14 over Wazoo. But, Paul, here we go. 1st and 10 for Bama at the Mizzou 41-yard line. First play is going to be a run, and it's going to be a gain of about 3.5, maybe 4 yards in the first timeout for Missouri. Paul, unfortunately for you, I don't think they're going to kick the field goal. I think it's either going to be they go for it or they just punt it away, try and pin them deep with no timeouts. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, last week against Vandy, they scored a touchdown when they didn't need to cover the spread. Yeah. They did. I was on the wrong side of that. It kind of sucked, not going to lie. So hopefully you can be on the right side of that this week if they do that. But we'll see.
I guess if they, and again, this is what you do sometimes is better. I'm like, all right, if they get the first down here, and then it's like timeout, still might have to just kick a late field goal.
Could.
Maybe that's what we need. But you know
definitely
what?
Could.
I'm not going to assume anything at this point. I think at this point, if it were to end this way, I think I'd have to be happy with a push. I mean, they're in a dogfight for a while. Although they were kind of in control. I mean, it was a turnover at the end of it turned into a dogfight. Turned into a dogfight that they definitely could have lost. It's not over yet. But sometimes the number's right on the money, and it looks like that might be the case today.
Indeed. So another 4-yard gain. So they're going to call it 3rd and 3. Minute 30 to go. Just like the Georgia game, Paul, up by 3-4. They need a first down to win the game. They had that great play call against Georgia. So what do they do here? Do you think they call a run, or do you think they put the ball in Ty's hand and give him the option to either throw it or run? I think they probably do the latter. They give the ball to Ty.
Go deep. Ty Simpson to Ryan Williams.
Go deep.
Ice it. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Man, the way the passes he's been completing to lead them down, what was it, the last drive? Get in the end zone. 4th and 8, you're trusting them. Yeah, you got to put the ball in Ty's hands. But I think, you know what, PJ? They'll never expect it. I mean, they might. But
well, let's see. Here we go. 3rd and 3, lining up. Game of the line. They're going to run it up the middle. Oh, Mizzou just stuffs them. Absolutely stuffs them.
Number 1 rush defense in the country, PJ.
Yeah, that was a bad play call. I'm kind of surprised by that. Nah, I think they're going to punt. I think I'd punt.
A little pooch punt.
Punt. They definitely not going for it. That would be psychotic behavior. I am surprised that they just ran it up the middle. I mean, they did get about 3-4 yards on the first 2. Yeah, haven't burned the timeout. They only need a field goal to tie it, though. So.
Yeah.
Oh, man. DeBoer's talking on his headset about with his coaches what he wants to do. He's in between 4th and 5. What's he going to do?
Trust your kicker.
No, don't do that. Please don't do that.
Give the kid a shot at redemption.
Meanwhile, Pittsburgh into the end zone. So Florida State looks like they're going to
Good miss
go
on
down.
the Florida State bet. Good miss.
Great.
Good.
Sometimes,
good no
Paul,
bet.
right? Best bets you make are the ones you don't. So good on us. Not getting tempted by the Knowles.
Come on, Talty. Come on. Put him out there.
What are they going to decide to do? I feel like this is a Ravens game. It's the kind of game the Ravens would lose. They're up like 10 with, like, come on.
PJ, I love the woe is me, the Alabama Ravens fan. Oh, sports has been so hard for me. It's been
hard.
So terrible, so heartbreaking.
I mean, it has. I mean, in the playoff, not as Alabama, but
Recently.
as a Ravens recently.
Yeah.
The playoffs have been.
Yeah.
So 4th and 5, they're bringing the offense out there. I would think that they're probably just going to see if they can. Yeah. Right.
Take 5, which takes
Yeah,
the field goal out of
exactly.
the mix.
Yeah.
Wow.
This would be nuts if they went for it. 8 left
Maybe
on the
just
play
pin 'em.
clock. 7 left on the play clock. Yeah, they're just trying to get him to
You
jump.
can't.
Nope. Yep. Okay.
Pin
They're
'em
going
at
to
the
take the
one.
delay. They're going to trust the
Little safety.
defense.
Yeah.
Goodness me. I mean, they were up 27-17 with 3 minutes to go, and now here we go. Missouri has a chance to tie the game, maybe even win the game if they go down the field as well. And now, Paul, in your head, you want overtime, right? I mean, certainly, because then you can win it there. Or do you just want the push at this point?
Yeah, I'm not going to get too greedy.
Okay.
On the road, look, if there's a part of you, there's a part of me, definitely that's like, oh, overtime, could win and cover. But I think at this point, saying, hey, overtime, or they definitely push. It's like, all right, I'll take the push. Live the fight next week. Or later today.
Yeah, they're gonna punt. So Mizzou will probably have about like 1:18 left on the clock. Again, no timeouts. Little squib kick. Oh, and the guy picks it up at the 15. So Mizzou will start at the 17-yard line. 1:17 to go. No timeouts. Field goal ties it, sends us to overtime. Touchdown wins the game. Illinois still battling down 24 with 4.5 minutes to go. They're in the red zone against Ohio State. This could be a significant team total bet for some people with the Illini driving down here. Washington State also still battling. They are going to have to punt it away, though, with 8:40 to go, down by 3 as they got a 4th and 17. Here we go with Missouri.
A little pitchy woo-woo, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. So we'll see.
We're not there yet.
Not there yet. Still a little too much time. Missouri on their first down play. Prabula scrambling. He's going to have to throw it away. So that took 6 seconds. So 1:11 to go in the game.
They had
10.
They had the option for a free play. Number
They did.
0 on Alabama jump too.
They did. I know. Oh. Pause is nerve-wracking. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
So one other game I wanted to throw your way as we sweat it out here.
Yeah.
I had no idea what to do with TCU Kansas State. It's literally,
Stinky
it's
line.
lined this way.
Yeah.
Flip a coin, I guess. I mean, Kansas State should have beaten Baylor last week. That was one where I had them on the money line and they couldn't finish the job. So yeah, that was interesting. Air Force, we talked about Colorado getting bet against Iowa State from 5 to 3, touch 2.5. I guess it's back out to 3. Yeah, a couple different, and then the Arizona State line keeps climbing with Levitt likely out. I think I saw 9.5 at some point.
I mean, Jeff Sims is just so bad. Yeah, I'd probably lay it with Utah still, honestly, under 10.
Yeah.
Sims is just, he is so bad. The TCU line is interesting. I took Josh Hoover. I like his prop, like 300 or more passing yards for him is like plus money. One of the best pure passers in the Big 12 against that K-State secondary. I don't think he's going to do too much. Or I think K-State will not do too much against him. So I like Hoover's overpassing. So Missouri's got a 4th and 6 here, Paul, upcoming with 58 seconds. Bama trying to win the game. But yeah, I mean, it was 1.5. K-State actually opened as the favorite, and then TCU became the favorite. Now they're up to 2.5. That feels like a good live betting game. Kansas State just plays everybody close. Just what everybody they play, it's a one-score game. So that's one of those. I'm hoping maybe TCU gets up, K-State come back and cover. But let's see, 4th and 6 for Missouri.
Okay.
Oh, they convert it. Unbelievable. Down the sideline.
Real quick, how about the total drama in Ohio State, Illinois? Illinois scores to make it 34-16, so that's 50 with a calculator. They go for 2, total 50.5. They did not get in. So if you're holding the under, you're still alive with 4.5 minutes left.
That is crazy. Yeah, I mean, makes sense that they would go for 2, obviously, try and make it a 2-possession game. But, 4:25 to go. You're hoping that Ohio State just runs it out. 52 seconds for Missouri. They're at their own 48. Incomplete pass, 48 seconds now for Missouri. 2nd and 10. Again, they only need a field goal to tie the game and send it to OT as that one continues to carry on.
They're not going to win this here, right? They're not like a busted coverage or anything.
I hope not. LSU, 8.5-point favorite against South Carolina tonight. The Gamecocks are kind of intriguing, Paul. I just like betting them as big dogs. Beamer's teams always play hard. They are a talented team, and that's going to be a low-scoring game. LSU's been a dead-under team this year. You're getting that many points. And look, South Carolina's schedule is brutal, right? It's kind of like in baseball when you have a team going on like a West Coast road trip, East Coast road trip. It's so important to kind of get off to a good start, like win those first couple games. So South Carolina off the bye. I mean, look, they know what they have upcoming, right? I mean, they got like 5 straight top 15 opponents. So you want to start off on a high note. I think you're going to get a max effort from them in this LSU game. So I might get to the window with South Carolina. Now, we'll see how the 3:30 slate goes, but that's the way that I would lean in the game because I do think it's going to be low scoring and you're getting a bunch of points.
Yeah, I have trust issues with South Carolina. Again, like LSU, some of their wins don't look as good. I wouldn't lay it with LSU, but
pick.
Run it back.
Pick. No flags.
Run it back.
He took a knee.
Run it back.
He took
Run
a
it
knee.
back.
He took a knee. Ball game's over. They win. Holy smokes.
All right, hey, you know what?
Woo.
Heisman tickets for Ty Simpson still good, still alive. Wow, that was right to him. Take it all the way back. All right.
No.
They get out of there with a win. Maybe Bama money line was the play as opposed. But, look, 3, it's a push. And it feels like it should have been a win.
Yeah.
Sometimes those bets feel like a loss, but honestly, the way it kind of all came down to the end, it feels like a push. It feels like, all right, it's a push. It's a push.
Man.
It is what it is.
Lines,
Roll to something else.
The odds makers were all over that one with the total, with the spread. I mean, they nailed that game. Bama will take a knee. They'll improve to 5-1 on the season, 3-0 in SEC play. They'll get ready for Tennessee next week. Mizzou, meanwhile, they'll drop to 5-1. 1-1 in SEC play, and they have a road trip to Auburn next week. So interesting game there.
I think Mizzou might. This was, a valiant effort at home. I think we might see the real Mizzou over the next month. I mean, look, good run defense, and that could be tough for Auburn, for sure. I mean, we've talked about that.
I'll be on Auburn next week.
Yeah, I think we see more than a couple L's from Mizzou over the next
I'll be on Auburn next week. Meanwhile, Ole Miss into the end zone. So finally a little separation there against Washington State as they have a 24-14 lead in that game. But some of these 3:30
4th down UNLV. Let's go Air Force.
Yeah, we already got to stop. I know. I got to
unless they go for it at their own 36.
I got to start changing these games. Is that CBS network, Paul? What do we got on that game?
That is CBS Sports Network.
Let's go. Let's get that on the big guy. That's front and center.
Main screen.
Main screen, baby. The Fly Guys. Let's go. So we got that going. Let's see. Indiana and Oregon starting here in a bit. We got Red River starting in a bit. And then was there any other
Nebraska,
games?
Maryland.
Nebraska, Maryland.
So.
Oh, yeah. I had Oregon State against. That might be like a CW
Wake
game or something like that. Yeah, and Wake. I got to look. Heisman Trophy, Paul. So we have Mendoza and Dante Moore tonight. About to play tonight. We have Carson Beck on a bye. I mean, another great game from Simpson, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, has that massive drive in the fourth quarter. I mean, what do you think? Like, let's say Oregon wins. Is
Sure.
Dante Moore, you still think he's the favorite come Sunday morning?
Yeah, if he wins, I think he's the favorite, probably slightly above Beck. I don't think Beck can lose much ground. I think it's maybe a 3-headed monster at this point. It's more Beck and Simpson. I mean, PJ, if this goes to the end and Bama wins the SEC or gets like, don't you have to get it to Simpson over an unbeaten Dante Moore maybe?
It's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do. Big win, though, today for Bama as they beat Missouri on the road, improved to 3-0 in SEC play. Keep you posted on these other noon Eastern games coming down to the wire and get you set for the 3:30 slate as well.
Every score, every spread, every second inside the betting lines keeps you locked into the action. Only on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. The lines are shifting, the scores are changing, and we've got you covered. This is Inside the Betting Lines with PJ Glasser and Paul Aspen, live on the BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Paul Aspen, final segment here of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM, and it has been an awesome early window in college football. Bama escapes against Mizzou 27-24. They get the win. We got a big upset brewing. Bowling Green looks like they're going to take down Toledo 28-21. Pittsburgh looks like they're going to take down Florida State 34-31. And Ohio State going to get the win against Illinois. Right now, the 3:30 window, Oregon and Indiana just underway. Ducks starting with the ball first against this Indiana defense. They got a 3rd and long upcoming. Red River starting in a couple minutes. Texas, a 2.5-point favorite against Oklahoma. Georgia Tech, a big favorite, 2-touchdown favorite against Virginia Tech today. Notre Dame, already a 4-touchdown favorite over NC State. They're driving early first quarter. Iowa State, 3.5-point road dog today at Colorado. Nebraska and Maryland underway. TCU, Kansas State. Air Force, unfortunately, after forcing a punt, they turned the ball over on downs. But should be a really good afternoon slate. Night slate should be really good as well. We'll give out all our picks there. But, Paul, before we give out our favorite NFL sides, college sides, let's talk some baseball. We got Game 5 tonight of the NLDS Cubs and Brewers. Let's hope it's half as good as Mariners-Tigers was last night. Do you like any plays in that Brewers-Cubs game tonight? As let's pull up the live odds here on BetMGM. Brewers minus 145.
Yeah, at this number, at this price, I think it's Cubs or nothing at plus 120. Total at 7.5 is interesting. How about last game? I mean, what was the number? I don't think it was 6.5. Maybe
that was
7?
Game 3. Game 3, yeah, 6.5. Game 3.
Okay, but last game, I mean, the Cubs scored 6 runs.
Yep.
And the Brewers scored 0. And the Cubs have been scoring in the first inning the entire series. So if they can get some Brewers early, put the pressure on them a little bit. Look, like Milwaukee is one of these teams, PJ. Every year we see it in the playoffs, just like choke. And look, you don't have to tell Cubs fans about choking, but I have a feeling that fan base will be a little bit split up there in Milwaukee, just like an hour and a half drive from Chicago. I'm not a Cubs fan, but being in Chicago, October's a little bit more fun when the Cubs are in the playoffs, or there's playoff baseball. Could be on the south side as well. I was out here during the 2005 World Series for the White Sox, so I would prefer to see the Cubs advance. And now that my Phillies are out, I don't really have to think, all right, well, I guess I could go to Wrigley or I could go to Milwaukee to catch a game. But that Cubs offense has been clicking. And I think if they can have the bullpen too has been able to shut it down. So I go Cubs plus 120 to advance the LCS. And then I think the Dodgers just kind of wipe the floor with whoever makes it to face them.
Paul, on my weekday show, Send It In here on the BetMGM network, one of the listeners of my show brought up a great point. He's like, I'm just going to wait to see what the Cubs do in the first inning, and if they don't score, then I'm just going to hammer the Brewers, because that's all they've been doing in this series, right? They've been getting off to insane starts.
Great point.
Every game, they score in the first inning, and then their offense just shuts down after that. So, yeah, man, I think that's really a good way to attack it. If it's scoreless after one, then going into the top of the second, when you're going to get a better price on the Brewers, you'd probably just look to bet it with them. But yeah, I think the Brewers are the right side. I think at this price, it's intriguing to take the Cubs. They've won 2 in a row, but at home, the Brewers have been really, really strong in this series. Their offense has been much better than what it was in Wrigley. So I would lean towards the Brewers in that game. But again, interesting angle. Maybe just wait to see what happens after the first inning. And then we have the ALCS, Paul. So give me your thoughts on Game 1 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners and who you like to win that series. What would your thoughts be? Blue Jays minus 165 in Game 1 tomorrow night, total 7.5.
Yeah, instead of betting Game 1, I'd rather bet Blue Jays for the series minus 120. Or if you want to bet them in the futures market at plus, I believe 475 may have been around that number. I think I saw this morning that the Mariners are actually favored over. Like if you look at the World Series winner market, it's Dodgers, then it's Mariners, then it's Blue Jays. Even though the Blue Jays are the favorite in the ALCS. My question is, it's not so much about game one. Like I understand the minus 165 on the Blue Jays. Like the Mariners had to empty the tank against the Tigers to get through that 15-inning marathon. So it certainly sets up for the Blue Jays in game one. I'm just wondering if in this entire series, the Mariners offense can keep pace with the Blue Jays bats. And here's the other thing, PJ. And like the Tigers, again, for me, it was kind of like watching the Phillies all over again. Like, where's the approach? Like it was 5 sliders to every fastball from the Mariners, especially their starter. When are you going to sit on a slider? Like, I would hope that the Blue Jays and those bats like Vladdy, Springer, all the guys throughout that lineup will be sitting like, look, if you sit on a slider and take a fastball down the middle for a strike in one at bat, you know what? It is what it is. But man, if you're sitting on a slider and you get one of them hanging right there, that thing's going a mile. So look, I'm not a professional baseball mind in any regards, but just watching the game last night, again, I'm clouded by the fact that I was back in the Tigers, but it was so frustrating to see them sit on slider or just take slider after slider after slider when it was like a 5-to-1 ratio of sliders to fastballs. I just think an offense like that's all to say. I think an offense like the Blue Jays, like the Tigers couldn't score runs to save their lives the entire series, didn't score before the 5th inning once in the series. I think the Blue Jays offense is much better. I guess you could – there's 2 ways I would play it. I played the Blue Jays minus 120 for the series. I think that's a pretty good price on, I think, just the better team. But if the Mariners go down 1-0, I think you could come back on the Mariners and play them at a better price because, I mean, you're assuming a loss in game one. Yep. I think it might be an interesting price to play if they're down 1-0.
I like that. I like that angle. And I think I kind of want to take Seattle on the money line in game one, Paul, because – so watching the game yesterday, everybody was going on Twitter and was like, man, the Blue Jays got to be loving this. The Blue Jays are the big winner, right? And I see that kind of stuff, and it's like everybody's going to bet the Blue Jays because they've been sitting at home while the Mariners were just in a 15-inning slugfest, and it's baseball, man. Like, you watch Seattle come out and win game one. I do like the Blue Jays in the series, though, as well, Paul, because the Blue Jays just have that lineup that wins in the postseason where they just grind out at-bats, they don't strike out, they just get those singles, and they just kind of beat you with 1,000 paper clips, and then they get the Vladdy homer, or they get the Springer homer, or their lineup is just, it's really tough to deal with. And Gausman and Savage are a really good 1-2 punch at the top. So I'm with you. I think it's Blue Jays, Dodgers, World Series, regardless of who comes out at Cubs, Brewers. But I might take a stab with Seattle on the money line tomorrow night in game one. As for NFL, Paul, you said earlier in the show, what are some of your favorite bets that you like in the NFL for tomorrow?
So I'll be on the Cardinals +7 and on the money line against the Colts. I think it's a perfect sell high spot on the Colts. And whether it's Jacoby Brissett or Kyler Murray, I might even feel better about it if it's Brissett as far as that goes. Some other NFL looks. I'm with you on the Seahawks. I like them as a short dog against the Jaguars. Niners, I'm falling less in love with it, but I'm on the Niners +3 against the Bucks, the cardiac Bucks, who keep winning one-score games. I am on Chiefs Island. I am certainly buying in. Chiefs 10-1 to win the Super Bowl. Chiefs -2.5 against the Lions. With that banged-up secondary, I think Mahomes puts up a ton of points on them off a loss. And then I am on Washington -4.5 against the Bears on Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams. And Jaden Daniels, the MVP push starts on Monday night. 35-1. Jaden Daniels MVP. So those are some of my NFL looks this weekend. And feeling a little nervous about it. But taking the Rams and Survivor.
Ooh, okay. I do like Kyler Williams over 16.5 carries in that Rams game. I love Seattle on the money line. I like the Chiefs -2.5. I'm going to be on the Saints plus the points as well. And then college football coming up later tonight, Paul. some of the games that we have gone through. Actually like Arkansas plus 10. That line continues to go down, but Tennessee does have the Bama look ahead next week. I think Arkansas making the change from Pittman, they could keep that game close. So I'll take them plus the 10. I do like the under in Georgia Auburn. I like over Kansas Texas Tech. Give me USC minus 2.5. I might be on South Carolina plus the points tonight. We'll see. I do like Arizona as a home dog against BYU. And then I like Nevada tonight, Paul, one of the games we didn't talk about. I like Nevada plus 7 against San Diego State. Aztecs, I mean, you should see this team's home and road splits, right? When they're at home, they've been incredible. They blew out Cal by 30. They beat Colorado State by 3 touchdowns last week. Then they go onto the road. They lose to Wazoo by 23. They beat Northern Illinois 6-3. They're on the road tonight. I'll take Nevada plus 7. How about you? What else do you like?
I like that Arkansas look. Are they live?
Could be.
They might be.
They could be. They could.
I like San Jose State. So I am chasing my futures in the Mountain West with those guys, with minus 1.5 against Wyoming, in Wyoming, at Wyoming. Opened at San Jose State minus 1, got out to 2.5, came back down. So I think they won a close game last week. I think they win another one inside a field goal this week as they continue to try and make a case to challenge Boise in the Mountain West. Nothing on Georgia Auburn, nothing on Michigan USC. Not getting in front of that Texas Tech train. I grabbed Utah minus 5.5 earlier in the week. Obviously, Arizona State probably without Sam Leavitt, so that's up to 8.5, 9.5. I think you could still make the case for Utah there. So that is most of the rest of the card, and then we are just sweating our Falcons, PJ.
Sweating our Falcons. Just got stuffed on 3rd and 1, so we don't love that. They're going to have to punt it back to UNLV. Oklahoma with the field goal on their first drive. Indiana with the field goal. Excuse me, as well. So both of those games, 3-0. All right, that'll do it for us this week of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. For Paul Aspen, I'm PJ Glasser. Enjoy the rest of your college football Saturday. Enjoy your NFL Sunday, and we will see you next week.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check.
It's time to stop chasing the afternoon and find the winning angle. From Vegas to your living room, from props to trends, this is the better angle on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary with your hosts, Kate Constable and Sean Little.
Good afternoon. Welcome into the Better Angle here on the BetMGM Network. Sean, it's official. Your name in the intro. Kate Constable, Sean Little.
It was nice. I liked it. It was the crispy. I enjoyed that. That's what's up. We're here.
Yeah, we like the sound of that. We also like the sound of college football week 7. Plenty of games to get into today. We had a bunch of the morning games just wrap up. Afternoon games are underway. And then a plethora of night games that will get some bets out there for you so you can make some money, hopefully, with us this afternoon. We'll also talk a ton of NFL. We have week 6 coming up tomorrow. And Sean, I see you're wearing the Chicago Cubs hat. We've got playoff baseball, winner go home, game 5 in the NLDS. Alex Cohen, who's the play-by-play voice for Marquee and the Chicago Cubs, he's going to join us here in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about that game and let you know what we like there. And then John Jansen, who's the color analyst for Michigan football, will join us at the 4 o'clock Central hour. We'll get his thoughts on Michigan and USC tonight. Sean, how's the morning been going betting-wise?
So far, so good. I faded Illinois. I went to Cody's. Have you ever been to Cody's?
No,
great
where's
bar,
that?
great patio. It's on the north side. It's on Berry Street. It's like right off Berry and Paulina. Good spot. Go check it out. But went and watched the game this morning, hung out, and within the first couple drives, I felt really good about Ohio State. So that came in. That's the only action I've had. I laid the 14.5. And it must be nice to be an Ohio State fan. Every year, your team just runs roughshod over everybody every year annually, and you just reload and continue to push on.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the Buckeyes for you. Number one team in the country right now. Their defense might even be better than last year's defense. In that game, I had Illinois' team total under 16.5, and whoo, that was a little bit of a sweat. Illinois scored a touchdown late in the fourth, missed the 2-point conversion. So they end with 16 points, and I win that one by the hook. Those are the ones where I got lucky. Like, I probably wasn't on the right side there. I got totally lucky that it was late in the game. They go for 2 versus just kicking a field goal, and they miss it. But hey, Sean, a win is a win, and I'll take the money.
Yeah, and I believe you were on the right side. They had absolutely nothing going on offense the entire game. They were turning the ball over. They had 3 total turnovers, a couple of fumbles. If it wasn't such a wide margin, Ohio State adds some backups towards the end of that game, they probably do shut the door and keep it a 34-10 type game. So I think that was the right side. The handicap on that side was they just weren't going to be able to move the ball. And Bo Jackson and Tate and Jeremiah Smith and those guys are going to be able to control offensively and just get a lot going and put a lot of pressure on Illinois to play out of themselves and do a little more than they want to on offense. And that's exactly what happened. So don't call it lucky. You cash, it's a win.
Yeah.
You don't, we move on.
Moving on elsewhere in the Big Ten, what's going on with UCLA? They were 7.5 point underdogs rather to Michigan State in East Lansing. They win 38-13. Like, that's coming off of a upset win over Penn State last week. I'm not saying UCLA is all of a sudden back or a good football team, but they're playing with some confidence right now. And that's another just big, good win for the program where maybe Nico Iamaleava can the money man can build some confidence. 180 yards, 3 touchdowns.
They looked really good again. I watched that game. I had UCLA, Michigan State in front of me, Ohio State, Illinois to my right. I kind of went back and forth. I watched both. They looked really good. And look, you get a little change in the coaching staff. They look like a completely different team. They look really, really good offensively. We're moving the rock, and it's back-to-back weeks for I will call him to continue to put the offense in a good position for UCLA. So, yeah, they looked really good. Change of coach, change of culture, change of mentality, the whole deal. And Michigan State is probably a little better than people even realized. They were 3-2 coming into the game. So, yeah, UCLA looks like a different ball club.
Yeah, you get the right play caller in there, and I guess things can change pretty quickly. Alabama beats Missouri by 3. I believe that game closed at 3.5. So if you had Mizzou, you came out a winner. Just barely, but a winner there. Ty Simpson, I mean, his Heisman market has to be he has to be leading by a fairly large or at least a somewhat significant margin right now. 200 yards, 3 touchdowns today. I mean, he was phenomenal. Alabama, another win, and knocking off some good teams these last few weeks. You go Georgia, who was it? Virginia, and then Missouri this week. Like for all
Georgia, Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt, that's what it was. Yes.
Yeah.
All the flack that Kalen DeBoer took early in the year. I mean, he's kind of turned things around a little bit.
3 straight wins, 7 total passing touchdowns, 1 interception. They are all ranked teams in the top 16. I think in the AP, Vandy was 15. So you can call it 3 top 15 teams in the nation. He has looked really good. And there was questions about, would he be able to continue? Because the early couple games in the schedule were really soft. They played, I believe, Louisiana Monroe, and then they played Wisconsin. So, or Loyola Marymount, one of those squads. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the first 2 games were soft. Then they get the real first game of the year against Georgia, and he balls out 24 of 38, 2 touchdowns in the marquee game of the year, you could almost call it so far. And then Vanderbilt was chirping. He showed up and balled out against them at home and then puts a button on it in a really, really tight game, 27-24. Yeah, you got to give it to Ty Simpson. I would really consider looking at him for the Heisman. I'm going to click over to BetMGM here and get a number. unless you have it over there, Kate. But
yeah, I was wrong in that he's not the favorite. He's top 3. Carson Beck sitting around plus 470. Dante Moore, Oregon's quarterback, around 5-1, and then Ty Simpson 6-1. So if you like Ty Simpson, I think there's some value on taking him at plus 650 or whatever number around there you're able to find.
yeah, man, 6-1, 6.5-1 for a guy that's going to continue to be on national TV, continue to be under a big spotlight. And it seems like Alabama has got it together under DeBoer a little bit more. I mean, DeBoer's only his second year, right? But when the microscope is as dense as it is in Birmingham, or Tuscaloosa, excuse me, you have to play really well, and that's exactly what they've been doing the last 3 weeks. They've answered the bell, and it's been because of Ty Simpson.
The big upset, or I guess somewhat of an upset in the early slate, and then we'll talk about some games going on right now. Pitt beat Florida State. Florida State ranked 25th. I mean, they're 3-3, so they've had losses already this year. But for Pitt to beat a ranked team on the road, 34-31, that's a big win for Pitt right there. Sean, games that are underway right now. The biggest one, I think, is Indiana-Oregon, number 7 versus number 3. So far, Indiana's up 3. Oregon is driving, though. We are in the first quarter, right? Like, we don't know a whole lot about how this game flow is going to go. But so far, if you're an Indiana fan, you've got to feel okay being up. I mean, you're only up a field goal, but to be putting points on the board and at least moving the ball downfield in your first drive is a pleasant sight.
Yeah, for sure. And you want to just fade the early avalanche of being on the road, the early turnover, just any momentum swinging plays that could change the course and it get spooky early, get late early at Austin Stadium. So, yeah, for them to be up 3-0 with the Rock here, I got the game on right below our feed, is encouraging for them because I'm very impressed with Oregon and what they've been doing. We talked about it last week. What they did to Penn State, I thought was extremely special in their building under those circumstances. So the schedule for them hasn't let up. I'm interested to see what they do here at home versus Indiana, who I had my worries. They were a little bit of a flash in the pan last year, right? They show up this year and they're just as good, retooled the roster just like they retooled it the year before. So I'm excited to watch this one unfold as we're on live here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought Indiana might be a little fake news team, but so far they've won their games fairly convincingly. Like the closest game they've had was last week against Iowa. And I mean, Iowa's a tough place to play. We say that all the time. I say that because I went to Iowa. Anyone listening, I'm just a homer here.
Yeah.
But they smoked Illinois, who's ranked 9th in the country. And all of a sudden, I don't know, that win maybe looks a little differently after Ohio State beat them, but Ohio State didn't even beat Illinois that badly. So this Indiana team, as I say that, Oregon finds the end zone, so they're on the board. But this is going to be a fun one and something that could potentially shake up at least the top 10 in the AP poll come Monday if Oregon were to go down.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Sean? We may have lost Sean.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. But Cignetti, I love what it's just about bringing swagger and confidence to the program. That's what he's done. It's kind of like what Clark Leah's done at Vanderbilt. We're starting to talk about these squads as programs that are building something, and that's what Cignetti has done. He's brought that swagger. He said it at the pep rally against Indiana or on the Indiana Assembly Hall floor when he said, I don't take the backseat to anyone, and I don't plan on doing that here. That's an Indiana football coach saying that in the Big Ten, and he's backed it up. So when you get those type of characters involved, things can turn around quickly, and you could put yourself in a really good spot. And I just love that Indiana. The fact that the prime time game at a 3:30, 2:30 in the afternoon is Indiana versus Oregon is kind of all you need to know. So Cignetti has been the guy that's turned that around.
And Fernando Mendoza, who's Indiana's quarterback, I mean, his Heisman odds aren't that much farther off than the top. I mean, he's 10-1. Carson Beck, the favorite, is plus 550. And as we are, these actually, the Heisman odds are fluctuating on the board as we speak, because after throwing that touchdown pass, Dante Moore is the favorite now at plus 380. So just keep in mind like the top 5 players right now, because these odds are going to fluctuate throughout the day and probably change even tomorrow based on performances. But Fernando Mendoza, Indiana's quarterback, certainly in the mix. You want to know, Sean, who is not in the mix? Woo! The preseason favorite, good old Arch Manning. The Texas Longhorns, the Red River rivalry going on right now. Oklahoma's up 3-0 in that one. I'm off Texas. They're not making the playoff. Arch is certainly not winning the Heisman this year. More time. Fine, he's a freshman. He's a first-year starter. I know he's not a true freshman, but a first-year starter here. He doesn't have to light the world on fire in his first season like we all wanted him to. Maybe he needs a little bit more time, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think our guy Arch got pigeonholed by his last name and the media coverage and just all the social media edits and the compilations of him dapping up his teammates and making a couple plays. I think Sarkisian kind of gave us a bit of a telltale sign that maybe he wasn't ready when he didn't play last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think there wasn't refresh me. Brock Ewers wasn't good enough to where if Arch was anywhere close to his level, I think he could have taken Ewers' job, right? So I think sometimes too, and we talked about this recently, Kate, was how to handle these young quarterbacks. And sometimes as coaches, you just kind of get pigeonholed into playing who the people want to see. And it takes a lot of mental fortitude to not do that, because when it works, it looks great. You see what's happening with the Giants and Jackson Dart, right? But I think their plan was probably not to start Jackson Dart as soon as they did, but Russell was so bad, the pressure started to get so high that you had to. Last year, people were clamoring for Arch when Ewers would make a mistake, and Sarkisian kind of kept him under wraps, maybe knowing he wasn't ready and wasn't good enough to start. And now he kind of had no choice and had to run him out there. And it's been a tough start for Arch and Texas because of the quarterback play.
Yeah, it certainly has. Things just all around not going great for Texas right now. Again, they are down 3-0 very early in the game, first quarter. Georgia Tech, end of the first quarter against Virginia Tech, and the Yellow Jackets are up 15-0. Notre Dame up 7-0 on NC State, and we are tied at 0-0. Almost the end of the first in Iowa State, Colorado. When we come back, we're going to talk to Alex Cohen, the play-by-play voice for Marquee. We'll get his thoughts on tonight's playoff game between the Cubs and the Brewers.
Giving you their betting angles, it's Kate Constable and Sean Little on the Better Angle when we come back on the BetMGM Network. Reacting live in the moment, this is The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Week 7 college football, Week 6 NFL, Game 5 NLDS coming up later tonight. Sean, are you going out to watch the Cubs game? Are you going to hit up a little Wrigley, or are you sitting on the couch and not being distracted by anyone?
I'm a big game watcher at home typically. I am going to bet the Cubs. So if I have money on a game and it's a big game, I like to be at my house ordering food and relax. What about you? Are you a going out, get in the mix with the people watcher?
Nope. I'm a sit at home on my couch, don't talk to me watcher. For like my team. For big games. For a game like this, for like any regular season game, I'll go out, sure, don't care. But for big games like this, I like a little silence and not to be bothered.
Yeah, and if we could get a dub and Monday, like they're playing, I would go out for like Bears game 1 NLCS. Because it's not a clincher. It's a little bit, I guess it's more relaxed. Because it's not a decider, but yeah.
Yeah, totally. I feel the same way. Let's see how Alex Cohen feels about tonight's game. He's the play-by-play voice for Marquee. Alex, appreciate you taking the time to join us today. This has been a really fun series. Wrigley Field has been absolutely electric the last couple of games, but now we go back to Milwaukee. Drew Pomerantz going today for the Cubs. How do you see his starting for Chicago this afternoon?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, guys. And I'll be an American Family Field watcher. I'll be up there in Milwaukee. But just seeing Drew Pomerantz, a guy who has really been unhittable in the playoffs. Obviously not having a long leash, but you get him against the top half of the order for the Brewers. He faces the majority of their lefties. Advantage Brewers, advantage Cubs there. So imagine Drew Pomerantz, a traditional opener. He goes an inning, hopefully a scoreless inning for the Cubs, and then you go on from there. You see a multitude of different pitchers, see a lot of pitching changes, and the Cubs are looking forward to hopefully going to Los Angeles for the CS.
Okay, that sounds like Alex is telling us to take no run first inning, so we could take a gander at that and talk about that later on. Alex, right before we hopped on and brought you in, we were talking about this essentially being a bullpen game for the Chicago Cubs. What are the odds we see Shota Imanaga, and where are you at overall on that situation? We think he might be a little banged up still with the hammy.
Yeah, I think it's situational. I think it's dependent on the time of the game, the score, how the Brewers maneuver their lineup. If it's like they've done in games past when it's, Yelich and Turang and Frelick, you have 3 lefties sitting in a span of 4 hitters. Then you might see Shota Imanaga come in for an inning to face those 4 hitters in particular, the other one more than likely being William Contreras. So I think it is game dependent. I think it's situation dependent. I would not be surprised to see Shota Imanaga into the game in a relief capacity to face the majority of the left-handed hitters that the Brewers have. I mean, if there's an over-under on the amount of outs that Shota records, it's probably 2.5 for me, but I think it's right around there. I think he's pitching.
Alex, which team is in a better spot going into tonight? Is it the Brewers being back at home and having their home field advantage, or the Cubs? It feels like they kind of have the momentum right now, having just come off of those last 2 wins.
I think that you can really, you can make a case for both teams. For the Brewers being back at home, being the better team over the course of the season, and having the majority of their relievers fresher, like Abner Uribe is fresh, Jacob Mizorowski is obviously fresh, Jose Quintana for the most part is pretty fresh. And then the Cubs, you have Brad Keller has been used a lot, obviously, in the DS, but also the wild card. Remember, the Cubs played a highly intensive wild card series against the Padres, ultimately won that, but it's been high intensity for the Cubs for the last, now 7 games, going into their 8th game. And for the Brewers, it's only their 5th game, and they've had off days, and they didn't play the wild card route. So I think the Brewers are healthy, they're fresher, they're home, so I would say they probably have the advantage.
Alex, let's shed some more positive light on Michael Busch, Nico Horner. Michael Busch has been absolutely out of his 19 total bases, 4 home runs. They seem to come in big spots, and they seem to get the rest of the offense flowing. Talk to me a little bit about Mike Busch and Nico Horner.
Let's start with Michael Busch. He has 38 home runs this year as like a platoon player for the first 2.5 months of the season. So the production is obviously there. I mean, I think at this point, Michael Busch is hitting against lefties. He's hitting against righties. He's hitting against Pat Venditti if you were ever to come into the game. He's a righty and a lefty. It doesn't matter. Michael Busch can hit. So he's been the most productive hitter for this team, not only during the postseason, but also all season long. Nico Horner, I mean, anytime hit props and just, bat-to-ball skills, doesn't walk much, doesn't strike out much, but he leads the team in hits. He was second in the NL in batting average. I mean, the guy he makes contact. It's a quality big league at bat, and he's been, one of the best contact hitters in baseball for the 2025 season. So they have both been integral to the Cubs' success.
Are there any Cubs players that maybe haven't performed up to their standards so far in this series and you think could be due for kind of a breakout game tonight?
Well, I think Kyle Tucker. I mean, Kyle Tucker hasn't played like Kyle Tucker for the last 2.5 months or really since the first half of the season. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's a top 5 to top 10 hitter in all of baseball over the last 3 years and, dating back to some injuries and then the sluggish start to the second half. He struggled. And to see him hit a home run in Game 4, kind of hit it opposite way, it was left center field, that's a really good sign. I think if the Chicago Cubs win tonight, it's because Kyle Tucker has a couple hits or a big hit that sets them apart.
Yeah, we were right before you hopped on once again, Alex. Our guy Randy Merkin said that's the happiest he's seen Tucker this season. Talked about after the post-game interview, talked about how the crowd was different and how much he appreciated that and the energy. Would you say that it felt like maybe he let a little bit of the weight off of his shoulders with that homer and just to get an opportunity to go on the road here and clinch an NLCS berth?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, just the vibes at Wrigley Field during all the home playoff games this year, but especially Game 4. I mean, that Ian Happ home run, been to a lot of games at Wrigley Field, that is by far the loudest I've ever heard it. And just to see Tucker hit one like that, left center, crowd going nuts with all the stuff that he's gone through this year with the second half struggles and the calf injury in a contract year. A lot of people expecting a lot of things from him. To have that type of production, just have like a better taste in your mouth for that game at Wrigley Field, going up to American Family Field, Game 5. It's got to put a smile on his face, and it's got to give him more confidence.
We're talking with Alex Cohen. He's the Cubs play-by-play broadcaster for Marquee. Alex, what would a win like this mean for Craig Counsell?
Everything. I mean, he is the most highly sought-after manager in Cubs history. And, he signed a 5-year deal, obviously got a lot of money to come down to Chicago. And to be able to not only advance to the NLCS in the second year, but to be able to do it against his former team, went down 2-0 in the series, and to roll off 3 straight wins, and then have an opportunity to take on the Dodgers and go to the World Series. Like, it's a big deal when it comes to his Cubs, managerial legacy to this point. Like, granted, he has a couple more years to cement that, but to be able to do this in year 2 and win this game, that's a big deal.
Yeah, against his old squad in his old building. I mean, against the division rival, I think it would have to mean, the world, as you mentioned. Let me ask you this, Alex. How do you see the game going? Because the total right now over at BetMGM is 7.5. Milwaukee's a small favorite around the -130 number because there's been a big difference in Game 1, Game 2 in Milwaukee. Cubs essentially got dusted off. They get back home in front of their crowd. They get 2 big W's. Now it swaps and goes back to Milwaukee. I'm not asking you to make a game pick. We know who you're rooting for. But how do you see the game flow going here? Because the pitching is all over the place. Is it going to be an offensive game? How do you see it going?
No, I actually think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think with how many arms that are going to be thrown in, everybody, all hands on deck, maximum velo, maximum intensity, I would imagine it's going to be a low-scoring game just because, with all the different looks of the guys that are coming in. Like, it's very hard to go in and face relievers as a hitter every other inning because you don't have a game plan. You don't have a scouting report. You can't really get into the rhythm of a certain starting pitcher and pick up on that tendency. So I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I would imagine that it's a 4-2, 3-1 type of game.
Alex, PCA has had his moments this year where he's just been absolutely dominant. Been a little bit quieter in the postseason, but still a couple games sprinkled in here and there where he's just incredible. How would you describe the season that he's had so far?
Well, yeah. First of all, with the playoffs, I mean, yes, he struggled during the second half, but he's had two of the biggest hits during the playoffs thus far. He had that, bases loaded single in Game 3 against the Padres, and he had that big hit against, obviously, the Brewers. So I think that the up and down offensively is to be expected. I mean, I didn't expect him to hit 30 home runs. I figured he'd more be a 20 home run guy. But a guy who I would expect at the beginning of the season to have an OPS in like the low to mid 700s. It was in the high 700s to be a 20 home run guy. He was a 30 home run guy. He was the second Cubs player in history to go 30-30, and to do it at age 23 in your first full season in the big leagues, like that's a success to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a big part of the second half, he was getting so down on himself and showing it on the field. You could tell he was taking some of the struggles extremely hard, and it reflected on the field. I think you make a great point, Alex. Even if the hits have been few and far in between, he does have two of the biggest hits of the series, and hopefully that rolls into the game tonight. AC, I just want to say you're the man. I love your work. You shine every time you're on the mic, so I appreciate listening to you.
I appreciate that. Very kind of you, and thanks for having me on. Really appreciate it. Enjoy today's sporting events. It's not just baseball with all the college football. It's a fun time to be a sports fan. So thanks for all your content and everything that you guys do.
Quite the fun day across college football and MLB for sure. Alex, appreciate the time. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you down the road, hopefully.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
That's Alex Cohn. He is the Cubs play-by-play announcer for Marquee. I mean, Sean, he said it, and we didn't get into it a ton just because we wanted to talk a little bit more about the X's and O's of today. But Wrigley Field Game 4, it looked electric just watching it. Where, I mean, Wrigley has been an awesome place to play for, I mean, I'm sure opposing teams like coming in, maybe not in the postseason. We had the World Series run where I'm sure it was loud there, but like in the last couple of years, when have you seen a Wrigley Field environment quite like it was on Game 4?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 8 years since they had an opportunity to kind of unload in the playoffs like that, and the fans showed up and showed out. I wasn't there. I wish I was. But every single person I've talked to or heard on the radio said it was one of the most electric atmospheres they've ever been in. World Series included, NLCS included, doesn't matter. It was juiced in there, and it really affected the game. The Wrigley, first of all, one of my good friends is Jason Hayward. He talks about his time with the Cubs and playing at home, and it's just a special, different place. And when us Chicago fans really bring it and really show up, there's no better place to play. There's no better atmosphere, and that's exactly what seemed to be happening in Game 4. They talked about TBS and TNT muffling the sound. I mean, just an absolute electric factory, and it looked like it lifted the Cubs and affected the Brewers. So that's why it's so important to kind of bring that juice when you're in the building, because it does affect the outcome of games. So, yeah, it's awesome to hear that the atmosphere was that great at Wrigley.
I mean, Pat Murphy, yeah, go ahead, Randy.
Pat Murphy after the game mentioned that it really affected it, and I think that was a direct, not shot, but I think he was definitely making a point to the Brewers fans. Don't sell your tickets, show up, and be loud. I was at Game 1. It was pretty loud. It wasn't like one of the loudest atmospheres I've ever been to, and it was kind of anticlimactic after the second inning. It was 9-0, 9-1, whatever, and there was no chance that the Cubs were coming back in that game. I will say I've been to a lot of Cub playoff games over the years. We had season tickets from like 89 through 2011. And to me, still, the most electric game I've ever been to as a Cub fan was 2003 Game 7 when Kerry Wood, back when pitchers could hit a home run to give, I think, the Cubs the lead. I mean, for like an inning and a half, it was just going nuts. Of course, he gave it up the next inning. I think they gave back the lead. But I thought that was crazy. But like I was at Game 1 against the Padres. I thought that was an amazing atmosphere. But I really thought the Freddie chance got to Freddie Peralta. I really did. I think he was affected by that. Did not expect. And when Ian Happ hit that home run in the first inning, I think just it threw him off. The Cubs didn't score any more runs off him, but I felt like they made him work, and he threw a lot of pitches, and they got him out of the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was listening to 670 The Score this morning, Chicago sports radio and Odyssey station of ours, and that's exactly what they were saying was the Freddie chance got to him. You could tell he was visibly shaken, just a little thrown off, and that's what home fans are supposed to do. So we'll see if the Brewers fans can do it tonight. As Chicago natives, we're hoping that's not the case, but it's going to be a fun game regardless. Coming up on the other side, we'll turn our attention to some NFL. We have an awesome Chiefs-Lions Sunday night football matchup that we got to discuss next.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM Network. Let's get back to the Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Got a pretty solid Week 6 schedule in the NFL tomorrow. Not only did we see the score not exactly all that close, but a pretty good Thursday night football game, Giants and Eagles. The Giants upset the Eagles. We can talk about what's going on in Philly. Didn't score at all in the second half. But we also have 49ers Bucks. That's going to be a good one. Lions Chiefs. We have Bears Commanders. For any Bears fans out there, that might bring up a little PTSD for you after last year's Fail Mary. But still going to be some great games. Sean, Lions Chiefs is one that I think is so interesting just because the Lions, arguably the best team in the NFC against the Chiefs, who historically have been the best team in the AFC. I don't think we can say that about them quite yet this year. But Kansas City laying 2.5 at home. They're coming off that loss to the Jags last week. Have you bet anything in this game / are you leaning anyway in this game? And not sure we got your sound, Sean. We'll work on getting Sean's sound back here. Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And then they take a lead late and then let the Jags come back. There's I don't know if you saw, there's the play late in the game where Trevor Lawrence falls down and Chris Jones is just standing there, not even trying to make a move to tackle him, and they score and win that game. So that's anti-Chief football, right? Like, I feel like the Chiefs, when they get a lead, and people have been saying this about them for the last couple of years, they won all those close games that eventually it's going to come around. They're going to start losing them, and they have this year. They've lost some one-score games. They lost one to the Chargers in Week 1. I thought after dominating the Ravens like they did, I was kind of confident that maybe they were back a little bit, but and they got out to a 14-0 lead against Jacksonville. So I was fairly confident they were going to win that game pretty easily, but I don't know. I just at some point I'm going to finally admit that the window might be closing on them a little bit. But I guess as long as you have Mahomes and Andy Reid, it's still there. But like, the defense certainly is not the same defense that they've had over the last couple of years.
And I think that's one of the things that, clearly has propped the Chiefs up on top of the Mahomes Andy Reid duo. Like, that's number one overall. But then when you have the defense to back that up, that's part of the recipe to the Chiefs dynasty. Whereas now that defense isn't quite the same, and in close game situations like we saw last week against Jacksonville, like most of those times, Randy, you would think, okay, I'm comfortable saying that the Chiefs are going to win this game. They're the team that I trust more so in close games. They've won a ton of one-score games like we talk about, but it just wasn't the case this past weekend. Even previous on in the season. Oh, we got you, Sean. There we go.
Okay. Sorry about that.
You're all good. I felt like we couldn't really trust the Chiefs in that moment. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's just kind of the way that they've been playing this season, but it felt more shaky to put faith in this year's version of Kansas City in a close game down the stretch than I have had faith in previous seasons.
Yeah, and it might be bad juju that I go out to give my best bet of the week, and then my audio completely isn't working. But my favorite bet of the week is in this game. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw a -1.5, -120 in the market. I like that spot quite a bit because overall, if you look at who Detroit's playing, and Randy just brought it up, talking about the situation and Chris Jones giving up. I just think it was a really bad loss on national TV against the Jags. They played a lot better than the Jags, and they made a lot of mistakes. They still had a really good opportunity to win that game. When you talk about the Lions, they got dusted off in Week 1 by the Packers. Okay, Week 1, you can call a lot of different factors coming into that game. It's on the road. They beat up on the Bears. They put up 38 on the Ravens, whose defense we know has been atrocious. Then they beat up on the Browns and then the Bengals. I think on the road here, second game in 2 weeks on the road, back-to-back road games. They have to go to Kansas City, who's coming off an embarrassing loss. I think this is a really good spot for the Chiefs to bounce back and get a win. I also played midweek over 9.5 wins for the season for the Kansas City Chiefs. I love that spot as well. I think they at least get to 10 wins, even if they lose this game this week. Chiefs minus 1.5, I really like.
I was going to bring up that win total because the 9.5, it feels like if you still have confidence in this Chiefs team, that's the spot to buy in on. I mean, what, Sean, their preseason win total, 11.5?
11.5 it was preseason, yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall number, but as of now, I mean, we're only, 5 games into the season. Whole lot could be turning around for the Chiefs, and they could rattle off a boatload of wins and hit that win total over of 9.5 fairly smoothly. I keep going back and forth in this game. I want to take the Lions, but looking at who the Lions played, as you just talked about, like hasn't exactly been a murderer's row. Sure, the Baltimore game looks like a really awesome win, but Baltimore is not good this year. Like, Baltimore is at risk of seriously missing the playoffs if they don't win a game or two in the next couple of weeks. I mean, Cleveland, there's nothing going on there. There's absolutely nothing going on in Cincinnati. And still, you give up 24 points to Jake Browning. You give up 24 points to Patrick Mahomes, you're losing that football game, right?
Yeah, and I think the worry we had about Kansas City was offensively. Like, are they going to be able to get it together offensively? Is Hollywood Brown going to be able to play better? Is Xavier Worthy healthy enough? Then we talk about, Rashee Rice coming back into the fold. That's going to be more towards the total going over 9.5. But offensively, I think they looked very good against Jacksonville and have been getting better. I think against a overall overrated defense for me for the Detroit Lions. I think Kansas City at home can put up some points. I think Chris Jones and that defense is going to be ready off of the chatter around that play. I trust Spagnuolo against Goff, who we know his weaknesses. Like, Goff is a really good quarterback, but clear and decisive how you can stop him. If you can get pressure without blitzing, he is going to play poorly. I think that's going to be the focus of Spags. I think offensively, the Chiefs have looked better. 2 straight road games for Detroit, a bounce-back opportunity for Kansas City where their offense has looked better. Pat Mahomes still playing Patrick Mahomes ball at a very high level, even though throughout, I would say the last year and a half, there's been lulls where he hasn't pushed the ball down the field. He still gets it done. I think he's going to put a lot of pressure on Detroit's defense, and they're going to score enough points and cover the number, and the defense is going to play really well. Spagnuolo have a game plan coming in. I really like this spot for the Chiefs laying less than 2.
And Kenny threw in the chat a little stat here. The last time Mahomes has lost back-to-back primetime games, last weekend a primetime against against Jacksonville, was 2021 versus Buffalo and Baltimore. Now, that's one little factoid. It doesn't mean that Mahomes is automatically not going to lose this game. Mahomes, didn't start a season 0-2 his entire career, starts this season 0-2. So, like, these things, take them with a grain of salt, but haven't lost back-to-back primetime games. Everyone's going to be watching this one. This is probably going to be the most hyped up game of week 6. Sean, let's real quick talk a little Bears and Commanders, because this is where it all went south for Chicago last season, and it wasn't necessarily week 6 against the Commanders in Washington. You have the Hail Mary from Jaden Daniels that wins it for the Commanders. You have Tyreek Stevenson taunting the Commanders fans. He misses his assignment, and that's how the Commanders win. Bears coming off a bye this week. Still Washington 4.5-point favorites here at home.
Yeah, this is kind of spooky, right? Like, last year, we were coming off a bye. We're coming off a bye this year. We played Washington off the bye, and we were rolling a little bit, had some things going, felt good about coming out of the bye, played them really well, and then folded, and then the complete collapse of the season after that. It's a very similar situation here. We feel good getting the W after we go to Las Vegas and block a kick to win it, even though we didn't play our best ball. We go into a bye feeling good, come out, and now we have Washington again on the road. So this game worries me quite a bit, if I'm being honest. I think Jaden Daniels gets hurt. Washington's not talked about as much as they were coming into the year. They go to LA, get a big W. They come home and get the Bears. And if I'm being frank, the Bears are very fortunate to be 2-2. They get no pressure on the quarterback. They're dead last in pressure percentage in the NFL, less than 20 pressures on the quarterback. They can't run the ball. They get absolutely no push, or I wouldn't say they get no push up front, but a lot of the stuff has been, and this is via design from Ben Johnson, where he doesn't have that thunder and lightning with Montgomery and Gibbs. It's just more, I want to say maybe Swift is, we like to think of him as a lightning back, but he never looks like the lightning is at his back. It never looks like he's going to break anything. So he's also not a physical guy as well. So the run game completely hasn't been there. I can't wait to see what Ben Johnson does coming out of the bye. We saw the reports of Poles potentially talking to Tennessee about a deal. Could that be for Tony Pollard? Could that be for a D tackle? We'll find out. But I'm worried about this game because if you're not going to pressure Jaden Daniels, he's going to hang out, relax, scramble when he needs to, find guys. And then the resiliency of Caleb Williams is the reason we're 2-2. We're asking a lot of this kid. If you go back and watch that Raiders game, we essentially told Caleb, hey, man, you're going to drop back every play, run around, deal with Max Crosby every play and figure it out. And he was able to put together some drives in that second half. And we had a ton of turnovers given to us by Geno Smith. So I'm worried about the game. 4.5, the number seems pretty sharp to me. If it started getting towards 6, I'd look at Chicago. But right now, I would actually lay it with Washington.
Yeah, Bears, some injury luck going their way. We'll touch on that a little bit more later on in the show. Coming up on the other side, though, we talked to John Jansen, color analyst for Michigan football. They play USC later tonight.
Giving you their betting angles, it's Kate Constable and Sean Little on the Better Angle when we come back on the BetMGM Network. It's time to stop chasing the afternoon and find the winning angle. From Vegas to your living room, from props to trends, this is the better angle on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary with your hosts, Kate Constable and Sean Little.
Quick little score update around college football. We are tied 10-10 Indiana and Oregon. And Sean, I mean, terrible of me, but my computer won't refresh as I'm trying to pull up the scores. So if you have any other scores in front of you on games that are going on right now, feel free to throw them out. And we don't have Sean's audio. We'll work on getting Sean's audio here. I got him, Randy. I got him. Georgia Tech up 21-7 on Virginia Tech. NC State, Notre Dame, we are tied at 7 apiece going into halftime, about 50 seconds left in the half. Penn State up 14-10 on Northwestern. Northwestern was leading for much of that first half there. A little bit of a scare for Penn State fans. Nebraska's up big. 3 minutes left in the first half, 24-14. Tennessee. Arkansas has beaten Tennessee 10-7 end of the first. And then obviously Oklahoma is up 6-3 on Texas right now. 2 minutes left in that first half. Sean, I think we can hear you now.
You got me now.
We got you now.
I don't know what's going on. I apologize.
You're all good. You're all good.
Let's get
perfect
let's
timing.
get Northwestern in the end zone here versus Penn State, though.
That would be nice. I'm hoping Penn State loses again today. As a Penn State hater, I love to see it. John Jansen, color analyst for Michigan football, joins us now to talk about their big game against USC tonight. John, appreciate you joining us as always. Tonight's game on the road, big Michigan against USC. Michigan's defense has been solid all season long. Will that travel tonight as you guys go out west?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like basketball, right? Defense and rebounding travels, and defense definitely is going to travel. And when you think about the big change that Michigan made this year was putting Jayshon Barham on the edge, his speed, his athleticism, which allows, offensive lines are going to have to account for him. And whether they do it with two offensive linemen, they do it with a tight end, they do it with a receiver, a back, it's going to single everybody else up. And then you've got Derek Moore, you've got Cam Brandt, Nate Marshall. You got a lot of guys that can win one-on-one battles on the other side. So I think that's going to be something that's a huge positive for Michigan. And then obviously the return of Rod Moore. We saw the impact that he had last week of getting more reps. First home game he had played in about 16 months. So it's a young secondary, but they're getting great play out of those young guys like a Jaden Sanders and Brandon Hillman, Mason Curtis. So, yeah, defense is definitely going to travel, and we've got the depth, we've got the talent, and the question is, can we match up with the big playability that USC has? I do believe we can, and it's going to be very important to continue to pressure Jaden Maeva, every single chance that we get. If you get a chance to put your helmet right underneath his chin strap, that's going to be important all day long.
Jensen, Wink Martindale has set the defense up. They've been really good all year long, except when they get in that red area, allowing a score on 15 of 20 trips. How do they get a little better down in the red zone against an offensive-minded USC squad?
Well, it's really going to be the same as it's been, for USC. It's going to be the same whether you're in midfield, whether they've got them backed up, or it's going to be in the red zone. You've got to be able to pressure Jaden Maeva. He does a great job of getting that ball out quick when he needs to. He's good at getting the ball downfield. And, when you got Mekhi Lemon, you've got a lot of guys that you could throw the ball to, and you've got a handful of tight ends that will create mismatch opportunities for USC. So it's about being able to match up, being able to read what they're doing. And it really comes down to film study. When you have those rub routes, you have those pick plays, you have to anticipate some of those things. And Lincoln Riley's really good at constructing some of those situations to get wide open receivers. But it is imperative that if you allow them into the red zone, that's where you really got to bow things up and stiffen up. And Michigan will. I think they've seen enough of it, and we'll see if they've got it fixed tonight.
John, the run game for Michigan has been really good, as it typically always is. But what can we expect from Bryce Underwood in terms of starting to throw the ball a little bit better?
Well, we saw it last week against Wisconsin where, Donovan McCauley finally emerged as the number one receiver. Andrew Marsh, a true freshman, is really starting to come on. Samaj Morgan. They're finding different ways to get receivers balls. And it's been, it's been a year and a half since there's been an effective pass game at Michigan. And now those receivers know that Bryce can get them the ball. And Donovan has told Bryce, hey, just get the ball anywhere in the area and I'll go get it. He showed that last week. And now you're starting to get a little bit more confidence from Bryce to say, hey, if I throw that ball up, I've got receivers that are willing to go get it. And Marlon Klein had a hell of a game in week one. He's been banged up. He's healthy now. That's going to add to just the opportunity for Bryce to pick apart a defense. And here's the unique thing about Bryce. He's thrown one interception so far. And to me, that's remarkable. They haven't overcomplicated things for him. I think Chip Lizzie has done a tremendous job of progressing the offense every single week, putting more on Bryce's plate. And Bryce has done a great job of understanding what the offense is trying to do, what the defense is trying to do to adjust and stop. And he's grown so much in the last 5 weeks. It's really been fun to watch. And now that the pass game is more a part of the offense, you look last week, it was hard to run against that Wisconsin defense. And then all of a sudden, hey, you start making some completions downfield. They pull that eighth guy out of the box. And then all of a sudden the run game looks a little bit better. So it always goes hand in hand.
I was just going to bring up Justice Haynes and talk about him and how special he is and how much he could make Underwood's life easier. I think you can argue Justice is the best back in the country.
I would like to hear arguments against it, that's for sure, because, he's shown when he gets in the open field, there's not going to be anybody that catches him. When you have that type of breakaway speed, all you got to do is get to the second level. Now, all of a sudden, hey, there's those receivers that we just talked about. One of the things that is so much fun to watch is they understand for Justice to have those big runs, we got to be able to block downfield. We don't have to have crushing blocks, but we just got to get in the way. We have to make them bubble over the top. As if they do, that's enough for Justice to break away. And the guy that I really like blocking downfield is Channing Goodwin. He has been one of the key components to Justice having those breakaway runs just because he's willing to sacrifice his body and get downfield and make some blocks.
We're talking about John Jansen. He's the color analyst for Michigan football. John, Michigan, good wins over Nebraska on the road too. Good win over Wisconsin last week, but not exactly the murderer's row in the Big Ten thus far. How do you think this Michigan team, with what you've seen, stacks up against the top three teams in the Big Ten in terms of Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon?
Well, we know how we always stack up against Ohio State. We're not really that concerned about them. And you think about that game last year, and so, think about that game last year down in Columbus. It was in Columbus, and they were the eventual national champs, but we're a better team now than we were last year. That game is going to be in the big house. I can't wait, and I know these players can't wait for that opportunity. And everybody else that's tough in the Big Ten, and I'm not going to discard a rivalry game in Michigan State. I know that they're having a couple of tough games here, obviously a tough game today, but you still got Washington next week, and they've got some speed on defense. They present their own type of issues, and but it is not necessarily, like you mentioned, it's not murderer's row. So if Michigan could find a way to win today, it puts them in great position to be a playoff team, no matter what happens at the end of the year. But it does, if they're able to do that today, it puts them in great position to possibly be simply a one-loss team, that one loss being to Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's my next question, John. Is a successful season, remove Ohio State and how big that game is and how massive it is at the end of the year. We know a lot of people think if you beat them, it's a successful season. It's a successful season no matter what. Is the playoff, making that last 12 the goal here for Michigan? And is it possible I guess it's possible, but would that just be a glowing start to the Underwood campaign in Ann Arbor?
Oh, sure. If you have a freshman quarterback and you make the college football playoffs, and you're doing it with guys like I just mentioned, Andrew Marsh, who's a young player, Jordan Marshall, who's backing up Justice Hayes, Jasper Parker, a guy that's a true freshman, and then you look at the defense and you say, hey, Jaden Sanders, Jordan Young, Elijah Dotson, Cole Sullivan, Chase Taylor, like all of these guys are in their first 2 years. And the talent is there for this to be a great few years for Michigan football. Now it's a matter of, hey, the task at hand is USC. If they can go out there and make this that, the Nebraska win on the road was big, but this will be even bigger. And the later you go in the season, every single win is going to be bigger and bigger. So the expectation, it would be a successful season if we made the college football playoff, sure. But that's always the expectation, is that you're going to be a college football playoff team. You get into the postseason tournament, and then you see what you've been able to do in weeks 1 through 12 to get better and improve. And Bryce has done that. All of these young guys are doing that, and it's really complimenting some of the veteran presence and leadership that we have on the field.
John, in terms of this game tonight, let's go back to this. The total's sitting at 56.5. Is this going to be an over game? Are we going to see a little bit more of a shootout despite how good Michigan's defense has been this year?
So that's always the question, right? Is where you're going to put your dollar if it's going over and under. And honestly, for Michigan, the best formula is for the under to hit, because you're running the football, you're having possessions of somewhere between 5 and 8 minutes every single time. You keep that high-powered offense on the sidelines. You control the tempo of the game. But obviously we're not going to turn away an 80-yard run by Justice Haynes. And, we have the opportunity to score quickly. We could do it through the pass. We could do it on the ground. But I do think that the best path for Michigan is to be able to control the football, control the tempo of the game, and make it take a few possessions away from USC.
You can argue, a lot of people in Chicago that aren't Michigan fans are saying they haven't beat anybody. Their one win, they actually went out to Oklahoma and got kind of beat up. They didn't look very good. How important is this game for the confidence level, I guess, overall the fan base, you, yourself, and just going forward? If they're a real team, they win this game.
Yeah, and so obviously you go out to Oklahoma, it's week 2 with all those young guys that I'm talking about. And that's not an excuse, and there were mistakes that were made on the field. And could Michigan have been in that game? Could they have won that game? Sure, but they didn't. And then you take a look and you say, okay, well, how did they improve from that trip to Norman to the trip to Lincoln? And I think they showed that there was a lot of growth. There was a lot of improvement. And, I think beating Nebraska, it wouldn't nearly be as big as beating USC. But you've got to find ways with a college football team, with young players. You take every step along the way and you say, are we better against Nebraska than we were against Oklahoma? And I think we checked that box. Were we better against Wisconsin than we were against Nebraska? Are we going to be better against USC? We'll obviously find out tonight, but I think everything is moving in that direction. So it'd be a big win for Michigan. It would be the best one that they've had to this point until we play the next game. And it's college football is just set up that way. Football is set up that way. You got to prove yourself every single week.
Well, John, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Know you got a big game to watch tonight. Enjoy it. Good luck to Michigan. We'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, John.
All right. Thanks a lot for having me. Yep.
That's John Jansen, color analyst for Michigan football. John, I think I'm betting Michigan tonight.
Yeah? After John? Did John just push you over the edge, or were you already leaning that way?
No, I wasn't leaning that way at all, but he kind of pushed me over the edge, which is recency bias, and that's not something you're supposed to do or lean into with sports betting, right? Because it doesn't always end pretty. But I think Michigan has gotten consistently better week in and week out. I'm not as concerned about the loss to Oklahoma. That's a tough atmosphere on the road. Freshman quarterback, his first road start at Oklahoma. I think this Michigan team might be legit. I'm not sure they beat Ohio State this year. John was pretty confident that they will, but I mean, anyone within Michigan should be confident based on how the last couple of years have turned out. But I'm not sure I'm buying that one. Randy, what you got?
I mean,
I was just going to say that Michigan is just so in Ohio State's head, right? I mean, Ohio State won the national championship last year, and I feel like Michigan feels like they still have one up on them because they went up there. Yeah. And I mean, it was a big game, but Ohio State already knew they were in the playoff, right? So I don't know. I just feel like the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry, there's nothing like it. Nothing like it.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game this year, as it is each and every year. All right, turning our attention back to the NFL. The Jacksonville Jaguars, big matchup against the Seahawks. Can they get it done? We'll talk about that one, plus much more Week 6 next here on The Better Angle.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Week 6 in the NFL. Got some big games going on this weekend. Bears, Commanders, Lions, Chiefs, 49ers, Bucks. The Bucks coming off a win against Seattle last week. The Chiefs coming off a loss to the Jaguars. And now this weekend, we get Seattle at Jacksonville. Seattle's on the road, yet they are a 1.5-point favorite. They've been historically very good on the road under Mike McDonald. But this Jacksonville team been playing really well. They're 4-0, looking to go 5-0 for the first time since 1999, Sean. That is a long time. Although I'm not sure we can say anything better about the Bears being... have they been 5-1 ever? Not in the last 10 years, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the last time they were 5-1. Maybe they've ripped off 3 in a row here and there, but 5-1, I can't remember for sure. But yeah, massive game.
I don't think so. But this one's going to be good. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, the game-winning touchdown, falling down twice to beat the Chiefs last week. Finally, you have Brian Thomas Jr. coming alive a little bit more as one of their go-to wide receivers. It's a tough travel spot for the Seahawks. Coming off that loss last week, kind of a brutal loss to the Buccaneers. I mean, Seattle was in that game the entire time. Tampa Bay just does what Tampa Bay has done all season, is win close games, fourth quarter execution. That's what the Bucs have been great at. So I don't love this travel spot for Seattle. Off that loss, you go across the country. Like, we're going from one tip of the country to the other with Seattle traveling down to Jacksonville. So I'm leaning towards the Jags here. It just, I don't love that they are underdogs even at home in this one. It seems a little, I don't know. I would probably price the Jags as favorites here.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is a tough loss for Seattle coming off of that game versus Tampa Bay. I think we need to start having a real conversation about Tampa Bay being a team that could win the entire NFC. I think I'm ready to go there. They're plus 1,100 at BetMGM in a fairly wide open NFC. Like, the over at BetMGM, the leader to win the NFC is the Lions at plus 350. I would never bet that number at 3.5 to 1. Packers are 4.25 to 1. Eagles are an absolute disaster. They're plus 500. Then we're talking about the Niners, who have been dealing with injuries, the Rams, and then it's the Bucks. The Commanders are also right there at plus 1,100. So I like both of those squads, the Commanders and the Bucks, at plus 1,100 over 10 to 1, way before I would look at the Lions. But yeah, the Jags are a really interesting team because Trevor Lawrence is playing better, but continues to turn the ball over. He had a pick in that game against Kansas City where I think it's a consensus that it was pass interference, should have got called. He doesn't throw a pick, and then that would be 2 straight games for Trevor Lawrence without an interception. Take a look at the price coming this week for no interception for Trevor Lawrence. They'll be at home again for a second straight week. And as we saw, Seattle's front is very good. They get tons of pressure, but you can hit them over the top on the back end, just what Tampa Bay was doing in Seattle last week. So take a look at the price. Coming into that Chiefs game at home for Trevor Lawrence, you could get plus 130 on no interception. I saw it as high as plus 136 for no interception. I think that's starting to get a bit mispriced. He's turned it over his entire career, but the last couple weeks, it's been pretty clean football from Trevor Lawrence. And I think the casual folks are going to look at the box score. They're going to see another interception for Trevor Lawrence. He has one every week, essentially, has a ton of turnovers this year, but he's been playing a lot better football. He played really, really well against Kansas City. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deny what Jacksonville is doing. And even Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, big guy they went up in a trade to go get, made a big play in that game as well. So, yeah, I love everything Jacksonville is doing. And Liam Cohen, people made fun of him for the Duval thing in the press conference, but he has those boys ready to play. He's not scared. he's chirping with other coaches after the game. Keep my name out of your mouth. So I like all that stuff that's going on in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Liam Cohen is someone that we talked about a lot for Coach of the Year prior to the start of the season. Kenny and I both have futures on Jags to win this division, which is looking pretty good. I'm looking at Coach of the Year right now, and Liam Cohen, second favorite behind Shane Steichen. Plus 350. So if you jump in on Cohen now, you're not getting a great price. That was significantly better early on or prior to the start of the season, but he's done a really good job there. And now we're going up against the Seahawks defense that has been, it's solid. Like Mike McDonald is a defensive minded head coach, and he's got his players ready to go, but their run defense is kind of the bread and butter. Third right now in rushing defense. They're only allowing 83 yards per game, only allowed 2 rushing touchdowns. It's the passing defense that's a little bit softer, as you alluded to, Sean. They're 24th in passing defense. So Trevor Lawrence is going to be able to throw the ball quite a bit on this Seahawks defense. And so along with the interception or lack thereof interception for Trevor Lawrence this weekend, maybe you look at Travis Hunter props, or you look at Thomas Brown Jr. props, something like that, where this passing game is going to continue to evolve for Jacksonville and take advantage of some of those poor passing defense numbers for the Seahawks. And Kenny threw in the chat, the Liam Cohen prior to the start of the season was 14-1, which great price if for anyone. And I know Kenny has a ticket on Coach of the Year for Cohen at that price, so not too shabby.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like what they're doing. I will say, I do think that's the toughest game on the board to find an edge. There's a lot more games I would look at before I looked at that one. But as I mentioned, at BetMGM, Trevor Lawrence, no interception is plus 105. Man, I would take a look at that. I like that number quite a bit. For him to throw an interception, it's minus 140. I think there's a little bit of, it's not recency bias because he's played a lot clearer the last couple of weeks, but I just think overall throughout his career, he has turned it over. If they can keep him clean with the holes on the back end of that Seattle defense that got exposed quite a bit, if I'm Liam Cohen, I'm sitting down and I'm watching that film and trying to look for ways to exploit it, just like Tampa Bay did. That they could not stop Emeka Egbuka and Baker that entire game. They were throwing the ball all over the yard. And I think that's some good film that they'll be able to break down and find spots for Trevor Lawrence. Of course, there's always the opportunity where it could be a fluke ball, hit somebody in the helmet, or there's an OPI call like we had last week. But at plus 105, I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on Trevor Lawrence not to throw an interception. Kate, what's another game you like on the schedule?
Another game, I love the Rams. They're on the road against the Ravens, 6.5. I mean, that's a big number, but for how the Ravens have looked the last couple of weeks, and with Lamar Jackson out again, I think this could be another ugly one, and this game could get out of hand. I also like Matthew Stafford to throw 3+ touchdowns, and you can get some decent plus money on that. Do some shopping. It varies across books, but I want to say for him to throw over 1.5, which is his standard prop, is like minus 250. So you're getting a good number on Stafford to have 3+ props. Mahomes just had 4 against the Ravens. CJ Stroud even looked pretty good against that Ravens defense. I think that's a defense that you can totally exploit. And so looking at even alt passing yards for someone like Matthew Stafford in that game, I think those are all decent looks, just knowing how terrible this Ravens defense has been.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah. Yep.
because I'm like, how would you not bet the Steelers right now to win that division?
I don't understand that either. I think it's because their schedule is fairly soft. And I mean, looking at it fairly soft. You still have the Rams. You still have the Bears. I think the Bears are going to be, a tough out. The Vikings, even the division games, like you play the Bengals twice still. You play the Browns. Steelers, I think, are the better team between the two. It does seem like a trap where I'm not sure this. Yeah, Randy?
Now, they're the favorites. Right, they have it posted right now that they're the favorites over the Ravens. But still, to be that close, I'm just shocked because we don't know. Lamar Jackson's injury is not an injury that you just come back from quickly, right? I mean, that's going to take a while to heal. And, the backup situation is bad in Baltimore. And I just feel like it's almost coming to a point where you might have to have a reset for the Ravens because they got a lot of injuries. And just Derrick Henry all of a sudden is looking slow again because everyone's just focusing on stopping him. Yeah, I mean, it's because everyone's stopping him. There's no other real threat on this offense right now.
Yeah, I think it's a pure schedule thing with Lamar potentially coming back. The really interesting thing is, what do we do if the Ravens are 1-6? They're 1-4 now. It's one of those things where why are we putting Lamar Jackson back in harm's way? That's the guy that you keep on the shelf for quite a bit longer. So, yeah, I mean, for me, I agree with you, Randy. It could be Steelers or nothing here. But after the Rams, I mean, it does get pretty soft potentially here for the Ravens. It goes Bears, Miami, Minnesota, Cleveland, the Jets. They have a stretch where it's Miami, Minnesota, Cleveland, the Jets, Cincinnati. And then they still have Pittsburgh on the schedule twice. So I get it. But, yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be looking at the Ravens. Like, if whoever's printing a Ravens divisional ticket, I would love to hear the handicap because outside of the schedule, it couldn't be anything else.
Well, also, Kenny's making the argument that, they're going to be favored if Lamar's back, and we expect Lamar to be back at some point this season. But Lamar can't play defense. So, last time I checked, he plays offense. This defense is the liability. It's the defense that is giving up 38 points to the Lions, 27 to the Chiefs, 44 to the Texans. I'm worried more so about the defense and that they're not going to be able to stop anyone. And maybe you say, okay, it's a similar situation to the Bengals last year with Joe Burrow. You have a quarterback as dynamic as Joe Burrow who's going to score for you, just outscore the opponent. Obviously, that's the name of the game. But you know what I mean, where the offense has to explode week in and week out because the defense isn't going to do anything. I'm not sure you can totally just count on that and count that they'll go 9-2 the remainder of the season and win the division. I think it's oddly priced that they're still the favorite or close to it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I'm not sure. The Lamar thing worries me because what's the point in rushing him back? I guess he's always going to come back and try to make a push for the playoffs. You never know what's going to happen. But like you said, it seems like regardless of what he's been doing, he's been putting up 30+ at night when he's out there, and they can't win either.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting spot. That's also what I worry about with Buffalo. I don't know. Everything is very, very wide open on both sides of the AFC and NFC for me. A lot of things I worry about with Kansas City. I like their matchup this week, as I mentioned earlier, -1.5, -120 is my favorite bet in that game for the Kansas City Chiefs. But you could go down the line. Buffalo's defense isn't very good. They didn't look very good against the Patriots in their own building on prime time. They have a tough game in Atlanta this week. I don't love that matchup with Atlanta coming off a bye. So I think everything is pretty wide open. And I just went through the list in the NFC. So there's no real dominant. Now that we've realized Green Bay, we didn't have to cancel the year after 2 weeks, that Green Bay came back down to earth. Everything seems to be pretty wide open in the NFL for me.
Yeah, we were all pretty quick to.
What was that, Kate? Kate, what was that? What was that? It was unanimous across. It was insane.
Yeah. It was Micah Parsons just came over. This defense you made the Lions look stupid week 1. all of a sudden this team is going to the moon. I mean, it was a lot of overreaction, but that's what you get early on in the season. Everyone's excited that the NFL is back. People want to overreact in certain scenarios, and that certainly was an overreaction of some sort. But I mean, the Packers are still a very good football team, like one of the better in the NFC. I just don't think they're far and away the best in the NFC. All right, coming up on the other side, we play our favorite game, Bring in Kenny, and we'll do a little glitch in the system next here on The Better Angle.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Week 6 NFL, Week 7 college football. Got a lot to talk about on the gridiron, but now is the time that we play our favorite game, the only game we really play on this show. It is called Glitch in the System.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now on the Better Angle.
Yeah, baby, it's on!
Hey guys, good to join you on the show today.
Hello, Kenny.
What up, Ken?
So, what's up? Yeah, we got some. I think it's a good time in the NFL season to check.
Hold on, Kenny. I got to give you your love. You were pounding the Panthers all show last week. We were making fun of you.
Yes,
we were laughing. We said we would never back it. This Sunday started, and what do you know? The Panthers are getting cracked. And the first person I thought of was Kenny. And I'm like, Kenny, see, this is why you don't watch Dolphins, Panthers. But what do you know? Kenny was right. Panthers battled back and got the dub. Great win, brother.
Oh, don't worry. Kenny texted me right after. He said, Panthers win. I said, Kenny, I need to listen to you more often. You were right on that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bryce Young, resilient. I love the dude. Like I talked about on the show last week, I love the dude. I love how resilient he is despite his physical lack of physical abilities, let's say. All right, let's move to this. I feel like is a good point to get a futures check in. So I took a look at some futures odds. And the first one that I want to bring up is we talked about a little bit in the last segment. I'll put my 2 cents into it. Was Steelers to win the AFC North at still plus money, plus 110, plus 120, depending where you're looking. As we talked about in the last, I mean, this just doesn't make sense that they're offering plus money. Now, if you're out there listening and you think the Ravens have a shot at upsetting the Rams tomorrow, then I get why you would be like, I don't know if I would want to buy into the Steelers. Maybe I'm still a believer in the Ravens. But the betting market is telling us right now that the Rams are expected to beat the Ravens and the Steelers are expected to beat the Browns tomorrow. So what is this price, if those two things were to happen, what is this price for the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow morning? I doubt that it's plus money. So I think if you're interested, if you think this Ravens team is not going to come back with Lamar when he does come back, I think buying the Steelers now at plus money is the only opportunity you're going to get today, unless we get some wacky results tomorrow. So is this a show bet? Are we all in on the Steelers right now, or are we going to wait?
I mean, I'm out on the Ravens winning the division, but I guess it is only a 2-team race. I think the Steelers could get upset by the Browns tomorrow. I do. I know it's a lot. Like, I know Joe Flacco making his first start, and he's just learning the playbook. But I think
he's with the Bengals.
Oh, that's right. Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, I was like, Kate, are you?
Yeah. No, I still think the Browns could upset the Steelers tomorrow. I do. Because that defense is going to keep things close. Like, it's the defense for the Browns that Aaron Rodgers can hardly move. You have Myles Garrett coming at you. I think that one could be a funkier outcome where it's late in the game and something wild happens versus the Rams. So if that's the case, let me think this through here. I think the Rams lose for sure, or the Ravens lose for sure tomorrow. I guess we're in the same position even if the Steelers lose tomorrow.
Yeah, I wonder what the prices are if both lose tomorrow. I think it might stay pretty stagnant, but
similar, yeah. But
I think the Steelers price would come down. Actually, though,
is greater than the probability of the Ravens winning tomorrow. So I guess now would be the time to jump on the Steelers.
Yeah, and without question, if you're going to bet, if you're looking to get some action on that division play, it would be now, because Pittsburgh plays Cleveland at home, and then they play Cincinnati. That should be 2 wins for Pittsburgh, right? That number's only going to go to minus 150, minus 155 if they get 2 wins. And then as Bears fans, or I'm a Bears fan, Kate's a Bears fan, Kenny's a Panthers fan. So if we could somehow pull out a win against Baltimore, which would be a very live spot at home, the Ravens could lose the next 2 games, and I think Pittsburgh should win the next 2. Then the number gets really out of whack. So right now would be the time to make the decision on the Pittsburgh Steelers if you're going to bet them to win the division.
Yeah. Kate, I don't hate your angle of thinking that the Browns are going to pull out a win tomorrow. The AFC North is so wacky. We see it every single year where whatever matchup it is, whether it's Ravens, Browns, Steelers, Bengals, like those teams get up to play against one another. It's no guarantee that the Steelers win tomorrow, but I just thought since the betting market implies that the Steelers are and the Ravens, So I have another division bet actually, and it comes off what we saw on Thursday night with the Eagles losing. The Commanders are now plus 175, and maybe I'm a little late to this, but they're still a good plus 175 to win the NFC East. We talk about how the Eagles are a disaster now. They're minus 125 to win the division as of right now, by the way. I'm willing to bet in to that Jaden Daniels is – I already know that he's a superstar, but I don't even think he's going to take the step back. I know he was hurt, but the way he played on the road last week, he has total command over the offense. He looks really good. And I think that if he's able to continue that, they beat the Bears, which the betting market's implying that they're going to. This number is going to only continue to come down. And the thing that's interesting about this, the Eagles and the Commanders both play in week 16 and week 18. So you don't even have to see these two teams. And the first matchup, by the way, is in Washington. So you don't even have to actually like really sweat this out maybe until the very end, and you're getting good plus money, plus 175 for the Washington Commanders. We'll start with you, Kate, on this one.
Yeah, I like the Commanders here. I'm not like totally out on the Eagles. I don't think they're a bad football team just because they've lost the last 2 weeks. I think there's still a lot of good things there. So I don't think it's going to be a downward spiral season like they had a couple of years ago where they lost, like 9-10 games in a row to end the season. I just think that the Commanders are playing with Jaden Daniels playing really well. They looked great last week. I think they beat the Bears Monday night as well. So you're getting a decent price now, like you mentioned, before a potential mini win streak comes the way of the Commanders. So I think now would be the time to take that.
This is a glitch in the system. Plus 175 is too long for a Philadelphia Eagles team that doesn't look very good on offense. It's up front, guys. The offensive line looks nothing like they have the last 2 years. You can even see it in the tush push. The tush push doesn't look as dominant. When's the last time you seen the tush push need 2-3 times in a row to work? That's what we saw last week with Philadelphia. There's no push up front. They're skating by a little bit on just their prowess as how good they've been the last couple of years. But Saquon Barkley's numbers aren't there because last year, guys, I think Saquon wasn't getting hit, no contact before like 3.7, 3.8 yards. It's way down in the low twos now. The up front, it's a different squad. So if they can't run it, Jalen Hurts has never been a guy that you could drop back 35, 40 times and he's going to light you up. It's never, ever been that way. It's been RPO. It's been play action. It's been bootleg. And if he must, he can drop back. But week in, week out, he's not going to be able to drop back 40 times and light people up. Up front has been the issue. So that's the problem overall for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I thought the Eagles coming into the season, I thought they were going to be able to run away with this division. But now, like you talk about, all those issues are and this was the problem for me with Philly last year was like I didn't have full confidence in Sirianni and Hurts being able to carry the load, but actually what ended up happening was the offensive line, Barkley, the defense was the best in the league. Like everything else was helping them out. Now that you have to see Hurts maybe step his game up a little bit, Sirianni, like what is he really good for? Like he's a rah-rah guy, and if he doesn't have good coordinators, doesn't look like he's a very good coach. So I'm all in on Washington too, and I think this price of 175 is good. All right, last one. Buccaneers to get the number 1 seed in the NFC. We love the Buccaneers all offseason. Right now, this number is a lot shorter than what it was, but I think this is interesting because Baker Mayfield's MVP price is at 8-1, 7-1, depending on where you look. But they're plus 550 to get the number 1 seed. And the reason I find this interesting is because I think that's literally only Baker Mayfield's only path. And even if they do get the 1 seed, who's to say that Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes doesn't win the MVP? So if you are interested in, Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers having that MVP type season, for number 1 seed at plus 550 is almost the same number you're getting for Baker at MVP. What do you guys think?
So you're saying Baker MVP plus 550 over?
No, I'm saying Bucks 1 seed 550 over Baker MVP because I think that's the only path, and you're getting a similar number. Like Baker's not going to win the MVP if the Bucks are not the number 1 seed in the NFC. So I think Now that, I mean, he's the
Yeah.
third choice in the market to win the MVP. I think why not just take the Bucks to get the 1 seed at a similar number? Obviously a little bit shorter, but still pretty good.
Well, I'm shocked that the Bucks are where they are to win the NFC. And I know that's winning the NFC versus getting the 1 seed. But I think there's a glitch on where the Bucks price to win the NFC. So I do like them to get the 1 seed. And maybe this is a little bit of us, Kenny. Preseason, we were so high in the Bucks that I'm just going to keep riding it. They keep winning. At some point, some of these 1-score games I think are going to fall in the opposite direction of Tampa Bay. But I like what Baker Mayfield's doing there. And I think I do agree with you that it will take significantly more for him to win MVP than it might for a Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, just because of the pedigree that those two names have.
First 5 games of the year, 3 of them are on the road, and then one of the 2 home games is against Philly. They come out of that stretch 4-1. This team's going to win 13 or 14 games. I can't believe what I'm seeing from Tampa Bay, if I'm being completely honest. I love them to be the 1 seed. They have a couple tough games here in the middle of the schedule. They have Buffalo. They have to go to L.A. They play New England. That's not going to be an easy game. They play Detroit. I like them to win at home this week against San Francisco. But the last 5 games of the year is Arizona, New Orleans, Atlanta, Carolina, Miami, Carolina. That might be 6 straight wins to close the year. I can't get over what I saw last week. They went into – allegedly, one of our favorite words, Kate Constable,
Yes, it is.
most intimidating atmosphere in the NFL in Seattle. It gets crazy up there. Baker Mayfield chirped with the crowd before and then went out and diced them up against one of the best fronts in the league with no run game. Baker Mayfield is locked in right now. Tampa Bay is locked in. Glitch in the system. I would take them at that number to get the 1.
Love it. All on the same page with Tampa Bay. Let's go Bucks. The show's team this season. All right, coming up on the other side, we got to check in on college football. Got some big finishes coming up. Indiana up 3 on Oregon right now. We'll take a peek at that one and some other games around week 7. That's next here on The Better Angle.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM Network. It's time to stop chasing the afternoon and find the winning angle. From Vegas to your living room, from props to trends, this is the better angle on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary with your hosts, Kate Constable and Sean Little.
We are making it legendary here on the better angle right now. Week 7 college football. We got a tie ball game in Eugene. Indiana, Oregon tied 13-13. Oregon just kicked a field goal to tie it. We got about 7 minutes left in the third. So still plenty of game to be played there. We're nearing the end of the third in Texas, Oklahoma. Longhorns have the lead 10-6, and they are driving right now about midfield. Arch Manning making a couple decent throws here and there, looking a little bit better. Georgia Tech, after scoring quite a bit in the first half, has been, well, I was going to say they've been quiet in the second. Sean, second half is just, nope. My computer's updating. Something funky's going on ESPN because Virginia Tech has -7 points in the third quarter and Georgia Tech has -6. And I'm not sure how that happens in college football.
Yeah, that's hard to do. That's hard to
That
do.
is a little hard to do.
Negative touchdowns. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a funky
what game
something
were you
going
looking
on
at?
there.
What game was that?
Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech.
Georgia Tech, it is 28-14. Yeah, I think it says -7, -6 in the third quarter. Yeah, I did see that. But 28-14, 14 and a half left in the fourth quarter. Georgia Tech still undefeated, still rolling. That's a fun story. You open the season with a big win, and you continue to keep rolling. So, in a wide open ACC. So, yeah, that's fun.
Georgia Tech was my pick out of the ACC to at least compete. I'm not going to go as far as say as I had Georgia Tech, and I certainly don't have a ticket on it to show and prove anyone. But I liked Georgia Tech and Haynes King coming into the season. The win over Clemson all of a sudden doesn't look quite as good. Clemson was ranked 12th then. 24-21 win, not exactly all that impressive anymore, but the path to a potential playoff game is fairly easy for Georgia Tech. The stiffest competition they'll have comes in the final week of the season. They play Georgia, but they host Georgia. So we'll see what happens there. Sean, I am just keeping, I know we keep talking about this one in the break amongst all the crew here, but like if Northwestern beats Penn State, and right now they're first and goal at the Penn State 9, so like have a chance to score here. They're down 1 right now. If Penn State loses 3 in a row, like what the hell happens in Penn State land with James Franklin?
Yeah, in Happy Valley, yeah.
In Happy Valley. Happy Valley ain't so happy if they lose this one.
Yeah, Northwestern just hit a field goal, so it's 16-14, and Northwestern leads. And the reason they got that ball is because Penn State fumbled a punt, muffed a punt. They got the ball down there. Got to come away with 6 there for Northwestern when you're giving a gift there. But I don't know, man. This is a really interesting situation because James Franklin has been given the longest runway, and not to say that he hasn't been winning games. He's been winning games. He's made an impact, and to kind of to pull that program post-Paterno and keep them extremely relevant with no real lull. They've been towards the top of the Big Ten since Franklin got there. But when you're coming into a year where it was talked about ad nauseum that this was a softer schedule that you would have, you essentially can split 2 games against Ohio State and Oregon, win one of them, and you're a surefire top 6 seed in the 12 of the college football playoff with a spot to get maybe with a for sure spot to get a home game in the playoff, just like you did last year. Last year they had an easier road than other squads to win the title. They couldn't capitalize on that. They got to play an SMU squad that was never going to beat them, and they almost choked it away late in that game. So I don't know what you do with James Franklin in this spot. To me, from a very far outsider, because I'm not a Penn State insider, and I haven't followed them super closely game in, game out the last couple years. but this has been unanimous throughout my football watching career. When you come into a big game, you don't look that ready to compete with Oregon and you lose. You struggle in the first half, don't capitalize on any opportunities they give you. And then you go away to a UCLA team that's going through a coaching change that is struggling. They essentially blow your doors off, even though you get back in the game. And then you go back home in front of the same crowd you just lost the game against Northwestern and are struggling against a poor Northwestern side. That all falls at the feet of James Franklin and his coaching staff. There have been times throughout the years you could blame the players. They didn't have good enough quarterback play, etc. This falls at James Franklin. It's almost like they're not responding to him anymore. There was a time where they would have lost that game to Oregon. He would get the guys up for UCLA. They dropped the UCLA game, and now he can't get the guys up at home for Northwestern. That all falls at James Franklin's feet. So, yeah, it gets spooky quick. Kate, is Penn State a premier enough program like in Alabama where they can just fire James Franklin and go find someone else to easily fill his shoes? I guess that's the question, because DeBoer loses to Vanderbilt last year. They're like, yo, get this guy out of here. But that's Alabama. Yeah. Is Penn State big enough to just pack up James Franklin because he loses 3 straight games and the team doesn't look ready? I don't know. Good question.
That's kind of the $1 million question. It's who do you want? Who would you go get? Because I feel like you have to have a contingency plan, and like you have to know who you want before you fire James Franklin, and you have to almost be sure you can get it. Who is the team? Oh, I mean, it's kind of like the Knicks. Sean, you covered the Knicks last year. Like the Knicks fired Tibbs with no plan of who they were going to go get, and maybe it works out this year with Mike Brown.
Correct.
Yeah, but they had a big search that they went through, and they, some of their top candidates either took other positions or were no longer available or didn't want, so that's the thing is I think you need to know who you want before you fire James Franklin. You can't act just simply on impulse. If they lose this game today, there needs to be, and maybe, I mean, that's the job of the athletic department and the athletic director is having foresight for a lot of these things. So maybe they do have a plan in place, but buyout, Zach's telling us in the chat here, is over $50 million. That's a lot.
Yeah. And hey, is it overreacting what if they lose 5 games this year? Has he earned the runway to lose 5 games? Maybe.
Yeah.
Is he allowed to have a really bad season? Maybe. I mean, the argument with him is that he hasn't been able to beat some of and I'm not a James Franklin guy, let's be clear, but essentially the big argument with James Franklin is he hasn't been able to beat some of the best football teams we've ever seen, home or away. Like we're talking about the top 2-3 teams on the planet when it comes to college football, right? So outside of that, he's been very good. It just seems like if you're the Penn State highbrow and you believe you're a premier program and you should be in the same conversation as Bama and those guys, it may be worth making a change because you can't beat those guys. And now it seems like no one's listening to him and you're struggling with the middle of the pack. It might be time, to move on. But it's a really fascinating situation because I do think he's a good coach and has the results to back it up. They were in the playoff. They got to win. But when it comes to getting down to the Ohio States and the Alabamas and the Georgias, he's flat out far, 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 far away.
The other part of this is you just brought over Jim Knowles as your defensive coordinator. Like he came from Ohio State, who won the championship last year, and Ohio State's defense was dominant. Like, why is your defense not good this year? What is Jim Knowles doing something scheme wise that's not that doesn't stack up with the players and the personnel that he has? Has Andy Koldenicki, their offensive coordinator, the play calling, getting that side of the ball ready? Maybe it's more than just James Franklin. I mean, if James Franklin goes, it's likely that some of his coordinators go with him. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to watch. I mean, when does Penn State play Ohio State? Because that's coming up too. So this certainly could be a 5-loss team. They play Iowa next weekend and then Ohio State. And then you have Indiana after that. And Indiana looks pretty damn good right now against Oregon. So, oh my gosh, what if they lost? Well, that would be what? 6 straight? You lose 6 straight, I think Franklin has to go. There's no way the boosters, there's no way those donating the NIL money are going to continue to do that if you lose 6 straight. And yes, I'm throwing Iowa in there.
They just broke off a huge play and then scored a touchdown here against Northwestern. But it was looking bleak. They were in their own territory for a little bit, then broke off like a 70-yard run. So, play, I should say.
Maybe this conversation will matter in an hour.
Well, I think it would matter because if you say you beat say you beat Northwestern, all right, the touchdown's coming off the board. They're going to put the ball at the 1-yard line. But say you beat Northwestern and you beat Iowa, but then you lose to Ohio State and Indiana. Now we're talking about Indiana being a better football program than Penn State, and they've been in the national spotlight for 2 years. Like, that can't happen. So, yeah, it's a really interesting conversation around James Franklin and Penn State. It does seem like he has a lot of juice out there, though. Like, he seems like an untouchable figure. Like, he's bigger than the program type of guy there at the moment. But, yeah, it's very fascinating to see what will happen if they continue to be good but not good enough.
It will also be interesting, like, it's just hypothetically say James Franklin is fired at some point this season. Who goes out and grabs him? Because he'll easily get another coaching job. Like, it's not like he's going to be done coaching, but who goes out and gets the coach that can't win the big game? So you kind of know that your team is going to be good, but you're never going to be great with James Franklin. I don't know. That's going to be an interesting conversation for another day, Sean. Elsewhere in college football right now, Notre Dame up 24-7 on NC State. They're a team that they do have to run the table for the rest of the season if they want to make the college football playoff with 2 losses already and no conference championship. Interesting, and it looks like Iowa State is about to score here, but Colorado up 21-17 on Iowa State. Cyclones coming off a loss to Cincinnati last week. Both of those road games, they're in Colorado today, played in Cincinnati last week. But for a team that started the season 5-1, I would have expected a little bit. I didn't expect Colorado to hang around quite as long as they have so far.
Yeah, Deion's dealing with health issues as well. Lost his son at quarterback. They had a lot of moving pieces. The Big 12 as a conference is just a very interesting place. I think overall it's going to be tough for them to compete with the rest of the country, so they don't get the pub that, they should or potentially will. But yeah, it's something to keep an eye on. And I think the reason you go get Deion to run the program in general is so you get attention regardless of what's going on in the conference or how the squad looks in overall, whether they're playing Iowa State or anybody else in the Big 12.
I want to bring Randy in because it's the Kate versus Randy Bowl tonight. Iowa at Wisconsin here. Randy, the line's moving in favor of my Hawkeyes. We're up to 4.5 right now.
As I told you, Kate, before the show, I think this is Wisconsin's Super Bowl because I don't think they have many more wins on the schedule. I believe they still have to play Ohio State and Oregon. I think Wisconsin's got a legit chance to win this week. I do. And I'm so down on this program because they've totally lost their identity. But I think that I know Iowa has felt like they've had Wisconsin's number the last couple of years, run the ball, play good defense. Wisconsin can't do anything. But I'll take those points tonight with Wisconsin. I'll take the 4.5.
You know what? I really wanted to bet Iowa today, but I haven't been able to pull the trigger. I think there's a good shot that you guys upset us or at least stick within that number. I'm looking at team totals right now. I like to bet team totals. I can see Wisconsin team total under 16.5. I think this could be a very low scoring game. Yes, something like that. Like just just a terribly boring football game, but one in which Iowa or Wisconsin keeps it close enough to give them a shot to win at the end?
Because, Wisconsin's offense is a train wreck. They really don't have anything that's specifically good they do offensively. But for the most part, their defense has been okay. And at home, a night game, in the past, Wisconsin has been pretty good. So I'll take the points tonight with Wisconsin. I'm not real confident, but this is their last chance to win a game probably. So I'll take Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's been a tough go for Wisconsin. Not all that much better for Iowa, if we're really being honest here. All right, coming up, week 6 in the NFL. We got to touch on more games. We've only talked about a handful, and there is plenty more on the slate. Bets in week 6 of the NFL season coming up on the other side.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to the Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We were just talking in the break if our show parlay hit. It did not. We had Seahawks money line.
Seahawks.
Our Baker and the Bucks screwed us. Woo,
Killed us.
Good. Not good. We're going to go with the show parlay, though. This week. We did hand out some winners last week, and we're going to do so again this week. Show parlay coming up about 20 minutes from now as we wrap up the show and give you our best bets. But we still have plenty of Week 6 NFL games to go through. And we're going to start with one of them and bring Kenny in because he hit on this last week with the Panthers and them winning outright. And Kenny, you're a wild man. You're taking the Panthers again against the Cowboys. Panthers at home here. Why do you like Carolina?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned they're at home because they're a totally different team at home, and that's what the records have shown this year so far. I mean, you look at their road losses, all pretty bad, and then when they played at home, the 2 games at home, 30-0 win over the Falcons, and then a comeback win last week against the Dolphins. So now third home game here, you're getting them as 3-point dogs. I'd say keep the points. I think they're going to win this game tomorrow, and a big reason why is Rico Dowdle last week. He had over 200 yards rushing. This is actually his revenge game. And you think about the Cowboys defense too and how bad it is just in general. Not only is Rico going to be able to eat on the ground, but this is yet another opportunity for my guy Bryce Young to have a big game. And like I said, this team being a different team at home, if this was in Dallas, I probably wouldn't touch it at all. But the fact that it's in Carolina and like I said, they're a different team at home and the matchup, I actually think this Panthers offense is actually pretty good. As crazy as it sounds, I mentioned Rico Dowdle. Ted McMillan's a true wide receiver number 1. Now they're getting guys like Jimmy Horn involved. You've got Hunter Renfrow. Like the offense can cook, so they can keep up with the Cowboys. I expect this to be somewhat of a shootout. I really love the over 48.5 too. But also I think the Panthers do win this game, and that would put them at 3-3 guys and in real conversations to not like be a playoff team, but at least like be frisky, like be a 7-8 win team. This is a big game for Carolina tomorrow, and I think they get it done.
Kenny, you do sound crazy. You do, I will tell you that. But you were right. You were spot on last week. So crazy wins sometimes. And a lot of times going against the grain is the way to do it. And I would bet you not too many people are going to side with you and take the Panthers tomorrow. But you make a great argument. And again, you were spot on last week. And Rico Dowdle also said that the Cowboys' 22nd ranked defense better buckle up on Sunday. He's likely to have a
revenge game too. His former team. Yeah. He just signed with Carolina this year, so full go tomorrow for him and my guy Bryce Young too.
His rushing yards prop is set at 72.5. I don't hate that.
That's pretty high. I like the anytime touchdown is actually, now that Hubbard's, it's minus 130 now. I saw it earlier this week at plus money, which I wish I would have snagged then, but of course.
Touchdown for Dowdle. Yeah, minus 130. So Hubbard is back and playing a little bit. I'm not seeing any Hubbard props.
He's actually out for tomorrow.
Okay.
So
okay, that's what I thought. But okay. All right, Sean, can we interest you in Panthers against the Cowboys tomorrow? If anything, I think you go over on the total here, because if Kenny says this offense is legit, they're better at home. Cowboys defense sucks. Dak's going to put up some points. I think I would be more comfortable playing the over here. But again, I could be getting a text from Kenny about 3:30 tomorrow saying, told you so, Panthers should have taken them.
So this is where it gets interesting, and you could try to find different angles. We were talking about team totals before. When you are a home underdog, but you believe said team can get the W or they keep it tight within the number, you can also look at the team total, because all they do with the team total is they they come up with a total for the game, then the spread, then they just subtract the numbers off. So if you think Carolina is going to be able to keep up with Dallas as Northwestern goes right down Penn State's throat and punches it in, getting ready to be potentially 24-21 if they go for 2, as Stone puts up 2 fingers to go for 2. So 450 left there. I would potentially look at Carolina on a team total type of situation if you do like you do like the Panthers like Kenny does. So I'm trying to figure out if I can find the team total here, but it's just a
23 and a half.
different way to attack the game. 23 and a half. That's pretty hefty, actually.
That is kind of
So
hefty.
if you like them to compete and put up points against Dallas, 24, man, that's actually a really sharp number.
Sean's like, might be backing off on
23 and a half.
Well,
yeah, 23 and a half is a tight
You know
number.
why the
but
number is
Dallas'
that,
defense has
though?
also been that.
The number is that because the books know that it's going to be a shoot. I mean, I know it's 48 and a half is the total, but like this is both teams are going to score 30. I'm calling my shot right now. We're going to see a 33-30 final tomorrow between Carolina. Now, there is some rain in the forecast. Now, that could also that could hurt scoring, but it could also help scoring, and it could also help my Carolina narrative. Dak not being able to get the passing game going.
It could also help the Rico Dowdle narrative of keeping the ball on the ground a little bit more if it's raining and wet and sloppy.
Always keep an eye on the weather report. That's one of the first things you should always do as a bettor. Wind is more important than rain and snow. Also keep that in mind. If it's super windy, it's hard to throw the rock. Unders play a lot better in that spot. Rain and snow throughout the years haven't affected the total to the under as much as people may think.
What do we think? Bills and Falcons. I think that's an interesting one. Falcons coming off of a bye. They're at home. Bills off of that loss. I think it's for the casual fan or the casual bettor. It's easy to say, okay, this is a Josh Allen Bills team. They're going to be pissed off after losing in prime time to the Patriots. They're going to go down to Atlanta and crush a Michael Penix team that's fairly inconsistent this year. I don't think it's as easy as that. I think the Falcons have a shot at least covering in this one, if not, I can barely get the words out, but possibly winning outright.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the years, we've seen Buffalo kind of mess around throughout the regular season. That's why more times than, I guess, essentially outside of last year, you've seen these tough games and heartbreaking losses happen in Kansas City. I think the number one prerogative for Buffalo should be winning as many games in the regular season and make everyone come through Orchard Park to play like they did last year. It didn't work out either way. But, yeah, I mean, we've seen them throughout the years mess around and drop games they shouldn't have in the regular season. We saw it against Miami a couple years ago. We saw it last week against New England. I really worry about the back half of their D. Like Taylor Rapp, I actually love his game, plays hard, puts his nose in at every opportunity. He's not big enough. He's not physical enough. Per PFF, he ranks as one of the worst safeties in the NFL. He starts and has no threat of losing his gig just because they don't have another guy that they can plug in. The defense worries me for Buffalo. So extra week to prepare for Atlanta. This is a game I just would also avoid. I don't love this spot for the Bills going on the road. Now, the total is 50. That kind of tells you that Atlanta is going to be able to score here on Buffalo. So that's why I would this would be Atlanta or nothing for me.
That is a very high total for the best defense in the league. Like, sneakily, Atlanta has the number one total defense in the NFL right now. Their passing defense is number one. They're rushing not so much. Scoring, I guess their scoring is kind of where maybe they're not allowing a ton of yards, but somehow teams still find a way to put points on the board. I'm looking at the Falcons. They're either 15th in scoring defense. They're allowing, 21 and a half. So, maybe looking at the total defense and seeing them number one is a little bit of an anomaly, and maybe that shouldn't be trusted totally. But that fit. I mean, we're up to 50 at BetMGM right now for the total in that game. That feels really high.
Yeah, it does, and especially with them coming off an extra week to prepare, where you're just completely dialed in on Buffalo and what they got going on. And correct me if I'm wrong, did they play Sunday night or Monday night?
The
Buffalo
Bills played
against New England.
Monday. Sunday night.
Was that? That was Sunday night. Okay,
Chiefs
so
Jags was Monday night. Yeah.
It's not a short week, but it's not a regular week either. They're coming off a primetime game there. They now go on the road with a team
another primetime
that has a little extra time to prepare. Now, if you go look at the Falcons games, though, they played a really good offense in Washington where they did give up 34 points. Then they got dusted off by Carolina. But
yeah,
this is a really polarizing game. I just worry that you're able to score points. I never like to lay margin when I know the defense is going to give a bunch of points. You're asking so much of Josh Allen in Buffalo. So if I need a team to cover by and win by margin, and they give up 25 plus a night, it's tough for me to back you on the road.
All right,
with a team that has a bye.
Right. Maybe that's another stay away. Other stay away games for me, Sean. I don't know how you feel about these, but how do we bet Bengals and Packers? Joe Flacco is now on the Bengals, was on the Browns. As of Tuesday, he gets traded to Cincinnati. Now, I know he's a veteran in the league. I know he's been around the block. He could probably figure things out pretty quick, but you're learning a new playbook. You got new teammates. The offensive line, let's be real, for Cincinnati has not been good this season. And you have a Packers defense that we all, praised through the first, 2-3 weeks of the season as being the best in the league. Maybe they're not the best in the league, but they're still up there. But 2 touchdowns over at 14.5 some places. I'm seeing some 13.5, so maybe it's come down a little bit elsewhere, but that is a complete stay away game for me in terms of the side or the total.
Yeah, a lot of variance in this game. The Packers are due for a big, bounce back spot. They're coming off a tie and also a loss against Cleveland. On the road, they finally get back home, and then they play a team that has been absolutely reeling with no type of quarterback play. I think if you do want action on this game, you have to just pinch your nose and lay the 14.5. You can maybe take over 44.5. I could see Green Bay scoring 35 plus points in this game. So if you want to look at another team total, you potentially could. This feels like a game where they would try to make a statement and have a big win, to get back on track of being the best team in the NFL. But yeah, 14, if you can get a 13.5 and 14.5 is a massive difference.
Yeah.
So if you are looking to bet the 14.5, to me typically feels like 17. Because you're not doing too many things if you're up 14-0 that you're not putting the pressure. You're not trying to run up the score. The other team isn't trying to put guys in harm's way to shut the number down. Yeah, this is a really tough number. But yeah, if you want this spot, Packers lay the 13.5. 14.5 is probably a bit too much.
Another one I want to get your thoughts on, and if you don't have anything, we can talk about a different one, but this Saints-Patriots game. The line last week indicated that the Saints were the right side, and they were, because the Saints were favored, and you had Spencer Rattler, who's never won a single NFL game in his time starting, and yet they go out and beat the Giants last week. Now you have a Patriots team that's coming off a massive win over the Bills in prime time. Is this a fade of the Patriots, kind of a letdown spot? And maybe the Saints continue to build on the, do you call it momentum? They have one win on the season, but to build off of last week's performance.
Yeah, I would say you could call it a little bit of momentum. I think it's in a week-to-week league. If you get a big W and your quarterback finally gets his first win, I think you could build on that. I think the Patriots are going to be flying high as well. They just go out to Buffalo, where they never win in the last couple of years, and get a win. As Northwestern gets a stop on 4th down, by the way, and gets the ball back after Drew Aller went down with looks like a hurt ankle. Backup quarterback comes in on a 4th down, really tough spot, and can't get anything done. But Stephon Diggs made some really interesting comments that I thought were eye-opening for a guy that just covers the sport. he is worried about the guys getting up a second week in a row after coming off a big win versus Buffalo and then now having to go to New Orleans and play those guys. Superdome is an easy place to play. And you saw Jackson Dart and those guys are getting a lot better and looked really good early in that game as well. I would take the 3.5 with the Saints.
All right, Spencer Rattler, 2 straight wins. Can he get it done? We'll find out tomorrow. Can we get it done with our show parlay? We built that next here on The Better Angle.
The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little will be back with more live reaction and insights on the BetMGM network. Let's get back to the better angle with Kate Constable and Sean Little on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I just realized I was muted that entire break. I was talking to you guys and no one heard me, did they? I was commenting on everything you guys were saying. No, I was commenting on everything you guys were saying. Oh, that's funny. We were talking about this Northwestern Penn State game. Penn State got the first down. Or Northwestern got the first down. Penn State yeah.
Northwestern just broke a run, had a walk-in touchdown, and he's Northwestern educated, so he slid at the 1, and they're going to kneel it out now. That should be it.
Of course he is. That's that Northwestern education right there, Sean. Wow. I mean, that's one of the biggest wins for, well, I shouldn't say it's one of the biggest wins because Penn State's not ranked anymore. I was going to say that's one of the bigger wins Northwestern's had in the last couple of years, but Penn State's not a ranked team.
It's still a big win for a program that's still trying to get back on track after losing Fitzgerald. And yeah, man, it's a big win.
Yeah, I guess 24.5 point underdog. That's a big win. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had to be like plus 1,500 to win outright?
Yeah, that would have been a nice ticket.
Yeah.
Woo! Meanwhile, we have Indiana, who's up a touchdown on Oregon right now. 6.5 minutes left in that game. Texas, it looks like they're going to hang on to win the Red River rivalry. Say that 10 times fast. Why can't we just call it the shootout? Let's be real. They're up 20-6 on Oklahoma. John Mateer, in his return after that hand surgery, he came back 16 days later. He's thrown 3 picks today. Might have been a little too early to bring good old Mateer back into the mix.
Yeah, man. It's tough. It's so hard to win in football week to week, and I get it as fans and media members. We're hard on guys, but I don't know if I've seen the climate and the atmosphere. It's drive to drive. Get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
Like we were just talking about it in the break with Merkin. Like, how is Hap taking that pitch? Get him out of here. Next pitch, Hap hits a homer. I love Happer. He's the man. It's just like so volatile every single opportunity. So, yeah, sometimes you just got to be a little patient. Like, for example, I don't have it pulled up off the top of my head. I mean, this guy James Franklin's probably won 110 games.
He's won a zillion games.
Yeah, he's won a zillion, and probably hasn't never lost 3 in a row in his Penn State tenure. He loses 3 in a row with, I agree, a team that was supposed to be in the playoff and be favored to win the national championship, and they completely lay an egg in 3 straight games. And now he's thinking about getting another job, and they're going to pay $50 million to get rid of him.
Yeah,
he never loses except now. So yeah, it's just volatile. It's tough.
A quick
As
Google.
Oregon throws a pick.
Oh no!
Indiana got it back off a tip ball
on the Oregon 32. James Franklin is 104-44 as the head coach of Penn State. That's a pretty strong record.
Yeah.
On the other hand, 16-29 against ranked teams, not so strong. So Oregon, I think
if enough donors, if the guys that are putting money in the program start puffing their chest out enough, then that's what moves the needle nowadays, right? If the AD gets enough pressure from the guys that are putting money in the coffers and they want James Franklin out, James Franklin will move. So it's tough.
He's going to be out of there. If Indiana scores on this drive, it's going to be pretty tough for Oregon to come back from 2 touchdowns down with 6 minutes left. So this is a big drive for Indiana right now. All right, let's build our show parlay for the weekend. We'll get a couple of touchdown bets from Kenny, and we'll get out of here. Randy, would you like to start us off with a play for the parlay?
Yeah, I still with the Bears. I'll take the 4.5 points. on Monday Night Football. I think they're going to have a little, not, I wouldn't say revenge because Ben Johnson wasn't there last year with his team, but I do think that they're playing good football and they're starting to get his offense. I know the Raiders game wasn't a masterpiece, but I think they will cover the 4.5 points. They'll be good with that. So I'll take the Bears plus 4.5.
All right. I like it. I hope that one hits.
Yeah.
Kenny, what you got?
You know where I'm going. My Carolina Panthers. Let's just go with +3 though, to cover, not to win. +3.
All right. The dogs are barking so far. Sean?
Kansas City Chiefs, -1.5, -120 if you could find it. I'm down for the parlay just to put the money line in it
right, we'll
right around like -125, -130. So maybe it's like -140 actually on the money line. But yeah, I like Kansas City this week.
All right. I'm seeing a 6.5 for the Rams. BetMGM, I think, has 7. We good with a 6.5?
Of course, yeah. Get the best number you can. Always try to get the best number you can, best price. Long term, it'll really, really help your bottom line.
We have Zach in today for Max. Zach, do you have any plays you want to throw in here? Okay, we don't need to force anything.
Right now we got a 4-legger for 10-1, by the way.
Panthers.
The 4-leggers 10-1.
All right. Ooh. That is spicy. That is 3.5.
I got a 4.5.
4.5. All right, get the best of the number always. I
5-leg parlay 20-1, by the way.
20-1, not too shabby. Kenny, do you
Very
have any
good.
touchdown bets for us this week?
Yeah, I have a couple, not as much as I've had in previous weeks. JSN +125. They're going to keep the sportsbooks are going to keep giving us arguably the best receiver in football at plus money. I'll take that. Tet McMillan still yet to score +145. I know I said there was rain in the forecast, but I still think he's very much due for his first because he's had some huge yardage games. Xavier Worthy still looking for his first touchdown on Sunday Night Football, +145, really good number for him. He could get it through the air or on the ground. And then let's bear down on Monday Night Football. Colston Loveland, first NFL touchdown, 3-1. All the talk has been how they made the wrong pick with Tyler Warren. Now they had the bye week, all this time to prepare. I think they get down in the red zone. They draw one up for Colston Loveland for his first NFL touchdown.
Colston Loveland.
Not
On the
bad
injury
at that,
report for a lot
man.
of
I mean,
week, but he'll be playing.
Took him 10th overall.
Yeah.
You better get him in the end zone. Let's go.
And you had an extra week to try to get things sorted out and figured out. So yeah, maybe it's just time to try to get him a look at the very least, an opportunity. So yeah, I like that.
All right. Any home run bets for us tonight? I know we only have one game and it's the playoffs, so those are probably very few and far between. But is there anyone you would look at, Kenny?
Yeah, let's have a little fun, actually. I'm looking at the odds board right now, and I'll pick a Cub, even though I'm a White Sox fan. I'll pick a Cub. PCA, +560. I think this is a moment for the kid. Game 5. He hasn't homered in this series. Has he, Randy or Sean or Kate, do you guys know? Has PCA homered in this series?
Yeah, I don't think he's homered in the whole postseason. He has not hit one out.
Yeah.
So very much due.
He's been so afraid to strike out that he's been bunting with 2 strikes. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen. He keeps bunting with 2 strikes. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, that
Really-
number, that
really
a
makes
guy
no
who
sense.
hit 30 bombs, that number really catches my eye at +560 for him to homer tonight. And what could be a big moment for the kid. So that'd be my guy.
All right. We'll see if that can happen. Randy, do you think the
PCA.
Cubs can win tonight?
I said before, I think they definitely have the momentum now in this series. And I was very encouraged by what I saw from Kyle Tucker in the last game. I mean, this is the ultimate, just like pick him. Like I just, because I don't know. I think the wild card in this game, to be honest with you, is Jacob Mizorowski. If he comes in and does what he did in, I think that was game 2, where the Cubs were just like had no chance. I think I saw a stat that the Cubs have faced the most velocity in any in the postseason history. Like the average fastball is like 96.7. Facing Mason Miller in the first round and now facing these guys. So if Mizorowski, when he faced the Cubs the first time, was wild all over the place. But if he comes in and it's a close game and he just shuts the Cubs down for 3 innings, I think that could be the difference. But I just like where the Cubs bats are right now. I think their offense kind of woke up. So I'm cautiously optimistic the Cubs are going to win this game, which would just be I know they won the World Series, but to come back from down 2-0 after the way those first 2 games went and beat the Brewers would be absolutely insane.
Cubs money line PCA homer you can get in the market for plus 950.
Ooh. I kind of like that.
Interesting. I mean, if PCA homers, they better win.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So,
if he's homering, they're probably having a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun one.
Kenny, real quick, I mean, we have like a minute left. Kenny said in the chat, if the Cubs win, it's all to lose to the Dodgers. Does anyone have a shot against the Dodgers, whether it's the Cubs or Brewers or whoever the potential Dodgers?
I think the Jays do.
The Jays definitely do. Yep.
Yeah.
But the Cubs, I don't see it. No. Dodgers are loaded. Their pitching, their rotation is insane.
Dynasty.
It is. That's going to do it for us.
When you're willing to unload the bank account every year, that's what happens. That's what your team looks like.
You win. You'd think maybe some people in Chicago might take a little page out of that book. Well, maybe not. That's going to do it for us here in the Better Angle. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Thanks to our guests, Alex Cohen and John Jansen. For Sean Little, Randy Merkin, Kenny Henderson, and Zach Kroll, I'm Kate Constable. We will be back with you next week.
You've been listening to The Better Angle on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Listen back to the show anytime. With Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to